She said this is
yes, I'm with you.
they level set the reality. We're all feeling good. That's great. We can celebrate. So do something. So I was so excited to hear just do something. And now there's a man walking down the street with a Just Do It t-shirt on right next to me.
That's
so
great.
We gotta just do it. I can't. I'm like, at this point, I'm 10 watches in through the speech, and I'm so happy to hear that we got some of the messaging right in here, and how I go into all of these rooms and put the links in and just
do
say
something.
Everyone here, what are we doing?
Best message, do something.
Fantastic.
Do something, yeah.
So I'm going to pass to someone else. I mean, I think it was all. Who was my other favorite speaker last night?
There she goes.
It was just.
All right,
Rick,
are you? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Pass it, Andrea. Pass it there. Rick.
Yes.
Give us your thoughts.
I thought it was great. I mean, for me, Ann Navarro was fantastic.
She was great. She was really good.
You know,
what did you think of? I've been concerned about the Senate race in Maryland because Hogan, the Republican, is very popular, and I had never heard of the Democrat. And she spoke. I forget what her name is, but she was awesome. She was. I don't know what's going on here, but it seems as though all of these black women for the past 20 years have all been going to law school without anybody noticing. Because she was almost like a Kamala clone, and she had been a longtime friend. So did you see that part?
Yeah, and it was great.
She was great. She's going to beat Hogan. I looked at the numbers, and she's going to win, which is great.
Yeah, I mean
but go ahead.
That's going to be one of the tougher races. It is going to be a tough race because he's popular, and so that's going to be a tough race. So that's one that, if you're going to...
And we certainly can't afford to lose that.
Yeah, we can't afford to lose any set. We have to gain some, actually, because we're definitely losing West Virginia. I can't imagine a Democrat winning that. I thought that one of the things Michelle Obama said that really resonated with me is many Americans have never experienced the affirmative action of generational wealth. And, that really kind of tells it like it is, that many people just don't have the experience of inheriting a home. Or
shit, I didn't inherit a fucking home. Now, fucking lost my home to the government. I lose my home again to the government. God damn, it's been a difficult journey.
Have investments. I say, honestly, tell me how your investment portfolio has done over the last 4 years, and tell me that Democratic economic policies are failing. And yes, inflation is a problem. That's one of the things that's going to be the most difficult things to convince people of, because they really do think, rightly or wrongly, they really think that a president can control inflation. There are just too many pieces moving. A president might be able to do a point on inflation, but there are just too many moving pieces. But trying to convince people who are struggling with that is a real uphill battle. And I one of the things that I think that the Democratic Party, this whole convention, has been doing very well is like saying, we don't have this, but we can have it. And the thing they are saying is, we have to do it together, where the Republican side, Trump says, only I can do it. And that's between Democrats and Republicans. They want a God. We want to be together. We want a community. And we're going to do it.
They don't want God. They want Unity.
It's going to take people actually going out, talking to their neighbors, talking to their friends, going to colleges. It's very difficult to get people to knock on doors or to make phone calls, cold calls. If you're not a salesperson, making a phone call is hellish. I hate making phone calls. I'm not a salesperson. But
Well, no shit, because you ain't selling this bullshit either.
And I don't think many people realize how much work it takes to get it done. And, it is. It's a slog and it's hard. And it's very easy to go backwards. It's very easy to say cut taxes and your life will be better. That's a simple idea on its face. If I don't pay more taxes, I'll have more money. But it's not true because people don't realize where things come from, how their roads are built, how their airports get improved, how their bridges get maintained, and how much all of that actually costs to do. If it were done only in the private sector, all of our infrastructure stuff, forget it.
Yeah. I think we do have a positive message. Yeah, but we have a positive message, and you've been the proponent of it. So we need to, and I think the messaging is being really condensed to bite-sized pieces that we can sell. So I'm optimistic that we can do it.
And we have.
Thanks, Rick. I want to get to some other people. But go ahead, Glenn.
We have much, much better music.
Okay, great. Just a little housekeeping. We have room for 3 more people on the stage. If any of our regulars, you know who you are, like Al and, want to come up, Jane, feel free. Also, David Monsef, I'm going to call on Rohan first. Rohan's first time I think you've ever been on our stage. And if you don't know Rohan, he's a wonderful person.
Who's
who runs a lot of
Rohan?
rooms.
Oh, man. No, I know.
It's Rohan's here.
I'm kidding. Oh, my God.
And remember,
he's a good Aussie.
He's
it's
excellent.
2 o'clock in the morning where he is, so I want to get him before he leaves to go to bed. Rohan, go for it.
I gotta go. Dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Ben. And by the way, no, this is not my first time on one of your stages. That's ridiculous. Come on. I must be, I mustn't be...
Well, you've been in the room, but you don't usually come on stage.
True. Well, times generally don't work out, but it's a pleasure to be here as well.
Yeah.
Ben, I've got a special request. I'm sorry to sort of maybe divert the conversation, albeit briefly. I'm sure you'll understand once I do this. Kelly, who is an integral part of not just Healthy Debates and has been on this app for the last 3.5 years. Yep. Her account has been clipped from Clubhouse.
Yes!
And look, I don't know, she doesn't know how it actually occurred. I've been clipped on this app before not because I'm a nasty person, but because people don't like the way that I speak at times about certain things. Or they don't appreciate my perspective on things.
Well, they just don't like
I'm assuming... I know. It's anti-Australian. They don't like my accent. But honestly, look, I was really surprised. I know that she crosses the line occasionally, and fair enough. But this is the first time in 3.5 years she's had her account suspended. She's put a request to have a review of it. They've knocked it back, which is ridiculous again in itself. And I've actually set up a room especially for her. I'm not asking people to go over to that, but what I got to ask is, look, I mean, she's known on this app by a lot of people. She has a lot of respect for, she's got a lot of respect and stands up for, up to racists. She stands out for LGBTQ, the Jewish community. She's been an incredible advocate for all 3 and even more people. you know, even if you're not their best friend, whatever, it's fine. She doesn't deserve to be clipped by comparison to the rest of the misogynists and racist and bigots and homophobes and you know, the list can go on. That is still on this app.
When you got clipped,
despite
Rogan,
being
how long
recorded.
did it take before How long did it take before they let you back in?
Oh, I actually had to start a new account, Ben. I've been on here since almost not quite from the beginning, but almost from the start.
Yeah.
And no, they didn't actually bring back my account. Why? Because, look, I mean, it could have been a number of reasons. They just didn't respond. Whatever.
Okay.
But
okay.
I don't know how long it's going to take or if they're going to reinstate her account. But I've got a link.
Did you try getting a hold of Joe Armenia?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing. Forget about it.
He didn't do anything. Okay.
No, I haven't spoken to Joe as yet, not about this. I've put a link in the chat. If people could please just fill in that form. Her name is Kelly, Kelley. If you could please just spend literally 2 minutes of your time. And again, Ben, I apologize for interrupting. I really wouldn't do this.
No, it's okay.
But she's been a very good friend to me and my community and so many other people as well. It just seems absolutely ridiculous that she's, her account's being clipped. So if I can get people to do that, just click on the link in the chat. Please, even a minute, just write down, hey, please bring back Kelly. That's
Yes! Bye,
right.
Kelly!
Thanks for doing that. I do. I endorse what you're doing.
Bye, bye,
I like Kelly.
Bye,
She's part of the community.
Oh,
and,
she's
I
not.
think
She's
that's,
a stupid bitch.
So thanks, Ryan.
She's a toxic cunt.
All right.
There are other people who want to come up here, but if people can just click on the link in the chat and do that, would be awesome. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Okay, Jane, did you have anything to say about that, or did you want to talk a little bit
Kelly,
about
Kelly.
yesterday? It's your place, and then I'll get to David and Monsef. But Jane, go ahead.
I'm good. I just came up to be part of the conversation. I don't have anything to say about.
About what? About the convention, or about?
Oh, Kelly, were you asking me about Kelly?
Kelly!
Well, either one. Whatever
Kelly!
you want to talk about.
I'll choose the convention.
Kelly.
Okay, good.
I thought you were
the
asking me to
convention
weigh in
for
on
$50.
Kelly. I agree with you, except I think Rohan left, and he knows this, but that is one of the most toxic spaces on this app. I don't think she should be singled out, but I go in there, so I'm not averse.
Yeah, no, you can see where it gets pretty rowdy.
They decimate people. They're cruel. I mean, whatever. I listen.
Well, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan of Jay. I'm not a fan. Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as gender, I mean, I'm sure plenty of men have been, quote, clipped. We just heard Rohan.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. But in that space, I would say, really, Kelly? Of all the people that they have on that stage every day. So
Right.
I think it's an example of what happens when discipline.
Scotty in the house.
Out to those
Scotty in the house.
Margin on their identity. They get clipped first. So, okay, the convention, I can't weigh in too much because
That's
I
a
have
different Scotty.
a deficit, like a person, like a character flaw. Don't like pep rallies. Don't like pep rallies in high school. Don't really have an energy. Yeah, I know.
I just have a vision. I have a vision of you with pom-poms in like a...
Right, yeah.
cheerleader skirt. You didn't do that in high school?
I missed that whole
Zero
thing.
down payment levels, and got lots of people to be able to own homes jealous. And what ended up happening is we hit a recession, and all those people started defaulting on their loans, and all those people, not all, a lot of those people lost their homes. It's a false promise, but the bigger question, now that I just actually double-checked where we're at, why is this happening now? Like, do we think there are not enough people who own homes? Like, Jealous, do you know what the home ownership rate is right now?
No, but I know that housing is incredibly expensive.
That's
and
right.
It's shut out to people first time
I agree with you.
buyers.
I agree with you. Housing is incredibly expensive. It's gone up. But would it surprise you to know that the maximum homeownership rate ever was 69%? Where do you think we are right now?
Look, you might like her, you might love her, you might hate her, but she's a person who's actually stood
we're at
for
66%.
for minorities.
So really,
She's stood up for LGBTQ. I've known her here for the last 3.5 years. She's stood up for Jews. She's been an incredible advocate.
Minorities, LGBTQs, and Jews.
And since then, she's against Islamophobia. Anyway, she's against racism, and she stands up for it as well. She's a hell of a person. She's got a good heart. She's very forward and direct about what she says and who she says it to. But she does not deserve to be clipped. Especially not when there are some incredibly horrible, disgusting, problematic people who have been reported numerous times, but we never seem to manage to have their accounts removed permanently. So what I'm asking is people, if you appreciate what she does here, if you appreciate healthy debates, all we're asking is for people to just spend 2 minutes and just click on the link above, write in to Clubhouse to have her account reinstated. That's pretty much it. And if you want to write, a little bit more and say, hey, we've known her on here for 3.5 years. She's a really good character. There must be a mistake. That'd be amazing. And look, my gut feeling is that it might make a difference. And if it does, great, then we can get her account back. But the more people who are making this request at the same time, then that might make an impact for them to be able to do it sooner, if at all. So I just want to thank people in advance. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Ryan. I sent a little blurb up earlier, but it left me with a question as I was doing it. I wrote Kelly from Healthy Debates with the spelling of her name, but it left me wondering if I should have a handle on her or something. I couldn't even remember if she has like a second name on her account. But I wrote Kelly from Healthy Debates. I just was curious if there's a better way to frame her in terms of getting her attention. So that's all. And also, I want to say one other thing about Kelly is that I've heard her spicy, and I think it's great for the room, and I think that her moderation is really good. And so it's interesting when it goes in a spicier direction for a minute. And I think she is restrained enough, and she's very funny in those moments. I also want to say, in my opinion.
I'd actually, thanks, Eric. I'd hazard to say that she's actually one of the best moderators on Clubhouse. And you're right, she's not everybody's cup of tea. She's brazen, she's brash, she's direct, she'll speak her piece, and she causes trouble as well. But we have a lot of fun on here, and she adds a lot of value. So,
Will Kelly get her account back?
Yeah, she's probably one of
the
the
world watches in anticipation.
Who really does add value to the app. So yeah, look, if anybody's got any questions, then feel free to come up. But all we're asking at the moment is really just to spend 2 minutes of your time, go to the very top, click on the link, and write into Clubhouse. Say, please bring it back. I actually do have her handle, and I'll put it in the chat. So if people can do it again, or here we go. That is actually, just about to hit return before I make, there we go. If you write in and say Kelly, Kelley, with that handle, which is at off-brand, yeah, look, that'd be great. Yeah, Ruth, you're spot on. So thanks so much for doing that. Yeah, look, we're going to continue on with the program, just talking. And if we could actually just please, moderators, just make sure that she is mentioned, every so often, and people are reminded about what the topic is about. I really appreciate it. It's getting a little bit late here. I'm going around from room to room to see if people would do that as well. And Adrian, I know what your feelings are, and for the sake of it, I'm going to remove you from the room.
That I am a smart smart. I am a smart.
I'm not gonna lie, a lot of y'all old as shit.
Hold on, Sasha. How old are you, Sasha?
That's why we expect
I'm
more,
still
Sasha.
in my 20s.
You a
That's
baby
why we
too?
expect more, Sasha.
You
You a
are.
baby too, Sasha? God, no.
BBL,
just because you're Asian, we all assumed you were already smart.
Well, thank you. I'll take that positive stereotype. Remember, everyone, there's positive and negative stereotypes.
But go again.
Y'all niggas can't drive though, so alright, wait.
It's okay. It's okay. I
Not
didn't
the
look at
Asian
the
can't
reason.
drive,
Everything is
bro.
okay.
Wow.
I will have you know I have the roundest eyes for driving. Thank you.
That's not saying much. You're also a woman, so there's that part. Oh, shout out to sexism.
She probably drives a Tesla too.
No, she drive a Honda. She Asian. She is a Honda.
Oh, see how she has a red ticket? She's not part of the house.
Yes. Bitch ass, fuck up.
I sent you a message, a private message.
I don't take private messages from men. Only women. I'm not a homosexual. I'm not a raging homosexual like yourself. I like women. I like women. I like women. Women. Swifty, I like women. We're trying to hit on me. No means no. No means no, you faggot. No means no, faggot. We're not gonna kill anything but your fucking self, you pussy ass bitch.
Guys, relax, please. We need order. I just want to say that Afia have a black asshole. And guys, you need to relax. So one under one.
You all bloody idiot.
Afia looks cute. Swifty, you should try hitting on girls, not being a faggot. Because you're just gonna burn in hell, you faggot.
You have black asshole.
It's different. Be careful of them.
And I've been unable to get into this house, right, because I've been reported to this house for no other reason, but I can figure that either nobody's got anything better to do with their lives, or they could be anti-Semitic, or they just don't like what I say sometimes, which, look, I don't know. I don't think I'm too confrontational or... Anyway. Yeah, Eric.
Well, one thing that was kicking around in my mind was that, just even the new update on Clubhouse is kind of aggressive against long-standing rooms, because they put a blurb up there that try to take people out of the room now based on these interests that they require you to put on the update. And so it's just, if she didn't do anything to anybody, you almost have to wonder if Clubhouse is, they seem to be combative against their own users in their new update. So maybe they might have even be kicking people off who are of note. I don't know. I know it's conspiratorial, but the fucking update's weird.
I don't know. Look, it could be a number of different things. I know that there has been there have been a few updates lately, but one would assume you'd actually want to be able to keep the people who've been around and been loyal and good content providers and moderators of conversations, for a little bit longer maybe. But it's just bizarre. By the way, Shay, I hear what you say. Let's go to Chatter. If people are not already on Chatter and want to head over to Chatter, I'm happy to try and help get them to go over there. It's a similar app to this, and it's actually been started by somebody who has been on this app for a long period of time. His name's Nelson. And it's got a lot more functionality what Clubhouse does.
Lord Admiral Nelson of the Chatterword, the Chatterbait.
Over there. This has, I don't think it's got anything to do with us, moving some of our rooms over there at times. It really shouldn't.
Guts for Kelly!
Yeah, look, people, if they want to know more about it, happy to answer those questions. It's in beta stage at the moment, so it's not on public release. And by the way, Malcolm speaks. I don't know why Kelly was clipped. It's not clear to anyone at this point. She doesn't know. I don't know. It wasn't outlined to her in the request to be able to get more information as to why she was clipped. But look, failing this, I've just been going from room to room for people who know me. Just been giving me a little bit of time just to be able to talk about this. failing this, I don't know, maybe go to Twitter and see whatever we can do on there. But yeah, again, if people want to come over and chatter, you're very welcome to be able to do so. Just hit me up and I'll see what I can do.
Rohan, was it in the particular room? When did this happen? Like, what's the context?
That's the whole thing, Matt. She doesn't know. It hasn't been outlined to her. I wouldn't have a clue. She's requested information that hasn't been forthcoming. And to top it off, even the 24 hours beforehand, she told me that she was actually quite well behaved. She wasn't hurt. Sometimes we know that she can go maybe close to the line, maybe a little over the line sometimes. But look.
That's not true.
She
just draws her own line and she doesn't cross it. And I mean, the number of testicle sacks that Kelly has as trophies that she wears around her neck on her string is impressive. Out of all the moderators and all the people in debates, Kelly is one of those that can pack you up faster than a Christmas present being torn open on Christmas Day. So, she can.
Have you been traumatized by that in the past or something, Brett?
What, Christmas? Yeah.
Somebody opening up your presents in front of you, just ripping the paper off.
I want to be honest, I don't really like Kelly. She's kind of bitchy and shit, but there's literally people on this app that actively talk about, killing white people, actively in rooms. And, they don't get banned. So, what the fuck?
Look, I mean, 10, look, I get it. Look, she's not everybody's cup of tea. I've been fortunate to be able to see, a really amazing side of her. She's a very giving, warm-hearted person. I know that, for some people, she's incredibly abrasive. And for that matter, maybe for me as well. But you're right. The contrast about who she is and what she's been on this app compared to some of the... Geez, I've got to be choice about my words now. Some of the harmful individuals who have not just been racist, bigoted, homophobic, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and holding rooms, day in, day out, denigrating people, bullying people, even getting people off the app. And those people are still not clipped. They're still running around the streets of Clubhouse as if they've got a total immunity. And it's the contrast between that is just insane.
I still see them right now. I'm like, wow, I remember these guys from years ago. Why are they still here?
I don't know, it's bizarre. So look, I mean, before I go to David, hang on for a sec. Can I just get people, please, to just click on the link above, just write in Clubhouse and say, please bring Kelly back, have her account unsuspended, that'd be great. Her handle was put into the chat as well. If somebody could put that in there again, that'd be fantastic. And David, I'll go to you.
No, I really appreciate her in a room and the fact that she doesn't take prisoners and speaks her mind and, where you stand. And we have, you, Rohan, know firsthand, we have a wide variety of people here. I think what Brad said is actually very correct. And people need moderation, and she does it in her own style where you have no doubt in your mind what's going on, but I've supported her in other ways when people complain, and she's been very gracious to me as well. So there's two sides to every story. I went to the link at the top. Do we need to be more personal, or I just said bring her back? She does a great job in a very difficult situations. Do I need to be more eloquent, or what's going on with that thing at the top? What works best with your words?
Well, I think that if you click on the link, there's a form which is a Clubhouse form.
Right, yeah,
it doesn't belong to anybody else.
I did it.
Yep, great. And if you just write in there, hey, to whom it may concern, whatever, can you please suspend Kelly, Kelley, and bring her back on the app. And I'll put into the chat again what her handle is. And
So there's a handle other than, because I always just see her as Kelly when she's in the room.
Yeah, it'd be Kelly, but if you think that her handle, right, or account name is off-brand, okay? So that'll actually help. So if you go, please ring, please.
Help Kelly, poor Kelly. Poor Kelly. Poor Kelly. What would Kelly do with her life?
Please. You can say something along the lines of, hey, look, she's an incredible moderator. She's a really good person. And
lies upon lies.
I mean, it might make a difference. Who the fuck knows? But
I mean, it's just the amount of hours she'd be willing to spend in a room. She doesn't just come and go unless she physically has to leave or has a.
It's called mental health. Maybe she shouldn't be doing that all the time.
Half a day, it seems like. Yeah, and that alone is amazing.
Look, I mean, she's a great, not just a great person, but a great content provider. And she's one that I think she's one of the best moderators on the app. She will call it as she sees it.
There is not a speck of dust out of place in the universe.
At times, that it blows my mind. But most of all, she is actually just a good human being.
And she's also adapted to other moderators. I mean, he works so well with the people
She's a horrible.
that are at the top that it makes the room stronger rather than, obviously she has her own sharp way of dealing with things. But
there is not a speck of dust out of place in the universe. All lies. She's a horrible person. Mental health. All lies.
People to go down a path.
What happened to Kelly?
Just to really take, as long as they can get along in the room. And people have accused her of being too tolerant of that as well. I mean,
she's a horrible person.
I think there's a fine line, David, because look, when I first, bumped into, the likes of Roger and Kelly and Kelly, look, I mean, seeing, nefarious actors, like some really disgusting people, have the time and day of,
this guy is talking about me.
What the feelings are was like, for me, it was a bit of a normal. It was actually really challenging, to be honest.
It's sick.
But I got it. I actually really got it because, I remember one particular room which we had on here, which I found incredibly challenging. But after working through it, was like, wow, that was incredible. It was a room that went for about an hour and a quarter, an hour and a half. And there was a neo-Nazi, self-professed neo-Nazi up on the stage. And there was no yelling. There was no screaming.
Oh, he's not talking about me, everybody. He's talking about somebody else.
About what motivated him, what his background was, why he felt the way he did.
He was able to reverse engineer a neo-Nazi's brain through a clubhouse hour and a half.
Could actually hear his response and what was going on for him. And it wasn't promoting at all, his values. But
he's platforming neo-Nazis and their struggles with the economy.
And questions were posed towards him in a way that he might actually think about his values and potentially even change for that matter. Now, there are some people I'm not going to entertain that type of conversation with because it depends on the style of the conversation itself. But I appreciate
styles and
that
conversations.
For me, and I know that other people feel the same way. And it's not about promoting these values at all. It's about trying to understand them and to have people.
You gotta understand them in order to defeat them.
Raw is raw right there and then. But some people agree, some people don't.
Oh, well, I want to let David finish. I agree with the preposterous clipping of Kelly in the context of this room.
Preposterous.
So I'm with you. However, I'm wondering though, Ron, officially, why as a Jew do you need any more detail, understanding about a neo-Nazi? What will you gain from it?
Yeah, sure. Look, I think it's a great question.
Look, I think that's a great question.
Look,
Look.
let's take another example, Jane.
Let's take another example, Jane.
We
come across people who anti-Semites. Okay, they come up with this trope and that trope and this bit of misinformation, that bit of misinformation. And look,
as much as
it's tough, it is challenging. When I've got the opportunity to moderate a conversation,
at least we, have a relative amount of ability to be able to probe into and to understand not just why a person thinks the way they do, but to understand the tropes. And look, I mean, after 3.5 years being on this app, my sword has become a lot sharper. However, my shield has become a lot stronger and thicker.
He's got a thick shield and a strong sword.
What their moves are. I understand where they're coming from. I understand more about the tropes and the lines and how to be able to deal with them and effectively become a better communicator and a better individual to be able to talk to these people and these tropes. And that is the reason why I think it's been important for me. And whilst I'm doing it, it's not just about me, it's for about other people to be able to see it in the audience and say, oh, okay, wow, that might be a fact, but it's completely out of context. And then to be able to have something that's a little bit more truthful put into place. And it's not about being right all the time at all. I've had great learning opportunities on this app as a result of...
I'm speaking with neo-Nazis!
So much better and stronger a person as a result of having that. Does that answer your question, Jane?
It does. And of course, as expected, you do make a good point. I just think, I think you and I just have a different boundary on that. And I think it would be interesting someday but I respect yours, and I assume you will respect mine, because you do that. You respect other humans, generally.
Yep.
But in America, and you know this, the lack of, the unhinged free speech people think that these people should be able to just spew vitriol freely. So I don't know. I wonder if there's a difference if you live in a country like yours where that has been managed differently. That's all. So it's an interesting conversation, though, I think.
Oh, look, thanks. No, thanks, Jane. Look, I waltz through these conversations and try and understand
He waltzes.
The freedom of speech, the gun laws, the difference
the gun laws, guns.
In terms of Australia.
Police racism.
America.
Gun ownership.
This stuff that
police racism. Abortion. Women's pay.
How it is in America that
bigotry, racism,
normalized, whereas in Australia it's completely the opposite. And there's a lot of complexity within there to be able to sort of take it apart and say, okay, well, but anyway, that's not for now. But anyway, I appreciate your question, Jane. I hope it sort of answers where I've been coming from. And I'll just quickly say again, because there are a couple of new people in the room, Kelly's count has been clipped, and I'm just asking people, please spend a couple of minutes.
Too funny.
That it happens that way on at the corporate level. Like a choice to ever change what you do as a part of your core competency.
No, we heard that, but what do you think will happen if let's say this whole industry goes out of business, whatever industry? What will happen?
What specific industry?
Well, you said oil, so let's just say all the oil.
Well, I think that's a pretty big assumption that you have that it would just over time because
I don't think it will. But I mean, on my lifetime, I think it will eventually. But you're saying that it's not going to happen. Yeah, you have a whole bunch of people. But I'm saying if an industry falls, what do you think will happen? Like an analyze disappear.
Yeah, like I'm not able to really build anything that can hold water because I don't think that's a optional outcome. Like there's never going to be a day that the energy companies are. Yeah.
Well, I mean, all the people that used to make horse whips are all out of business. All the people all the cattle feeders that were raising horses are all out of business. Like, we've seen industries fall. Like all the dock workers in New York are out of business because now it's automated. Like, there's a bunch of business. The point is, what happens is it's usually more gradual. You're right, and there is friction, and towns do die, and towns get into trouble, like local areas. But overall, we're all better for it. So you're right that it's not going to be like this, like magical, like all these people will just all of a sudden go into the new industry. But with the friction and like early retirement and dash dreams, society ends up winning.
Well, I definitely agree with you there. It's just that like there's a big case from Kodak in the late '80s. You know, it's kind of this like a business school case that everyone, it's the very first case that like you always will study, and it's about the idea that like a big organization just truly believed that it was always going to be about the hard copy photograph, and they put so much money in, but it's very rare that happens. And so what's going to happen, at least for oil, and I know it's different for each industry, is the energy producers of yesterday will be the energy producers of tomorrow, because unlike that crack whip, there's a ton of capital injection and there's a ton of earnings, cash flows, because they prioritize that because of the huge amount of depreciation that they get to be able to deduct in the inversion transactions and all the tax credits. So oftentimes they target having great cash flow. And so like anyone who's got, all that fucking power and money is going to be able to change as long as you're humble and smart and open to say, hey, oil's not going to be here forever, because it's not. But I'm not going to go blindly into the pasture just trying to drill up as much as possible. And so that's why you have Exxon and Chevron and Hess own a shit ton of the carbon capture patents. And they're not just trying to buy them and sit on them. They're actually creating technologies. And they're actually testing them. And they have whole internal organizations that are, internal venture capital groups. And so, they could be putting a lot more pedal to that metal, but they're certainly not going to be caught with their pants down and say, we had all this money, but like some other company is going to come around and be that superpower. That's not what's going to happen for like EVs, Chevron and Duke and all these other companies. They will be the energy providers because it's not going to happen to where it's just this small, hey, because everyone else is, completely closing their eyes, that a small cap startup with small amount of capital could ever outbid or outproduce or perform. So, it'd be very, very difficult for these energy companies to not. Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. Do you think we would benefit if, as a country, we unburdened ourselves from the energy companies of the past and reburdened ourselves with the energy companies in the
I know that country, you mean like Israel, or which country are you talking about?
He's joking. That was good. It took me a while. That was both pretty funny and a good question. So do you want me to just acknowledge that it was good? So it depends on what you mean by that it would do us good, because that's obviously extremely objective or subjective. Sorry. And so I guess it just, there's a ton of people out there that have their own definitions of what the world really needs, to change for the good. That could be a person that's on the left side that's, that's angry about the pollution and the homelessness and the fact that anyone who's exposed, to highway type fumes, that, that is a very, small specific conversation, but it has to do with oil technically. And then you could talk about it on an economic level, like, well, how about that? And so it just depends on how you mean it would do a lot of good and unburden us. Because currently I can't really think of a lot of like how I would say we are burdened by being tethered to that black ooey gooey gold. Unless, there's like something on your mind. Geopolitically, maybe? I don't know.
No, I was mostly just making a joke.
Right, yeah. Okay, well, I tried, yeah.
Well, I know how we're
Belt and Road Initiative.
Well, I know how we're. Can you hear me?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. So I know how we're burdened by oil, and most because if you look at the pretty much every product in America, it all has oil in it in some way, shape, or fashion. Look at our food, it's the herbicides, pesticides, fertilizer, all that stuff. So that's one way in which we're burdened by. So if anything happens to oil, that's the whole economy. Period. So we need more diversity in materials, so that if something happens to oil, we're not stuck because that's the only option we have. That's why I like the fact that we have different companies, startups that are trying to work on alternatives to plastics and stuff like that. We have mushroom plastic, hemp plastic, and stuff like that. So we can wean ourselves off of these oil-based products. So if something does happen to oil, we're basically still good because we have these different alternatives that'll save us from anything that happens to oil.
All right.
And thank you for supporting a pretty psychotic woman and actually making sense. I'm burdened by the past of Democrats coming to the stage and having no concept of what they're about to say. So,
I mean, technically it was right. It's just,
I'm sincerely saying I appreciated his point. It was clear, articulate, and actually would make a difference that would be beneficial for the.
Yeah, and it's not burdening me. It's in my immediate past. It was only a second ago, but it's not. I'm okay. I'm unburdened by it. What he said.
Almost like the triple progressive,
We think for Kamal stuff.
Whenever I hear that expression, it always sounds very dog whistling to me because
which expression?
The unburdened, but what has been, because it does have that whole idea.
It's a joke, though, right? It was a clip from Kamala, right?
No, I know, but it is very post-structural.
Oh, she said it 35 times, and listen to what it really means. Andre's going to explain what it really means. It wasn't just a word salad. It was an evil thought.
Yeah, it's very postmodern in its idea that you take all the structures that preceded you, and you go into deconstruct them. You go into put them inside out and completely neglect what the shoulders of the tightness upon which you stand. And even though it sounds kind of for the millennials and whatnot, it sounds kind of cool and hip with it. We're young, we're taking the world by the storm, but in reality, it sounds extremely dog whistly to me every time I hear.
You should unburden yourself from that idea.
Yeah, you.
It gets even more evil when you juxtapose it with her statement, "You didn't fall from a coconut tree," because that is weirdly said. But the true philosophy, you didn't just fall from a coconut tree. But she says it regarding only race, not regarding our institutions that actually have better society. So she wants to unburden the past and burn everything down and start again, except for race, which is truly evil.
That's always a very interesting thing for me to see that kind of flexible interpretation of what race is, because in their tenets, the crits and whatnot and all adjacent wokies, they do say that it is a social construct, yet they essentialize it as if it was some immutable quality of an individual that directs him in a certain in a certain way and informs about his behavior. It's just very bizarre how they make him that flip flop whenever it's convenient. Oh, and it's deeply anti-conservative. That's another very interesting, because Unburdened by What Has Been is basically saying down with tradition, burn the whole thing down.
Yeah, it's the most progressive you can get.
Maybe the conservatives could try to be cool rather than rich and old and. Do you go to comedy shows, Mayor?
No, not typically.
Because that's kind of a industry that gets caught up in kind of what happened with her, that she goes on the road and she takes the same bits just like comedy does, but comedy's a lot more protective of not having it get out just on any Instagram page. So because look, if I'm going out to Spokane and then the next day I'm going to fucking Toledo, am I going to redo my speech for Toledo? Probably not. And there's going to be at least something I'm going to repeat. And if I think it's hot fire, like if I think it's a fire sort of a thing, then, I'm going to fucking lean into it. So it's cringe, but at the same time, it's like, what do you expect? A brand new speech at, for Toledo? Not for Toledo? No.
No, I'm not criticizing the fact that it's repeated. That I get. I'm criticizing the philosophy. Hey,
Toledo?
Tommy, I have a whole new question for you. I got a new phone, and this is like, sorry to everyone in the room, and I messed myself up. And I had a podcast I would listen to sporadically that I suggested to you.
Yeah.
And I can't find it.
Okay, but you do recall that when I told you that I like, you're the only one who's ever suggested a podcast, and you just denied it. Like, you're like, I've never heard of it.
No, that's not what happened. What happened was I was surprised that I suggested to you, because it's not one of the regular podcasts that I consume. I only do it sporadically. Okay. And I was surprised that you like, and I was actually happy. So because it's sporadic, I lost it. So I need it back.
Okay, well, I'm going to make you sweat a little bit here. And I didn't know that. I thought that I was just like, I thought I was crazy. I thought I was going crazy because you were like,
no, I'm sorry if I did that. I was just surprised because it was like, I can't give it. Like, if you told me it was something that I suggest often, like, I've mentioned Neil Postman probably more times than I should have. So you're like, oh, I read that. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
like,
it was your ego more, because you know who I got hooked on it is.
Yeah, I do know. I do know.
Loves it, dude. She is obsessed with it, and it's the only time. But so it's called. I forget if you're asking what it's called or if you're asking me to send it to you.
Either one, but I could just type it to Spotify now.
Well, I'm going to make you sweat a little bit more. So how do you listen to podcasts? Spotify?
Yeah, mostly Spotify.
Okay.
I'll listen to news sometimes on Apple Podcasts, but mostly Spotify.
All right.
Thank you. I'll sweat, and then you'll sound it. And then I'm sorry for boring the room.
No,
I had to get that back.
Well, I'm going. Here's like what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you, and I don't do this. This is just for a limited time, but I kind of keep a repository of just all the shit and the bits that I do. I recorded a podcast during COVID, but I didn't tell anyone. It was just a way to be able to get, like, my shit out. And sometimes I pepper in some impressions and shit. So I'm going to combine those two. I'm going to say, hey, enjoy 2 podcasts, which, so I'm going to make you be burdened by my past.
Is this a limited time offer, like a BOGO?
Yeah, I mean,
get one free?
It is, and you can listen to as much or as little as you want, and I'm okay with it. But yeah.
Now, Toby, you have to release the name to the rest of the room, because now I'm interested. What is it?
Yeah.
What is the podcast?
I gotta get a better idea.
Is it about the Beatles?
No. I gotta get a better idea of what, I would want to, toss your way, because you're a tough crowd, and I can't take the heat if you guys eat me alive. Can't do it. I won't do it.
They're not a very forgiving group.
Mm. All right, man. Here's what you're asking for, and then I'm going to give you the payoff.
Okay, thank you. I got it. I kept thinking it was Inquire. I don't know why.
Acquire?
Inquire magazine.
Oh.
And I don't know why I thought that.
That's fair.
Hey, pretend we're not here.
Okay, the podcast I was asking about is the Commentary magazine.
I'm aware.
I know.
They're very different.
Because when I did it, rude, and I got everyone curious.
Did you know Commentary and Dissent recently merged, and they're called Dysentery?
That's cute. That's clever.
It's from a movie.
That's an old joke.
One of my favorite movies.
Okay, I'm done with the chat.
But you barely participated.
Well, I've been texting them.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it wasn't that engaging. You successfully have sent all the cats ready to the chat.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really good at chatting.
The funniest comment is calling someone a communist in the U.S. is simply a way of saying someone is superior and overqualified.
What?
Someone in the chat wrote, calling someone a communist in the U.S. is simply a way of saying someone is superior and overqualified.
No, yeah, but how does that make any sense?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's why I said it's like even that comment is exactly what
So I think
it
that
means
you're
to be a
taking
communist.
it, I think that might be taking it as an insult without any background, and like when the Democrats would call Nazis, you know, the guys that are more conservative. It's like, yeah, it's supposed to be an insult, but there's actually no comparison, right, between Nazis and what they stand for. And so maybe they are thinking that we're calling them communists in the same way, but no, we're calling them communists because they're actually communists.
Well, boomer conservatives
they're standing up for policies
boomer
that
conservatives
are.
do that. They call people that don't like communists as just like a generic insult. That is true.
Yeah.
But
you noted that, I mean, their left is so bad at memeing and joking. I mean, it doesn't work for them.
They're cucks. I think it's more of like everybody's advocating for more of like a fascistic government at this point. I mean, I don't like ideologically. I don't think anybody is like in the like, oh, we gotta go for workers and the bourgeoisie are evil and like it's just power. It's just a power grab at this point.
But you know what? At this point, honestly, I fail to see a difference between the right and the left. I don't think that we're living a moment where there is the right and there's the left and they're different. No. It's not a left, right, conservative, liberal fight. I think that this is common sense versus, I don't know how to call it even.
That's still a right left divide. Because you could.
Yeah, dude, but still, yeah, but you know what? When I hear the Republicans, I feel that they're also for a lot of these very authoritarian policies. You know, you might agree with them in a few other values because they differ a little bit in economy. You know, but it's not that different. They're just fighting each other with lies and truths and.
That's where I thought that's true. So
yeah,
basically what's happened in America is the Democrats are the party of terrible ideas and the Republicans are the party of absolutely no ideas. And the Republicans do not correct Democrat mistakes. They just stop new ones. Or if they claim to, they might push it off one election cycle. That's all they're doing. They're not actually coming up with good policy or undoing things that they campaigned against last election cycle.
And I feel that the Conservative Party or the right or however you want to call them, they're being pulled to the left because right now what the Conservative Party stands for is neither too conservative. They're still liberal, you know, and I don't know. They are being pulled to the left, I guess, and the left has gotten communistic.
Wait, Maya, can I push back a little bit just for the sake of discussion?
No. You can push back all you want, honey.
I'm talking to Mayor, sweetie.
Please.
Oh.
Let the mayor
Wow.
talk. God,
Woman,
God's
shut
sake.
up. Go make your
You just can't
sandwich,
push back for the sake of
woman.
trolling, but you can push
Sorry,
back.
I
Lisa
apologize.
just asked you to give a good, nice pushback. Give it to
Women never let men talk. It's just unbelievable.
I apologize, Norm. I'm going to
Okay,
go
thank
back to
you.
my sandwich. Sorry.
Thank you.
Your sandwich.
This, I'm not even feeling. I'm not even feeling like this is a safe space. All right. So, in terms of Trump, I don't know if you consider him a Republican, but he had a lot of ideas. He had the idea of really beefing up the military. He had the idea of shutting down the border, essentially. I'm saying hyperbolically. He had those were great ideas. He had the idea of the, what do they call it again? The travel vetting. I'm trying to avoid calling it a Muslim ban. Whatever that was one of the world's worst ideas. He had the idea. With that?
It's under the same banner as shutting down the border.
No, I'm talking about the southern border as opposed to that
I'm
bizarre thing.
saying it's the same idea.
I want to make a distinction. Because it was coming in the airports as opposed to the southern border, and it got misnamed a Muslim ban, and he left himself open to looking ridiculous with that. That was a bad idea. Shutting down the border, I think, is a good idea.
Well,
in the southern border.
Muslim ban, but let's not digress.
Say again? My mayor. No. Incorrectly. I forgot what they call it. Enhanced vetting, whatever you want to call it. I'll give it whatever the right name it is. It's just that one didn't work. Lowering the corporate tax rate, I thought that was a terrific idea. But I think it probably worked. The idea of holding NATO's feet to the fire, threatening to withdraw from it and having them beef up their contributions, like say particularly Germany, whatever it has to be, 2%. I think that was very helpful and anticipated the problem we're having with Russia. So I was thinking, here was a really bad idea. I'm just showing that I don't know if Trump is a Republican or not, but he does have ideas. I mean, I don't think Mitch McConnell said the best thing he ever did.
Your pushback in my pithy line wasn't fully correct, and we can also go through the Democrats.
Okay, I don't mean to nitpick you either.
No, it's fine. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just saying, the same Republicans have zero ideas, and every Democrat idea is terrible is definitely an extremist political statement, but I think you generally agree. So lowering the corporate tax rate, I think, was a good idea, but then he also just messed up the personal tax with no benefit. It was just like he took a pot of stew and spun it. Well, I can go through some of that if you want to bore the room, but there was no good reason to get rid of the sound deduction and then beef up the child tax credit. It's like a bunch of stuff just made no sense.
That's interesting.
So the only thing he did in there, which is really interesting, he lowered the corporate tax rate, and because of that, he gave it 20% free on pass-throughs because the pass-through would have been higher than the corporate tax rate. So he did that, and then everything else was money. And just confusing to the fresh, we have to just relearn tax law for absolutely no good reason. He also did not simplify it at all. He might have put it onto one paper, but all he did was put more schedules behind it. So his postcard didn't happen. When you talk about the southern border, he did do a good job while he was president, but didn't create any bills, which is really my critique on all of Trump's policies. He did some very good executive orders, sort of really horrible rhetoric, and then just mediocre bills. Like, he didn't codify them into law. So what I mean is, he pushed back for an election cycle, but then Biden opened the floodgates. So that was really my main critique, that all Republicans are doing is stopping the Democrats one election cycle at a time. They're not actually reversing the policies and going back to free market conservatism. Like, J.D. Vance is not a free market conservative.
So he wasn't able to make enduring policy. He couldn't make an enduring change. That's Trump.
I mean,
I also want to make
your pitch for the second term, which I agree with, is I didn't do it the first time. I didn't make anything last. Biden just came into office and he was a dictator on day one and ripped up every executive order. Now, some of them he quite
That's true.
did. So that's my main critique. We agree in the main, and yeah, I was trying to say a pithy overstatement. So it's not like
Okay, acceptable then. I want to mention a couple of other things. Repeal and replace was a complete bomb, and to this day they're going to have trouble living that down. But the only reason that, well, there's two reasons. One, substantive. I don't know what they had, but I don't think they had anything. I think it was the shell game. And strategically, he pissed off John McCain, and John McCain is not a guy to mess with, right? And that, so he lost politically, and he lost in terms of content. Wait, I thought I had one other thing. Now oh yeah, Mitch McConnell said that the best thing he ever did in his career, and this is an indicative of what you're saying, the lack of ideas, is not bringing Merrick Garland up for to be considered in the Judicial Committee. What's funny about that is that, first of all, it was a gamble. He didn't know he would win. And secondly, it's not something that he did. It's just something that he didn't do. It's like his best idea was inaction, which is, I think, is sort of funny. It did change everything, I would say, but it's also funny in what a sort of a passive thing it was that he did. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The Supreme Court now? Yeah. And by the way, a fifth thing that Trump did that's quite enduring, and I think saved the country in many ways, were his Supreme Court nominations. I have to say, I think they were fantastic.
That's a long-lasting one. That one,
They were very good. They are very constitutionalist.
Well, Kavanaugh.
Fantastic.
Kavanaugh wasn't great. He was okay, but the other.
Okay, Kavanaugh not great.
You're not a Democrat anymore, Norm.
I'm
You're not a Democrat anymore.
Of course I am.
If you think those were good choices, you're not a Democrat.
Not good choices, fantastic choices that may have saved the country.
Philip, what is wrong with them? Tell me. They're constitutional.
Well, they're not political. They're not Republican.
I don't think they're political.
Of course they are.
No, they're not allowed to be.
Yeah, but they are. Every single judge on the Supreme Court is an activist. Every single judge on the Supreme Court is an activist judge. They're all activist judges. Every single one of them.
Yes.
No, the entire court's been politicized by both parties. Both parties.
The one that died, the Ruth, whatever, that she was an activist.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah.
Activist judge, and I love her, but an activist judge.
Well,
then
the label loses meaning if it applies to everyone.
No, he's right. The Democrat elected judges are activists, and what he doesn't like is that the conservative judges actually follow the Constitution. You cannot give me one.
No, but hold on. Wait a second. That's uncharitable because it's legitimate to have different legal philosophies about how to read the Constitution. That's legitimate.
Yeah, but you
can't. It's not about activism.
You can't show me a ruling that the Republican elected judges have done and has helped them politically. I can show you rulings that the Democrats
overturning Roe v. Wade.
There
you go.
Politically, that helped them politically.
They think it did. They think it did, and that's why they did it.
No, that's not why they did
it. They think it did? This is based on your mind reading?
They returned the rights to the states.
It's literally the only issue that the Democrats are winning on. And they did it because it's unconstitutional, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg had admitted it was unconstitutional.
Correct.
So they
what
actually
she did was unconstitutional.
It will cause women to die.
Completely
irrelevant. How? You know what it will cause? It will cause women to close their legs when they're not prepared to have.
So you want to criminalize sex?
Then I'm against.
You want to criminalize sex then?
No,
but only for women.
They can use condoms. They can use other types of contraceptives.
So what about vasectomies? What about vasectomies for men? Reversible vasectomies for men between 18 and 35.
You can get a free one at the DNC right now.
Completely.
No, you can't.
Yes.
You cannot get a vasectomy at the DNC.
They're offering it right now.
The Democratic party is not offering them, you morons.
I said at the DNC, schmuck. Schmuck, I didn't say the Democratic Party. I said at the DNC. At the convention.
Hey, they have an abortion bus at the convention.
And a vasectomy bus. Yes, they do.
Let's stay on topic for 1 second. What the argument here was that the conservative nominated judges, meaning Gorsuch and whatever her name was, did things for political reasons. The only issue that Democrats are winning on is abortion. The only issue. They literally have 18-foot statues of IUDs at the convention. They're giving out free vasectomies and abortions at the convention as a statement. That is the only. So the only thing left that you could say is that you have a belief based on nothing that they did it on a false thought that it would help them. It didn't help them. It is the worst issue.
So they miscalculated. So that's a miscalculation. So they miscalculated them. So they miscalculated, and you know why they miscalculated? You know why they miscalculated? Because they misunderstand. They misunderstand. They misunderstand. Yeah, okay. They misunderstood what the majority of Americans want, which is safer and legal.
They read polls just like you. This was an ethical choice.
That's a complete conjecture on yours.
It was a completely unethical choice. It will cause women to die.
By the way,
cause women to die. That's unethical.
Well, that's your theory, but you're not a statistician or a doctor.
You're not anything, Norm. Stop with the personal attack. Stop with the personal. Stop with the personal attacks. Stop with the passive aggression. Stop with the passive aggression, know-it-all nonsense.
I'm gonna make you a cupcake if you can keep crying.
You're fucking bull.
No, I'm not a bull.
Wait. Caleb
You're a pussy, Rabbi.
Hold on. Caleb and Norm, I thought you guys were on the same side. What's going on here?
Somebody likes to make personal attacks.
Absolutely not on the same side.
I'll get you a box of
Norm is a bully and a sanctimonious fucking asshole.
Can you imagine a man calling another man a bully?
Yeah,
Come on,
I
Norm,
just did it.
listen.
I just did it, Norm.
You're a pussy.
Norm. You want some data? Actually?
Okay, so
everybody knew that 50% of the country supported the right to abortion, and they knew it tue.
Can we have the mic to agent for a break?
Yeah, I will, but I keep getting interrupted. Back to the topic on hand. You have pure conjecture. You have no evidence to say that they did this for political reasons. It was politically terrible, and most Republicans support it because it was within the Constitution. So when you actually brought up a case that proves my point, conservative elected judges follow the Constitution regardless of it helping their party, and the Democrats are the ones that say this. And the only reason why you're assuming they did it for political reasons is because you want judges that do things for political reasons, not because that's the truth.
Everybody wants judges that support their politics.
For political reasons.
No.
They did it for religious reasons. They believe that
They
life
did it for constitutional reasons. Now it's
No. It's a violation.
You're very far in that.
As a Jew, it violates my religious freedoms to believe that life begins at birth and not at conception.
It does not violate your religious freedoms.
I mean, you can argue that like you're violating. You can't say that. I mean, it's my religion that I can murder other people. I mean.
No. You're misreading it, and Mayor, you'll be able to understand this, okay?
If I can say it without getting interrupted, I can actually get
You're very far away.
Yeah, Matt, hey, you're going to say it. Religious freedom for Jews. Go ahead, Matt.
So
I've always believed that.
There's a sense in Judaism that life begins at birth and not at conception. And if I'm forced to go through with a pregnancy, that makes me, I'm saying as a woman here, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak for women here, but I'm just doing it.
Just go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So that my religious freedom to not go through with a pregnancy that's going to either cause me to have emotional distress or cause me risk of my health, which would be reasons within Judaism to allow for abortion, that would prevent me from doing so because their religious rights are life begins at conception. It seems to be really down religious line.
Okay, so religion, just because the religion allows it doesn't mean it becomes a right. That is a terrible argument. According to the Jewish religion, you could import sugar to any country. It doesn't mean that they put a embargo on Cuba. It's violating your religious right to import sugar. It's not how religious rights work. It's a negative. This is a negative. You have in Judaism, it's okay to have an abortion under the circumstances that you just mentioned. It doesn't mean it does right. So in the case where it endangers a woman's life, every state allows for it.
Not in
Every
Texas.
state allows
Not in
every.
Texas.
That's a lie. That's
Just
a lie.
wait. Just wait. There are people who don't want to. Just wait. They don't want to take it. They don't want to give that.
So
They don't want to give that.
So now you just went to a very narrow point now, and everyone agrees with you. So if the woman's life is in risk, now we're talking about a very different thing. But it's still not a constitutional right like Casey First Planned Parenthood tried to pretend it was, and then write into it viability, which is not a thing, and create a really terrible law. So when these conservative judges actually read the Constitution, it was not a violation of religious rights. Now you have a very strong argument within your state to say abortion should be allowed in every instance.
No, you're missing the argument. The argument wasn't that they did it in order to restrict religious rights. The argument is that the impact, the effect of their judgment ends up restricting religious rights.
That's not a religious right.
No, I didn't. No, I did not. Why do you guys think nobody listens? You guys are so fucking your heads up your asses.
You're the one who said 50 times nobody listens. I never said it once.
Don't exist in Texas.
But that is not a religious right just because the religion allows it. It's just not.
If it is a religious obligation, the American system has very typically stayed out of those decisions because they don't want to get muddied up.
I didn't want to do this, but I will. So does that mean that because the Quran says to punish with death anyone that speaks against the Quran or the Prophet, they should be killed? Then does that mean that it's their freedom of religion, so that they are not offended, so that they should be able to do that?
No, Issa, this is a particular case. We're only dealing with this case right now, not
but
general religion.
So,
but we're not extrapolating it right now. No, we're not extrapolating it right now. We're talking about this specific case and its restriction on religious practice.
That's the reason why I'm making it a more extreme thing. Because it's
I understand, but that's not the correct.
I'm not touching the topic.
It muddies the issue.
It clarifies the issue.
Issa, it muddies the issue. It muddies the issue. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, and I'll explain why. I'll explain why, you fucking conservative bully. Okay. Jesus Christ!
No, now you're gonna let me talk because you're the one being nasty and you're the one who personal attacked. So I just want to remind you that neither Roe v. Wade nor Casey versus Planned Parenthood mentions the First Amendment. The terrible law of Roe v. Wade mentions about 9 amendments in this penumbra. It does not talk about religious rights even once. This Casey versus Planned Parenthood, which has uprooted Roe v. Wade, talks about.
You're not addressing mine. You're not addressing mine and Matt's argument. No, you're not. You're absolutely not. You are absolutely not addressing it. Fine. If you want to be, if you want to be obstinate and ignore the actual conversation we're having, that's up to you. But
neither one.
You're not addressing our argument.
I am. And if you stay on mute, you'll probably Matt, you're very far and you're interrupting. Matt, you're very far away and you're interrupting. Neither of these two cases address. You're still very far. Neither of these two cases address.
I'd like to hear from Matt. I'd like to hear from Matt. Mayor's spoken enough.
Yeah, does it work now?
Yes, Matt.
Yeah.
Give me a minute because I finished.
I'll talk up you.
Again. Matt, give me a minute. Neither of these two cases talk about the religious argument. So when Jackson was brought up against those two cases, that decision was done correctly. If you want to now bring another case on the First Amendment, you can go ahead and do that. I think it's a terrible case. But Jackson does not have the right to bring in a new argument that was never discussed in the case that was brought up. That's not how our Constitution went.
All right, so
you're misunderstanding.
Obviously, I'm misunderstanding.
They might avoid using the First Amendment in these cases, but that's because religion is messy. They would try to get to it any other way. That being said, every single congressman that has brought this up, every single senator that's brought this up, has said that it's their imperative as a Christian to believe that life begins at conception, and that's why they do what they do. The Supreme Court might not say that, but I think a lot of them believe that from their religious, and also because the people that put them into office, voted into office, believe that way. That's why they do it.
But that's not their constitutional argument.
But Matt,
meaning they're not going about the Constitution, they're going about their view of religion.
Well,
Well, no, their arguments are constitutional, that it's not in the Constitution.
What you're saying now is that the reason they're against it is for religious reasons. That's very likely that's true. But it's not constitutional right but it's not a constitutional right to have an abortion because they don't like it. That doesn't give you the constitution. The argument of Roe v. Wade was there's a constitutional right to an abortion. That's ridiculous. Now, if you want to write an amendment, go ahead and do it. If you want to bring a religious right, you have to bring that case. That was never adjudicated yet. And I think it's a terrible argument. So you are right in your critique of Christians and saying that the only reason they're against it is because of religious reasons. But that's not what we're discussing when we were discussing why Amy Coney Barrett overturned Casey versus Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, and one more point of just a nuance, that life begins at conception is not limited to the religious views. I think it is a biological fact, and most of the biologists agree with it. I think the people who are pro-choice would do better for their own argument if they focus on the personhood and the rights of the person when they discuss it.
They are. That's why. That's why the pro-choice. That's why the pro-choice camp really does not deal with the question of conception or viability. Well, the arguments are not about that. The arguments aren't about that. The arguments are about bodily autonomy and human personhood.
And just another parenthesis, sex and gender are assigned at conception as well.
No, sex is assigned at conception. And not even at conception, because there is no sex. There is no sex at conception. There is no sex at conception. When you have your first ultrasound,
you already know. You immediately know if it's XX or XY.
You don't immediately know. It takes a number of weeks. You do not immediately know.
But it's determined.
If you were to do a genetic test, you would know.
Yeah.
Fine. If you were to do a genetic test, you would say X. You would see XX, XY. Whatever.
Yeah, you would know.
Whatever.
But genetic tests are not done because it's dangerous baby.
Well, you need a couple of weeks until some dead cells in the mother's blood that you can do the test.
Michael, are you doing the silent commentary?
Yeah, he's doing that.
Silent every time.
He's doing the stressful commentary. Please don't.
Wait, 14 weeks is what? Sex.
I hate all of your politics.
Caleb, you love politics.
Caleb,
a mishmash of
snaps.
To your point, I mean, the more I think nuanced people do argue the way you're outlining it, but very many arguments, like people get stuck on when is it actual, a human being. I've heard those, like on Clubhouse, there was a period of time when people were saying things like, "Oh, it's not a person until it breathes. It's not a person until it has, or it's."
That's the Jewish position.
It's not a,
the soul enters the body with the first breath.
Norman, that's the Jewish position. That's not the biological position. So now
it's also Ayn Rand's. It's also Ayn Rand's position. She believes that rights are conferred. Yeah, but I'm just saying there is a position to craft out that says you can put the start of life wherever you want, but full legal human rights only begin at birth. And those are and that's a clean way. And that's a clean, and that is a clean way to differentiate.
The Supreme Court has used viability. That's been the basis of the Supreme Court.
That was overturned, dude. But Caleb, you're missing the entire context. But you're missing the entire context as to why she believed that, though, and it's because of the fundamentals of what a right is. And
exactly.
You can't.
I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah, but you can't use that argument specifically because you disagree fundamentally with what that is. So.
Well, I don't know that I would disagree fundamentally. I think our fundamental disagreement is where rights come from, not what the rights are.
No, definitely. Like if you would say a right is healthcare, you and I fundamentally disagree on what rights are.
I would subsume healthcare under other more fundamental, bigger rights, like the right to life.
Well, these are judicial philosophies. One is the living Constitution as per Breyer, and one is the literal Constitution as per Scalia. It's really very clear. So
Exactly. I'm a Breyer guy.
Well, you're entitled to be. So is RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, of blessed memory.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, it's
a legitimate position. It's a legitimate position.
But so the opposite is a legitimate position as well.
Absolutely. It's absolutely legitimate.
So now it wasn't done politically reasonable, legitimate constitutional position.
That's exactly right.
You know, generally.
You know, well, wait. We should stamp this moment because we've just established that case, Mayor. I'm glad you came out and said that. We've now established that this was a legitimate result of judicial philosophy, not political.
So were the dissents. The dissents are also legitimate legal opinions.
Absolutely. They were just outnumbered. That's democracy.
That's right. So let's just say it's not just the majority that has legitimacy over their legal reasoning.
According to most
According
to most constitutional scholars, Roe v. Wade and Casey Bernfeld Barrett has been taught for the last 50 years as the case.
Way to not respond to what I said again, Mayor. Good job.
Well, he already took apart your argument by you yourself said it was not political; it was constitutional. So there's no more need to respond once the argument has been won.
I think that commitments to judicial philosophies are by and large informed by politics.
Wait, but hold on. I mean, obviously, it's not the role of the federal government to dictate like whether abortion should be legal or not, though.
Why not? It's for them to adjudicate whether it's a right found in the Constitution or not. And on that, you can have reasonable disagreement.
It's pretty silly to say it's a right enshrined in the Constitution. It's not like they weren't aware.
It's a legitimate. Yeah, but they did abortions all the time. In most years, most of American history, abortion was legal.
It was also criminalized.
Only later. Only much later.
The constitutional point, where is it in the Constitution backed up? I'd like to.
That's what I'm saying. The Constitution, which is, let's be frank, not a single sovereign state document. It is an organization of a group of states, a club of states, the United States. Within that document, it cedes most legal decisions in terms of criminal or permissible activity to each state to define unto their own. The federal government would not have, within its founding documents, and it doesn't, any principles regarding murder or theft or rape. Because those are not federal issues. Those are criminal state issues, which is why many people argued that abortion and its criminality or permissibility should be left to the states that control all criminality. Which is why Roe was overturned, because it was a stupid ruling.
Well, what do you think about gay marriage then, in that case?
Gay marriage is not enshrined in the Constitution. Like, you can do what you want with it.
I understand that. So my question is, do you find that equivalent to Roe v. Wade? And then you open to a reversal of Obergefell.
Even if they reverse Obergefell at this point, it's federal law defining marriage. So they go through the legislative process.
Abortion is very clearly the federal government stepping in.
Wait, it's federal law?
You can't do something illegal and prohibited without stepping on the state's toes. But the question is,
no, wait. I need a clarification of facts.
Why you want to?
Wait, I want to hear. No, Michael, you're talking over something. Is it a law or is it?
After Jackson, they proposed a new law which overturns DOMA. It's called Sanctity of Marriage Act. You can look it up, and it enshrines in law. So it's not a constitutional.
Wait, I don't know what Jackson is, and I don't know what DOMA is, unless you mean the mess.
No, after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Okay, that's okay, Roe v. Wade.
After Roe v. Wade was overturned, they said, what if Obergefell was overturned? So what they should have done with Roe v. Wade 50 years ago is they passed a federal law signed by both the Democrat Party, signed by both houses, called Sanctity of Marriage Act. That's what the name of drop. That overturns DOMA. DOMA defends the Marriage Act. DOMA, which was passed in the 90s, which defines marriage between one man and one woman, has now been overturned. It's all over the law of the land. So if for some odd reason the Supreme Court would overturn Obergefell, Sanctity of Marriage Act would kick in, and it is now a law passed by the legislators.
Well, they could evaluate that for its constitutionality.
But then they would have to say it's unconstitutional, which you're not going to get a constitutional argument for. That's what they'd have to do. They have to say that this law of sanctity of marriage is unconstitutional, and it's not. So I don't believe it's a constitutional right. It's also not unconstitutional. You don't have either way. Now we have a law.
Baruch Hashem, people can start their families in ways that are good for them. Thank God.
That's a non sequitur.
Think about it.
You mean so gay people can get married and have kids with women?
Baruch Hashem. Well, they can have kids at the moment.
So Cal, if you're like a true like you're sticking true to like the leftist.
He's a liberal. You can say he's a conventional
definitely
liberal.
not liberal.
Yeah,
that's my.
He's a conventional liberal.
I'm very conventional on that.
Yeah, no, it's a conventional liberal position.
That's not conventional.
No,
yeah, it's conventional.
He's not conventional, but what calls my attention.
What's not conventional about his position?
Is that when you talk with him about the capitalistic values and free market and all of these stuff, like he gets it. Like he understands really economy, and he understands about the importance of the individual and all of this kind of stuff. In fact, sometimes I am just fighting with people, and then he just says something, and it's exactly that, you know. So it's just a weird thing.
Do we have to talk about me in the third person? I mean,
Roe v. Wade is the soul of our liberal position.
I'm talking about you in front of you. Like, he really gets economy, but he's still a lefty. So I'm not sure what's going on with him.
How is he a lefty and not a liberal?
I think that's
based on this conversation.
Wait a second. I think Norm.
I need to fix him, and I don't know where to start.
No, just liberal.
Hold on. I think Norm has it right, and I wouldn't describe myself as a lefty, but I'm a left-leaning, centrist, classic Western liberal.
Yeah.
That's it. I am a classic liberal, and I stand by every principle.
Classic is different than conventional.
I stand by every position of the Austrian School of Economics and
which school?
Yeah, and classical liberalism. So
the which school?
I am a classical liberalist. You're a lefty. Austrian School of Economics.
Yeah, that's not liberalism.
Yeah, that is
not more like libertarian.
No, that's libertarian.
No, that's not libertarianism. Dude, in the time that these guys lived, there was no libertarianism.
Unfortunately, it's 100 years now.
Hold on.
There is.
Libertarianism. Oh my God, I'm going to talk. So, libertarianism is a rebrand of classical liberalism because they needed to make it more lefty, and they wanted to make it like put a lot of other shit under that umbrella. But I don't like the term libertarianism. I'm a classical liberal, and that's the Austrian School of Economics. Is Hayek, is Mises, is all of these brilliant minds, who, by the way, are Jews. And yeah, so that is classical.
Well, now that you said they're Jews, I'll change my mind. Liberalism is committed to a social safety net. There's no daylight between liberalism and a social. Absolutely. Then you don't know what words mean.
No, precisely not.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking 100 years ago.
Classical liberalism doesn't have an ounce of socialism or social.
You can say you're a classical liberal, but I don't think that the Austrian school even fits under that.
You'd have to study the Austrian school, but yes, they are classical liberals.
Yes. It does, and this is exactly how it has been taught.
Extreme free market economics is not liberal.
When you study politics,
you're just associating extreme to prove a point, but that's
I'm not associating extreme. I'm describing the political compass 2024. We're in 2024.
If you've read John Locke and you
and I have.
Okay, so I mean, he makes very and you read Adam Smith. They make very
and I have.
Okay, yeah, and if
shortly before you were born, and more than one.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, like the words are the same whether it's like 50 years.
Well, but the understanding deepens with time, and that's where you're having a problem with your naming and with your sense of time, the timeline that we're on.
Yes, we're having a problem with your understanding of it because you want to rerun the
you're pushing back against the conventional labels, and you're not going to win that one.
Well, no, I mean, I'm pushing back on like the actual ideas themselves. Forget the like.
Well, no, it's not the idea. It's what you're following.
No.
The idea is clear.
I'm talking about the actual classical liberalism. I don't care how you want to understand it today.
I'm drawing a distinction.
Concept to an old
the first thing I said said was I drew a distinction between classical liberalism and conventional liberalism.
And then you
conventional liberalism is based on the convention of how liberalism is practiced today. The way you define something, obviously, is how it is practiced contemporaneously. And that's how liberalism is inseparable from a social safety net, including social welfare. Huh?
But what does that have to do with the actual ideas that underlie? What does that have to do with the actual ideas that underlie?
Right.
Yeah. What does that?
No, I'm
have
not
to
wrong.
do with? Yeah.
You just don't like the fact that you've become a libertarian. I can't help that.
I'm not a
We're talking
libertarian.
about what liberalism
I would never call myself a
Well,
libertarian.
extreme free Ayn Rand.
The Austrian school
Ayn
of
Rand
finance
was
is
not a
libertarian. Like,
the Austrian Ayn Rand was not a libertarian.
No, it essentially is libertarian ideals. Now, I'm for those ideals, but it is generally more in the libertarian side.
Yeah, the Chicago
Libertarianism is
with Friedman and Sowell would probably, I think, be considered closer to liberalism. I agree that Austrian is more libertarian.
Sowell and Friedman are not liberals.
Hold on, guys. We might have some breaking news. I'm not sure in case someone got this, but Kamala has proposed a 44% capital gains tax and a 25% tax on wealth.
On unrealized gains.
Get that money.
Unrealized gains.
Tommy Kamala. Get that money. Get a fucking disaster.
You see, get that money is the most
It kicks in on people who have net worths over $100 million.
So people are entitled to that money.
So
yes.
28. Hold on. 28% corporate fucking tax. 25% wealth tax on 100 million above.
Yes.
But 44.6% capital gains tax. I don't know if you vote for Kamala, you're fucking mentally retarded.
Yes.
Period.
This is
Mentally retarded.
very high net worth people. So that's what it is.
So if
yeah,
they make a certain amount, then I am entitled.
Correct.
So if they make
Correct.
trust and affects you. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucking communism.
So to hell with property rights. I mean, the principle of
taxation. Taxation is not theft.
Let's bring
taxation.
Taxation is the abolishment of property rights. I mean, like the fact that you think you can just vote. Well, then okay, well,
Not the abolishment.
but like the country was founded on inalienable rights.
It's the consensus of a social safety net in a liberal society you can afford to do so. That's not anti-democratic. We vote for it.
Forget the
A federal tax is anti-democratic.
What the fuck is that?
We literally vote for it democratically. We can vote anything we want. We can vote that we have to wear underwear outside of our clothes.
Have you guys not heard of the 16th Amendment that allowed income taxes?
Yes, that is.
That doesn't. Okay.
Yeah,
did you remember the amendment?
Democratic.
The amendment that was missing that had people enslaved in your country.
That doesn't mean that
What are you saying about enslavement?
That doesn't mean that the taxes should be used to interfere in the economy. That doesn't justify getting the government into the process of picking winners and losers.
Well, that's what I mean. The
And it also
government taxing
contradicts
wealth
the
is
entire
what we've been
notion of
doing since the passage of the 16th Amendment. So
but
I don't know
by
if you
your
guys
own
have.
Logic, like slavery is like justified.
We
I
abolished it through a war. No, it's not by my own logic.
Abolish
Well,
the
yeah, it
16th
is. Like
Amendment. That's what we should do.
We decided
Abolish it.
no. We
No,
decided
yes,
that
we
slavery
should.
was not justified by killing the people who wanted to dissent. That's what we did, right? We went to war. We went to war when they decided that they were going to take the U.S. property, which is the land and the improvements on that land. They can leave, like if they wanted to leave as individuals, they could, but they tried to take U.S. territory, and we killed them, right? We didn't argue with them.
We fought them.
We killed them. And we
We
told
killed some
them
of them.
that this
We
is
killed all of them.
yes, no, not all of them, but we killed a bunch of them, and we told them that you don't have a right to leave, right? Because our guns say so. That's all it is.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. But again, like if you're saying we can democratically come to the consensus of levying taxes, then we don't believe in the concept of inalienable rights. That's my point.
No,
That's not true.
I do not.
I voted for the taxes.
I do not believe in the concept of inalienable rights. No.
Okay, so you don't believe in the founding principles of your country.
I don't believe that nature. I don't believe that nature has rights. I believe that societies create.
Not nature, it's men.
Yes, men create rights. That's what
No,
happens.
that's not what the Constitution says. Constitution says they come from God.
They're artificially
No, that's not.
created
But
by
that's not what our
humans. They can
document
be
says. You have to
overturned.
read it again.
Yeah, I know what the
They come
document
from,
says,
according to the Constitution, they come from
reality
God.
they don't, but in reality,
This is what the Enlightenment says, and you don't understand the basis of modern liberal society.
Okay, guys, what are you talking about? Any reason to the room, please?
You guys
Hold on.
Where do our rights come from?
Okay, got it.
So I agree. So I agree with you. I mean, like rights aren't an intrinsic thing either. What? Oh, I thought someone.
No, I like they all said something. I don't know what, but they all said something.
We're talking about
The biggest difference between the East and the West.
Got it. Thank you. When everybody's together, then I.
Certain rights are inalienable. That's basic to the idea of the West and to the idea of democracy.
Why certain rights? So I don't understand. Why are certain rights?
Well, that's a good question. I don't have a quick answer for you. Things like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Like that's a good slogan.
Well, it's not a slogan. It's a mission statement. This is a fundamental belief.
Could some be disenfranchised for one that is like in prison, for example, for a felony?
Well, when you,
and that's in the Constitution.
So you forfeit your rights when you violate someone else's rights.
For a certain amount of time, yes, for a limited amount of time.
Well, I mean, there's a legal system to deal with that, yeah.
Yeah.
But the broader point is that either you accept the concept that rights are inalienable on the basis of human beings have the moral right to act in accordance to their nature, or they don't.
No.
And if you
that's
don't,
not the basis of the Constitution. Because that could include rape and killing.
Who's talking about? And
that's according to their nature. So that's not the basis of the Constitution.
And the Constitution is clear. You have the right to act freely in your pursuit of happiness. And then the moment that you violate someone else's rights, that's where you have a claim on someone.
You're making very reductive, simplistic, Manichaean, or black and white claims.
How is that reductive? How is that reductive in the slightest?
It's reductive in not the slightest, in the larger.
Well, you guys are arguing
the right to specify. I mean, if
you guys are arguing nonsense, so keeping it real.
Yeah.
It's really not.
We're talking about
increase taxes on the rich.
No, it's not about that. Okay, do you support a 44% capital gains tax?
Yes.
Then you're fucking mentally retarded. Then leave America. You're not American.
No, it'll tank the economy.
Mentally retarded, or you're broke.
It'll tank the economy. We're done.
But hey, let's see what happens.
That'll destroy America. Like you guys are fucking stupid.
We'll head right into we're headed to the recession that we're already in. Steering into the recession.
You know what's going to happen?
This is quite the recession.
Yeah. You know what's going to happen?
It's a recession. Did you hear the new jobs numbers?
Hey,
we're in a hiring freeze.
Can I jump in for a sec? Thanks.
Well, if you don't talk over people and become irrelevant.
I know, eh?
So let me finish the point before you jump in. No, many people. Yeah, I want to finish my point, and that is that this Dobbs report just revised downward 800,000 for March, and the country's in a hiring freeze. Starting to look very much like a recession, and nobody is reelected in a recession. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kamala's going to lose because of this.
I always like to look 5-10 years down the road. This is what I always like, kind of my hobby. But it seems like nearly almost every country needs people, and they want businesses. So I think I don't know, taxing these massive companies, they're just going to move to other places, and it's just going to become much easier to move across borders. I always give the example of Japan. They used to be so xenophobic. Now they're begging for people. There's literally 8 million empty houses there, and you can buy them for like $5,000, and they're beautiful houses.
Yeah, but then you got to live there.
Yeah, which is better than the United States because they have better food and they have better quality of life. I know because they live there.
If you don't speak the language, and anybody who's a foreigner will never be an insider.
Okay, no, I agree with you, Norm. But here's the thing, with and that's true. But with increasing technology, now I can just when I talk with my mother and father-in-law, I just put in some earbuds and we can just talk back and forth. So my point is that travel and moving companies and all this, it's just becoming so much easier. And I think the world's going to be divided up, not necessarily into we'll maintain borders, but
it's going to be either business-friendly environments or socialist kind of communist environments.
Just to sum up your point, is that increasing taxes is going to be bad for the U.S. economy?
Yeah, because
That's
it's
the whole
so
country.
easy to. It's going to all the technologies, especially with AI. It's going to be so easy for them just to move production to other places.
It's going to be an inefficient use of capital. So what will happen is people will have to pay extra to ship, to manufacture, to get labor, to do things that will inefficiently use capital and other resources. So it's a way to slow down.
She's going to lose all.
No, I have a very good example of this. So what the Japanese are doing now, because they have so much more older people than young people, is that they're working together with cities on the east coast of China. And so the Chinese already have factories that are open. And
this sounds really off topic.
No, it's not. It's going to be on topic.
We were talking about where our rights come from.
Norm, you know I have a difficulty expressing my thoughts sometimes. Give me a little
Well, take a pencil out and write down your topic sentence.
Norm, please.
Well, you get thrown out of rooms because you derail them from the life out.
No, this is on topic. Please.
No, okay, what they're
give me a second.
You've been going for a while.
No, I haven't been. So these factories, they're actually unofficially part of a, what would you say, open trade system between Japan and China. They no longer, so everybody that works for these Japanese factories officially works for Japanese companies, and they actually, their taxes that they pay go to Japan, and they actually support the aging population in Japan. So there's all these new tax systems that are being created. I'll have to put the link in the bottom. It's a bit complicated, but basically what's happening is poor countries have factories now, right? And they're being managed by companies from wealthier factories, but there's already skilled workers in those poor countries, and all the taxes that the workers from these poor factories go to support the aging population in the wealthier countries. I'll put it down below.
I think Norm hit him a little. Oh, Norm's on the phone. Yeah. I think Norm was harsh, but I don't think that he was entirely wrong.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so what it's called the Trans-Pacific Free Trade Zone, where the Japanese are setting up these factories in places like Vietnam and the east coast of China. And so these workers officially, they're almost made like citizens, semi-citizens of Japan, so that all the money that they make while working for these Japanese companies, all the income tax goes to support the aging population in Japan. And so I think that sort of system will be become more common.
We support the welfare state in the United States. If you don't like it, love it or leave it. Go somewhere else.
Well, it's going to be, you can live in one place, and I don't know, just a lot of new things are being done.
The vast majority of people can't do this. The vast majority of people can't live in one place, collect money in another place.
Well, for example, imagine Mexico. So imagine an American company opens up a factory in Mexico, right? And then they give those skilled Mexican workers a type of American visa where those workers are allowed to move freely between the United States and Mexico, and all the money that they make while working in American factories in Mexico, a part of their paycheck goes back to the United States to pay for the aging population.
This doesn't happen. This is not a thing that the United States would ever like.
Well, I think
we would just have no. I wouldn't be surprised. We would just have immigration. We wouldn't do these like weird policies so that we could not have immigrants here. We would just have immigrants.
Well, that's true. That's true, because the United States is vastly underpopulated. I agree with you. But a lot of countries in the world would do this sort of system, especially Japan, because it's quite xenophobic. So they want to cipher in taxes from people from other countries. I'm just saying that they're coming up with systems to do this, and the technology exists, right? So if you tax these massive companies like Kamala, if you put massive taxes on it, they're just gonna offshore everything.
No, they're not. And then everybody's going to start taxing them from every country, and these companies are going to go bust, and all of our development, all of our progress will be fucking ended. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
I don't. America is
killing
not Japan.
humanity by taxing the fuck out of our corporations.
I agree with you, James.
America is the hegemon. America is the single largest market in the world, bar none. In terms of like the depth of our capital markets, in terms of the depth of our IP, the depth of our abilities here. These companies aren't going anywhere. If the companies were that tax sensitive in the United States, then most of the most productive companies left see them all being in red states. We don't, in fact, see this though, right? We don't see the vast majority of highly technologically advanced companies leaving blue states and going to the low tax red states at minimum, right? That's what you would see. Before they even go overseas, they would do that first. But this is not the way that the economy is organized in the United States.
Yeah, I agree. The very, very highest end, the United States is very, very creative, for sure. However, there are countries where your regular citizen has a better work ethic than the average American or Canadian, for that matter. And so you may want to offshore medium, high-end production. I mean, look, the United States, Washington's trying to make a deal with NVIDIA to bring a lot of the chip production to the United States, but NVIDIA says, the average American worker just doesn't have the level of finesse, organizational skills. They're
That's
just
not
not
what they say.
good enough.
That's not what they say.
Yeah.
They say that they don't have the population who has the education yet. So you let in the people who have the education to the United States, because again, America is not Japan, right? And then you start building out these capabilities at universities. That's what
I agree with that.
How did Japan come into the equation with NVIDIA?
What do you think? He was talking about Japan and how, Japan just fundamentally is a xenophobic country, right? They don't want lots of people who are not.
Well, no, they just let it. They changed the tune in the past month to allow 600,000. It is very xenophobic, but they have a declining birth rate, and they will lose millions of people over time because of the fertility rate of their women. So at some point, they're going to have to. South Korea and China are facing the same phenomenon.
What I'm saying is the policies that Poodle is talking about would be fundamentally stupid in the United States, because we don't need to have this weird Byzantine sort of, you have the people working in China and we get the tax money from the people working in China because we give them a visa. We just have the immigrants move to the United States and then set up the factories. That's all you got to do. It's not that hard. The United States is not.
Well, we have to pay them more if they're in the United States, and that's been an issue. You say we can, but actually we saved the U.S. economy by offshoring jobs. That's what made the last 50 years possible. We were going broke with the unionization of our industrial sector. So we sort of pushed reset. Huh?
We're talking about high-end industry here.
It's not true.
Manufacturing.
We didn't push.
What is not true?
The marketplace.
Yeah, they never go
for a period of time.
You never heard of NAFTA? We moved jobs to China, India, Vietnam, and Mexico, and that enabled
to do with any of those states other than Mexico.
Say that again?
NAFTA had nothing to do with any of the countries you just.
Well, we had Mexico. NAFTA plus we had. But you're being literal again. We had. I forget the name. Yeah, but you're ignoring the point to be literal. The point is that we offshored jobs to China.
Correct, but that was the marketplace in act, not some mandate. That's all I'm saying.
It's not. I'm not saying it's a mandate. I'm saying. Say that again. Well, to get cheaper prices. To get cheaper prices.
Yes, we offshore
that's the marketplace.
Increasing costs of union labor.
I could be mistaken, but as I recall, there were laws that made it possible for U.S. companies to move their manufacturing abroad. NAFTA is one such an example with Mexico, but there are other laws, and I'm trying to remember what the name of it was under Clinton that enabled us to save a bunch of businesses by moving the like Apple. Apple's a great example. All the other tech. Nike, all of these companies.
There's no laws to say, okay, now you can.
As if they were directly affected by it in any way. At least in this decade, I don't. It doesn't mean a wetback or big.
Down prices went up.
Management was shit.
I don't know if it's management or unions or what the combination was. But American cars sucked.
Management is the one who's making the decisions to build a Ford Pinto. It's not the workers.
Union are the people who make unreachable salary goals and rights and retirement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you have less money to spend on the cars, then the cars are cheaper and worse.
I mean, Japan has a system where they were able to, build cars that were cheap.
I don't think they have a much more state-run economy.
The quality of the cars was a function of manufacturing control systems, not because they had less money to spend. The Six Sigma manufacturing.
Six Sigma
manufacturing introduction into
what is that?
Six Sigma. It's a way. Well,
once again, you're missing the larger point.
It means
it
like
became
economically. Again, you just made a statement, and I'm trying to correct it. Okay?
I know, because you're picking out like sort of details and missing.
No, but it wasn't because they had less money to spend.
Now you're just repeating what you said. What I said again was because of unions, American manufacturing became unviable, and so we moved it offshore, costing us jobs.
Today with American manufacturers.
Yes, much less.
Six Sigma. It's not better because the unions never went away in automotive production.
I didn't say they went away. Again, you're missing my argument. Because
not understanding mine. I don't want to go around and around.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I will tell you what my argument again. As the American manufacturing system became more and more middle class with better retirement and higher wages and more protections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it became impossible for American companies to produce good quality stuff at a profit. Therefore, they moved manufacturing offshore. That's the point.
You have an answer to that, or they couldn't make a profit because of
There's also one thing really to consider, guys. I worked for Japanese companies for a decade. Is the cultural difference. The Japanese, here's a fundamental thing about them. They view themselves as like Japan versus the world. And there's a very, very close correlation between wanting to work for a Japanese company and defeating other countries. It's a very nationalist sort of thing. And the amount of pride and detail and
does it have to do with what we're talking about, American manufacturing and unions?
Okay, so Japan does have unions, right? But it's
American manufacturing and unions.
Exactly.
Moving the manufacturing offshore. What does that have to do with that?
Okay, so Norm, you were talking about how American companies were less competitive, right? And I
said that what I said was that they had to pay the workers too much, offer them too many rights and too much in pension, and it became financially untenable. So they moved jobs offshore. That's what I said.
Right. Exactly.
Made a claim that because of these payments, that the quality was reduced.
Because of what payments?
You said because it became so much more expensive for the labor that there was less money to spend on quality. That's what you said.
That's logically true, no?
No, it's not. That's my point.
Not?
No, it's
but
not.
You have to raise the prices so that they became unaffordable.
No, you just had to be better with your manufacturing quality control systems, and that's what.
You mean you had to do more with less?
Yeah. No, you just had to implement strict controls on what was good and what was bad. The American manufacturing got really sloppy, and then like Toyota and Nissan came in the early.
Why did it become really sloppy? Culture.
Because they really. It's
because you couldn't fire people because we had unions. So they stayed on the line.
Look, today we still have unions at the Ford plants and the GM plants,
right? And we also have non-union Toyota plants, and they're very competitive with American cars.
Right. So the foreign people came in with better quality control systems as well as quality control systems
and no
in their
unions.
home countries.
And no union.
But you're missing. We still have unions at Ford and GM, but
Ford
Right,
became
and now we
producing
have
better cars.
robotics
Listen,
and much.
let me finish.
We've now swapped out robotics,
Let him
so we
finish.
have less less of a workforce. I get where he's going.
Well, come on, let's give each other a little bit of grace, you know? I mean, Yakov, you're exactly right. What it really, honestly, does come down to is cultural differences. So Japan has unions, but they don't sit down like the workers don't hate their managers. And they don't look at the clock. They're not clock watchers. Oh, fuck, it's 6 o'clock, gotta go home right away.
Okay, Japan is irrelevant to this conversation.
No, it's...
I have a good example of that. Tesla is not. Doesn't have unions, and their quality is crap in comparison to.
Yeah, Tesla's cars.
All right, I'll tell you, because we're talking about.
Oh, I heard they were fantastic.
Norm, Japan is not irrelevant to this conversation because we're talking about America's competitiveness in the global.
No, we're not. We're talking about moving jobs.
This is not the 1980s. We have successfully beat Japan. We're much richer than Japan is. The era of like Japan being a serious competitor to the United States in terms of like GDP production passed in the 80s. They've had lost decades. They're not competitive. They're not competitive with the United States.
Not close.
Not even close with the United States in terms of GDP per capita. That's a long.
What do you think about China then?
What do you mean? What do I think about China?
How long are you going to be Thugga Biden?
So it's got to be Thugga Kamala.
Thugga Hera.
Yeah. January.
You know, I'm from the Windsor, Detroit area, and some things did change. The 80s and 90s really did suck. And then some changes were made. I'm not sure what exactly those changes were, but I would have to assume that there was not only technological changes, but cultural changes within those factories.
Japan has totally lost the software game, right? They were big leaders in hardware, technology, manufacture, but in terms of software, Japan is like kind of non-existent.
Not existent. I think they handled their economy wrong. I think they didn't invest enough in the future, and their population is shrinking. They're actually on the border of a financial crisis. They kind of have to reboot.
I agree with you. That's true.
They should have just got rid of their.
They did give us a little bit of a run, though. They did give us a little bit of a run. You know, China's not going to beat the United States either. You can look at their birth rate collapse, where they're having Singapore level births now. They're not here long term. They're not going to be able to do what they did over the past 40 years for the next 80 years, right? Not with people having like 0.8 kids per woman. That shit ain't happening. It's not. They're not going to be able to stand toe to toe with us in terms of broad long-term production, because America can always just import immigrants. China can't do that.
Yeah, that's very true. What do you, Thugga, what do you think when, I think it's only a couple of years off when basically you can plug in some earphones and talk to anybody in any country around the world, any language. What do you think the effects of that will be?
That's not going to happen. China's not going to allow that.
You make a point there too, but using your imagination, you're a pretty smart guy. How do you think that will affect business? I'm just, freebasing or whatever.
Oh, you can do that for business. You can
it's cool, but
Zoom meetings. It's useful. It's very useful.
Once again, you're changing the conversation. It's a habit with you. I don't know why you do it. And you just called it freebasing.
Well, this is different. Now you guys aren't in the middle of an argument. He's just.
Well, we were talking about where our rights come from in the Constitution. We're talking about Kamala's new economic plan. Suddenly, you're freebasing. Write some thoughts down and see if they're ready.
No, you mean freestyling.
He called it freebasing. That's why I'm using it. He called it freebasing.
I like calling it freebasing. Like he's jumping off a cliff and just falling.
Yeah, base jumping.
Freebasing is smoking crack, y'all. Freebasing is smoking crack.
Freemason?
No,
freebasing.
I'm just looking for ideas.
I think you mix the cocaine with the
street freebasing. That's when I took a shit in the fountain. Freebasing.
No, street lingo is crack. Freebasing is for the rich guys.
Well, Norm, here's the
for the poor. No, it was
Here's a
for the
question
rich
to you.
guys.
If you could-
No, it's actually two different forms. What they sell on the street is crap. No, you got it wrong. Yes, freebasing, freebasing when they mix cocaine with ether. That's what freebasing
I
is.
understand what it is.
There's a process.
Baking powder.
It's not my fault you don't know it, but I do. For me, freebasing. Sorry, you don't know what we know. Baking soda. Stick to what you know.
There's also the song
free falling, which is one. No, you're wrong about that.
of Los Angeles.
What about the San Fernando Valley?
Free falling is a love letter to Los Angeles. Earphones and talk.
Free what?
Language in the world. What would you do?
Free falling.
Free ballin'.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I'm free. Free falling.
Well, I like to use my imagination to discuss fun topics rather than just argue.
Okay, but start your own room then, and don't derail ours. I haven't forgiven you for chasing Eric Weinstein out of my room, by the way. Because you just couldn't stay on topic and you talked over him.
That's funny because
that. I was
he came
there
and
for
joined
that.
me.
I remember
but
that.
he came and joined me in a private conversation afterwards.
Yeah, irrelevant to the fact that you chased him out of my room by
He
just
didn't
not
chase,
reading the room.
He left and he joined me in a private
He
conversation.
you talked over him and he left and you admitted it at the time.
Yeah, well, I
He
apologize,
joined me.
and then he joined me.
Well, I accept your apology, but I want you to change your behavior. That's the real apology. Please. Stay on topic, for God's sake, and keep it brief, and don't freebase.
Well, Norm, I mean, why, I do have a question. Why does everybody love to just argue on this app? Why can't we just
I don't know.
discuss
Form a
interesting
room about
ideas?
it. Make a room about it. I don't know and I don't care.
It's
We're not
weird.
Canadian. We're not Canadian, okay?
Weird.
Okay, it's weird.
I think it's like an excitement thing, like people want to
Whatever your theory is, you're now still derailing it. Okay, the topic of the room is USA elections. Who watched the DNC last night? What are your thoughts?
It
I
doesn't
think
matter.
it's bullshit that they're still pushing this lie that Donald Trump is a white supremacist, and that alone makes me not trust them. Inherently.
He's a white supremacist.
No, he's not.
How is he a white supremacist?
No, he isn't.
What did he do?
No, he isn't.
His administration attempted to modify the citizenship question of the census.
Okay.
And wait a minute.
What does that have to do with race?
You may not. Wait a minute. You may not. I'm going to answer.
Citizenship is not race.
I'm going to answer that. The guy who drafted the question, he died during discovery, right? When this thing was going through the courts. And his effects, including his laptop, went to his estranged liberal daughter. His daughter provided his laptop to the prosecution.
Okay, so there was a guy.
Wait a minute.
Wait. I got your point. Doug. I got it. You finished.
No,
a guy had some racist thing on his laptop. That doesn't mean that Trump is a racist.
You don't have my point because I did.
I do have your point.
I
You
didn't
made
get
it.
to the point yet. No, I didn't.
No, you did say it, Tiger. We get it. Some guy who worked on a bill had racist stuff on his laptop. It doesn't mean that Trump is a white supremacist.
Norm, wait a second.
Yeah, focus on Trump.
Wait a second, Norm. So they when the bill was drafted, not the bill, it wasn't a bill, right? Because the executive branch can do this on their own.
How is Trump a white supremacist?
Wait a second, Norm.
No. Talk about Trump.
Well, and
Norm,
if I
I'm
may,
answering the question.
may
You may
on
not.
both sides, okay?
Well, but
You may
Isaiah,
not.
you're
What does
responding.
this have to do with Trump?
Answering the question.
Isaiah, you're responding to something that I brought up, and I
Yes,
just want
I'm
to clarify.
giving you the what.
This is like saying that Biden is transgender because he had a transgender person working for him.
Here, and you guys are shouting at each other. It's just the two of you. All right, let me say this. When Norm said, did you see the DNC? Any thoughts about the DNC convention? I said, Biden is still pushing that Trump is a white supremacist. And let me clarify, specifically, I was referring to the fact that he's still pushing the lie about Trump's Charlottesville comment. And so you may go off in many other directions about stuff that he did that you could interpret as white supremacist, but keeping with Norm's thing in the DNC convention, you may also choose to just respond to the fact that Trump did not endorse white supremacy on the day of the Charlottesville riot. When he said there were fine people on both sides, he was not referring to white supremacists, and in that same speech, he specifically disavowed white supremacy.
No,
That's all I wanted to clarify.
That's fine. So there are two. So I'm going to answer that example as well. But the language that they were looking to add to the census, right? The guy who drafted the language, the consultant that brought in, he stated in no uncertain terms that placing the citizenship question on the census would be to the detriment of Hispanics and to the benefit of non-Hispanic whites. He was explicitly doing it for racist reasons. And he gave all the answers as to like the lie that the Trump administration told, where they said they were doing this to comply with the Civil Rights Act. That was him. That was the guy who came up. So they were clearly listening to him. In terms of Charlottesville, Trump did endorse white supremacists because there were no other people at the white supremacist rally.
That is incorrect.
A bunch of
They're all white supremacists.
That is incorrect. There were people there who wanted to keep the statues who were not white supremacists.
They were white supremacists.
No, they weren't. I'm sorry, you're just factually incorrect. Saying this they were 10 times doesn't make them that.
Please explain the logic of wanting to keep.
This is a failure. You just lose the argument at that point.
Norm, would you consider a person who wanted to keep a statue of Hitler to be anything but a Nazi?
Not an analogy.
It was.
It's totally an analogy.
It's exactly an analogy.
Not an analogy.
There were people at the Unite the Right rally who didn't give a crap about the statue.
Not right-wingers.
Wanted to unite the right.
Yeah.
The whole point is that that rally
you don't have
brought people from all over the spectrum.
You don't have and will never have the right to define another human being. You'd like to have that right because that makes your argument easy. You can just, anytime anybody disagrees, you can say they're a racist, they're a white supremacist. It doesn't work. And when you do that, all you do is you lose votes because you're telling people who are...
Joe Biden won the election. It worked then.
No, it seems to fail because it was close and Hillary lost.
Did he win?
I'd say
Joe Biden win?
I'd say that is not evidence that it works. It's evidence that it divides the country. If Joe Biden,
I like the divide. I like dividing.
Okay, well then you're a nihilist. You like conflict. Then don't
yourself because 2 hours ago you said you care about Americans, but now you're saying you like dividing Americans.
Yes, those people are my enemies.
Right.
That's weird.
Right. That's exactly the problem.
But Americans are your enemies.
It's not.
You've articulated the problem.
It's not weird.
You're alienating 75 million people. You've made 75 million people your enemy. It's not a good strategy.
It's not a contradiction.
Well, no, it's violent.
United States, black people
very
in the
violent.
United States actually have enemies
black
who are
people
domestic
versus white
in
people
the United States,
That's
and those would be
that's a great.
right-wingers.
That's a great.
There's right wingers too. It's not just the right wing; it's the left wing too. But there was a lot of people on January 6th wearing stuff like Camp Auschwitz and like crazy like white supremacist like clothing.
Sure were.
Yeah, that's all I'm about to say.
Sure. That doesn't mean that everybody who thought the election was stolen was a white supremacist. It's a lie.
They were.
Right, just like not everybody who's in a pro-Palestine rally.
You have scientific. Hang on a second, Joe. You have scientific training, Doug, but then you reel off into the lost.
Why would you not?
Because I was in the middle of something. You talked over me. So you have. Hang on a second. So you have scientific training, and then you just go completely off the rails when you're trying to reason. So just because somebody thinks the election was stolen doesn't make them a white supremacist. Just because there was somebody with white supremacist crap on his computer in Trump's administration doesn't make Trump a white supremacist. Just because Biden had a transgender puppy play person on his cabinet and in his administration, Sam Brinton, doesn't mean that Biden is a puppy play transgender. It's just it's a real failure of logic. And again, if you like dividing the country, that's fine. But then you really don't have much to complain about when you lose a battle. When other people decide, okay, this guy says we're at war, so I'm going to fight. Then it's going to be a big problem. Then you're going to be very unhappy that you're fighting somebody.
Real quick.
No, we're not at war. And there's no need to be at war. But if you attack somebody, they're going to attack back.
Well, I mean, they were attacking the Capitol.
They didn't attack the Capitol. They were protesting.
They were attacking.
That's what they were doing.
Right.
Nobody attacked anybody. There was no attack. There's no more an attack than what's going on now.
Egomaniacs, and then when you get in a room with each other, you
Well, it's
just
funny because nobody was
talk
convicted of
past each
domestic
other
terror.
and over each
So it's
other.
funny that you
Don't
say
let
that.
anybody else chime in. It's
You can chime in. Everybody can chime in. I just want to finish the thought before
I
we
think
start.
like 5 people died though.
Wait a minute.
Well, hold on.
What did they die
Can I
of?
address something real quick? I just want to address
Yes,
something. According to El Normo's logic, though, basically, if you attend a pro-Palestinian rally, you're also not anti-Semitic. So there you go.
You don't know what my logic is, and what you said makes sense.
That is your logic. It is your logic.
You want to try it? No, I'll tell you what my logic is. I'm not relying on you to explain my logic, but make your point. Let's see what your point is.
He was saying that there were left-wing people at
You misunderstood
rallies saying anti-Semitic shit.
Say that again,
Did you
Ishmael?
kick him out?
No, I sent them down. There's too many people getting modded.
What? There's nobody in this room.
Well, he left. There's a few people. No, he's on the stage. Make your point. He's on the stage. Make your point.
Oh, he's on the stage.
Make your point.
My point, I don't remember what I was going to say.
Okay, you were talking about Palestine, pro-Palestine, and logic.
It was just that you guys are. Look, Isaiah says that everybody at the Unite the Right rally was a white supremacist because they supported tearing down the state.
Absurd. Absurd. It's absurd.
Danny, I'm still talking. Then Danny said there were people like wearing a Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt at January 6th, which is not good. But then the Trill Progressive said something now Norm's down in the audience. What the fuck?
I made the Trill a moderator.
It's a black takeover.
I didn't want him to be removed.
Oh, there's new ownership. We under new ownership. Oh shit, we redistributing. Okay, so is Norm still here?
No, Norm left.
I was talking to. Now
Norm left. But really, that's on him because he started that shit. Everybody was being stuck for him.
Anyway, now he's back.
No moving.
I was talking. Why do I even bother?
Go ahead and talk. You were still talking.
I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, I was simply saying that there are people on the left who say hateful things too, and that doesn't mean that everybody on the left is hateful. That's all I was trying to say. I hope Norm heard that. Where's Normo? God,
I don't know if you're at a Nazi rally.
It wasn't a Nazi rally. It was a rally attended by Nazis.
It was literally a Nazi.
No, it was called Unite the Right.
And who organized the rally?
It wasn't called Nazis Meet Today.
Ishmael, who was the organizer?
I don't.
Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer was the organizer.
Okay.
Man, we were looters and gangbangers when Black Lives Matter was going on.
Richard Spencer was the organizer. I don't know.
He's a Nazi.
I don't really. Okay. All right. So, I mean, that still doesn't necessarily mean that everybody went there. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
But Thunder, here's the thing. We have to understand that in America, the only way you can be a racist is if you literally say I'm a racist or say the N-word. That's the only way. Other than that, you can allude to it.
No,
you can basically you can basically do everything that racist would do, but not be a racist simply because you didn't say you're a racist. You have to make it unequivocal, like nobody can deny it. That's the only way you're a racist. Other than that, you can tap dance around it, but not quite be what you clearly are.
You're not black if you don't vote for Biden.
That's true. You're not black. You're probably a Republican.
So this is the thing, right? That you guys don't understand. Black people did not think that Joe Biden should have said that, right? But black people don't disagree with that sentiment, right? Black people who vote for Donald Trump are ostracized. They don't control any sort of institutions that black people care about. They're not really fucked with like that. So you guys think that pointing out that Joe Biden said this is supposed to matter, but after Joe Biden said it, all the black people basically voted for Joe Biden, like 90%, right? So it didn't actually move them. Because, I mean, black people kind of agree with that, right? Like that.
Right. So what policy do Republicans have that benefit black people? Basically none.
Actual, not like Clubhouse. Like I've never registered to vote and I've never voted in my
life. Most of them are felons. Most people vote for black people who vote for them are felons or ex-felons,
or they don't vote at all. Most of them don't vote. The you see on Clubhouse. The people who are like regular, like 4 out of 4 voters, like they voted in the last 4 elections, black voters, they're not Republicans.
But I think a lot of it is like they feel emasculated, so it's like, hey man, if I vote for this perceptively masculine, not really masculine, but like they think he's masculine, because he says shit that's off color. That oh yeah, now I'm more masculine because I voted for a guy who perceives to be more masculine. It's weird shit, really.
Mike, did you have something you would like? Or Dan?
I generally agree with you. I put a note in the thing earlier when you were talking. I generally agree with you on most of what you say, and I do think you're smart. I do think it's difficult to say that everybody on the right at that place was a Nazi, as much as it's impossible to say that everybody in the pro-Palestinian thing is anti-Semitic, which is equal to say like I just don't seem like they're true to me. And then the other one that Norm though insists that that it wasn't an attack on the Capitol. It wasn't an attack at all. It was a rally. No, it wasn't. It was an attack. There were people being hit over the heads with things, rocks. So yeah, it was an attack. And so I just don't know why we can't talk about these things and like be honest about it, even if the numbers are minimal. This all or nothing mentality is what keeps people just like bickering back and forth without any fucking common sense conclusions.
You think Ashley Babbitt should have been shot in the face by a guy, behind a window? What was Ashley Babbitt? Was she about to kill that guy who blew her in the face?
Wait, why would you? Well, the other thing was about Norm. It's just that I've noticed that he gets more obnoxious. He gets more obnoxious and less willing to listen. The closer he gets to the top left corner of the mod bat. And once he's at the top, he's intolerable. He just won't fucking even have a conversation.
Clubhouse works. That's Edmund. He's one of my favorite people on the app. He's one of my least favorite.
Yes! I'm still on stage. I don't know what the problem is. Am I still here or am I out of the room? Hello? Hello? One of my least favorite. That was like the greatest compliment. We are peaking. Today's a peak day.
answer your question if you allow me to. So what we're saying is, you want me to give an example of a crime that was committed, an unethical crime which was committed that was not investigated by the Israeli government. Give an example, right?
Well, the sentence is unethical. It's unethical.
And then what we will consider that.
An illegal act.
Well, one second, just quickly.
Or whatever you want.
Get a bigger picture of this issue, because like, if it's a problem, if that word is a problem, and I think most from what I've seen, even the Black community finds that word is a problematic.
If I'm stupid, how am I supposed to know if I'm stupid? Most people don't know that they're stupid. Stupid.
But you sound stupid, but.
Okay, well then tell me I'm stupid then.
You don't sound very intelligent or whatsoever.
And you know what you sound like? You sound inbred and fucked by your uncle.
I don't sound inbred though. I sound sexy.
You sound inbred and fucked by your uncle. That's how you sound.
Nah,
that's how they do in the Middle East.
I don't know about you guys. I think that's an American.
That's how they do in the Middle East. You ever heard of Bacha Bazi?
I'm not from the Middle East though.
Oh, where you from? Britain?
I'm from Australia. I'm Muslim.
Boy, you is not no white Aussie. You're a Muslim that immigrated to Australia.
Who said I'm white? I'm black.
You're not black either. You're a Muslim.
You're a Muslim.
You're an Arab. You're an Arab Muslim.
I'm not even Arab though. I'm pretty sure my skin color is black.
Oh, so where are you from?
East Africa.
Oh, that's even worse.
Something that just bothered me. That I don't think I said it as clearly as I should have. And I opened the Quran, and there it was. And maybe I'll deal with it Sunday, but it had to do with this. Allah will protect the believers from the terror of that day. And it says it twice on the same page. I can only say Allah guided me to that because I didn't know where to find it. Terror is coming.
What happened? If you put down your guns,
you need to calm down, son.
No, why would I calm down? I'm a Jew. If they put down their guns and make peace, then there's no more military occupation. It's their choice. You can have it any way you want it.
No peace for 6 months.
Okay, if you don't want peace, then you're going to have war. It's your choice.
Exactly, for 6 months.
It could go on for 6 years. As long as they want war, they'll have it. And when they want peace, they can have that.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to troll you because he just wants economic gain from the war. So that's that. Let's just move on.
How does he get economic gain from the war? How does he get that?
Financial gain, not economic gain. But
same thing. How do you get financial gain from the war?
Investing in oil, investing in weaponry, and
Okay,
also.
great.
Okay, that's not my problem.
Let's just move on from that.
My problem is the safety of Jews. That's it.
Yeah, me too. I care about the safe. The more unsafe they are, the more money I make.
Hey, this is not the Middle
Well,
East.
then you'll end up in jail.
Wait, why would I end up in jail?
Because you are invested in hurting Jews. That's a problem. That's against the law. You just said you are. You just said you got economic gain when Jews are unsafe. That's investing.
I'm investing in security companies and stuff. So I'm just telling you, the more unsafe people are.
Right. And I'm telling you that your philosophy will get you in jail. But good luck. Enjoy it while you have it.
Jail. I have the right to buy and sell.
I have a question. When you purchase stocks of armored stocks, for example, isn't that technically, say for example, a country's at war and you invest in those stocks, are you now saying you're basically paying for these people to die?
No, not at all. You're participating in free trade.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to
essentially that's what he's. I think he's an idiot, but
no.
Essentially that's what he's saying.
No, he said that he makes money when Jews are unsafe. That's what he said.
He said he makes money.
That's why I'm telling you to calm down because you're.
He literally said he makes money when Jews are unsafe. That's quoting him.
And that prevents.
I don't know what you mean by emotional. I mean, I'm a human being.
You're behaving like a woman. You're Bani Adam or Bani Hawa.
It sounds like now you want to have sex with me, and my answer is no, thank you. Thanks for your offer.
I am a top, if you're wondering, but I'm just telling you.
I believe not only wasn't I wondering, but I'm going to now have to go get therapy to forget what I just heard.
Well, just make sure to get the prostate checked on time.
I'll leave that to you.
Why are you
exactly? Leave that to me, boy.
Yeah, you can get your prostate checked.
I have a question for you.
Guys, we're gonna actually have civilized conversations here because you guys are all acting like animals.
We can.
Not me. I'm not acting like an animal.
Then you can't shut up. You see, that's the problem.
Can you just remove this idiot?
There's no need to shut up.
Including yourself, you're just not acting correctly.
How?
And we're not going to do the back and forth again, where you make these like broad statements, and then somebody tries to have a dialogue with you. They ask you a question, and you just run away from.
How am I running? Ask me anyone.
I wasn't talking about to you. You make everything about you. Stop talking about yourself.
Who are you talking?
Your name's not Anthony, unless Randy sounds like Anthony.
Look, the respectfully to Anthony, and I love El Normo, but they're more emotional than a woman. I'm just telling you, it's not easy to have a discussion. That's just what it is.
What it is that you lose and then you cry, and then you get sexual.
I'm the one telling you, I want the war for 6 more months. Holy fuck, this guy's retarded.
And how is that retarded? What does that have to do with the conversation? Maybe you're the retarded one. If you don't understand the conversation.
I don't want the war to end. How am I?
Say again? I don't care. It's not up to you. You have no say in this.
You're just a passive bystander.
Rabbi, can you please tell El Normo? Rabbi, can you please tell El Normo what the game that you play on this app and why El Normo doesn't get it yet? El Normo, he does this every day. This is his shtick, and you're falling for it. It's bait. He does it to everybody.
I do it every day too, and I don't care.
I get it, but you're still engaging with him.
I do it
By even talking to him, you perpetuate his troll. Don't you see that?
Thank you for your analysis. If I cared about it, then I would do something about it, but I don't. Have you ever worked with the IDF? Yes. Oh, you served, yeah? Yes. I didn't kill anybody. I was back of the field. What do they call it? Back office, whatever. I was in the field, but I was a support person. Like oiling. Say again, no. I wasn't a real fighter for the IDF, but I was under fire for the U.S. State Department and for various countries that were at war, including Bosnia. Thank you for making us money.
Is it true, El Normo, that Muslim women? Is it true?
What's your point in asking? Because my father and my grandfather both fought in the Israeli IDF as actual, like they fought on the front lines. So what's your point?
Can they sleep well at night?
I'm sure they sleep just fine.
Really well. Yeah, we thank them for their service. Baruch Hashem.
Mazel tov and l'chaim.
I can tell you what war my dad fought in. The Lebanon War, so.
If he's still alive, thank him for me.
Ribono Shalom.
It has nothing against your dad or your granddad, but you can see why I would have supported them in their endeavors. Well, who are you? Who cares about you? You're a British guy? What are you? A Pakistani guy? What's your deal? Who cares? Who cares whether you support or not support? We do this for Jews. We're not doing it for like rando British guys. The world doesn't support you. No, most of the world does, but it doesn't matter. We're not looking for anybody's support. Only the US. No, actually, the US, all of the Gulf Arab states, the European Union.
He coming, like it's instantly ass beat on site.
Keep it all the way funky. This thing was sharing their location, and I couldn't find.
He doesn't really know. He gets this picture, and if we want to drill down, at the end you will see that those are many things that are, none of them is factual or maybe anecdotal and exaggerated and put together to create an image. This is why we are trying to.
I've never had when we grew up, some of us older guys, you didn't have cell phones, you didn't have social media. AOL was later on, and if you said something, someone was going to hit you. Like that was just the rules back then. You were going to fight. So,
Aziz, make a claim, and we will try to kind of build from there. Okay.
Right. So I just want to address the last question. There's a reason why I kept doing it. I'm not arguing about how you guys are speaking or anything. That's not what I'm doing. I'm addressing the question.
Make a claim.
And only the
Aziz, Aziz, you're already taking 15 seconds and you didn't stop. Listen,
my God,
you're really pushing on everybody's head. I will do whatever I want. Listen. Oh, no. Not everybody, please mute, okay? Like, it's already, like, on the edge. Aziz, make a claim that we can all discuss, not about you, and not about how we talk to you or not anything. Make a claim regarding the army, the IDF, Gaza, whatever. It has to be in the Middle East, okay?
Okay, I'll make a claim. And my claim is this. I don't believe that you can self-govern, and I'll explain, right? So I can't determine whether my soldiers are unethical. That isn't logical. You must be governed you must be at least audited and criticized from external parties. Now, I understand that there are parties out there that want to see you fail. So you have to get a wide variety.
I think the point is understood. Aziz, hold on. I think the point is understood. Yeah, well, because we don't need to go long. But basically, Aziz is arguing. Aziz, mute up, please. I want to make it short. I'm sorry, this is not the type of room for lecture. Your point is that you think that a body that investigates themselves is not okay, right? And then people will address it. This is your point, in general?
Yeah, I saw Caleb and Linda's hand up. Okay, so you made a claim.
Hold on, I didn't hear what he said. Can you please hold on, everybody? Aziz, is this what you meant?
So if I understand someone halfway while they're speaking, can I just stop them?
I'm just asking you if this is what you meant. If you say no, I will let you speak again.
I wasn't done.
It's not no. Okay, so go.
I haven't made the claim yet. You asked me to make a claim. I haven't made the claim. So you can't just cut me off. That's what I mean.
Oh my God.
We're looking for facts, not claims.
No, hold on, Linda. It's the last. Make a claim. I will not stop you. But Aziz, I asked you now if the claim that you made is that the body cannot investigate himself. You said that it's no. I will now give you the mic again.
So
you will speak, but hold on. I didn't finish. I will not give you the mic again. Make sure that it's not just about a body that cannot investigate itself, okay?
No, my claim is this. So, obviously, you guys are, you guys...
Just say it.
Okay, 1 second.
No, everybody, please. Linda, I don't know what's wrong today. I'm asking you again, please, no interruptions.
Guys,
from everybody.
20 different people.
Okay, Aziz, shut up. I didn't finish, okay? I'm asking everybody, please, I understand that I'm taking over this conversation. It's today, okay? Please let me. I understand that it might be annoying, but please let me today, okay? Aziz, go ahead.
Guys, you know what? It's been a pleasure. I just can't communicate this. I've really struggled because I'm speaking to loads of people.
And they are please about you started about investigating.
I can't communicate like this. It's not logical.
Okay. I'm asking last time if you want to. Listen. I'm all coming back to you and everybody. I'm muting everybody. Listen. If you now, I will give you the last chance, and then really we will move on. Make your claim, and make your claim. Make your claim. No one interrupt you, but talk to the topic.
No one interrupt me. Can you assure that? And I'll make the claim right now. I want to make the claim. No one interrupt me, please. Yeah. Okay. So this is my claim. Israel has been criticized by a number of different independent audits, right, that have determined that the way that they have carried themselves in a military manner has been considered unethical. What are your views on these independent audits on Israel's ethics? What are your views on it? Tell me.
There's specific one.
Okay, right. So one of the bigger ones I want to go back to. I know you guys won't agree with it.
Country around the world have self-policing mechanisms. Military court, there's a civil court. Right? So this is not unusual. And organizations like Amnesty International are not legally binding adjudicators on ethics. And they are not legally binding adjudicators on...
So are we saying that ethics is purely a legal, it's a legal factor, ethics?
No, what I'm
he's saying they're an
no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when there are crimes committed in democracies, they investigate. Wait, don't Daniel, let me focus this.
Before you answer him, I want to understand if we understand his claim, and I want to just distill his claim, not to answer his claim, just to kind of make his claim into one sentence. I didn't understand because he said at the beginning about a body that cannot govern themselves, and then he said that they are. Then he kind of finished it with the unethical, and I'm trying to understand those two parts of the sentence.
Let me clarify.
It's not one claim, two different points. This is my problem. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's
so
fine. That's fine, Daniel. I respect that. I respect that. And I'll clarify.
I don't think you need to clarify. I think it was for Caleb.
No, but
no, it wasn't. It wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. Look,
no, it wasn't.
Here's the thing. Aziz is making a claim. Aziz is making a claim that Israel can't govern itself, and that we should use organizations like Amnesty International. I'll return to a point.
No, hold on, Caleb, 1 second. Is this what you're saying? Did you summarize?
No, I'll explain.
Just summarize it. But you saw how fast he did it, like in one sentence, and how I did it, one sentence.
Okay.
Aziz, did I say your position?
It's hard to do it. It's really just hard to do it. I'm trying to say it simply, and I'm trying to.
And is the way that I said it? Is the way that I said it accurate? Is the way that I said it accurate?
So it's hard. I'm trying to think of an
answer. Is the way that I paraphrased your position accurate?
I've got an answer. I've got it now. It took me a second. I have to think about it because I.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So just give me a second. So what I'm saying is this. I don't believe that you can self-govern ethics. I don't think we can self-govern ethics, right? So we have to rely on, to some degree, like independent audits from external. And what that does is allow us to get a perspective. Now, I respect the fact that there are entities out there that are anti-Israel.
No. Aziz, again. I'm asking you, like Caleb did, in like a sentence, to make a claim, not the entire case. Okay, just
okay. Well, my
like
claim is My claim is really simple. Then my claim is really simple. My claim is really simple. My claim is really simple. 1 second. My claim is this, right? A lot of independent entities have audited the way Israel's ethics have been throughout the war, and they've claimed that the way they've carried themselves has been unethical. What do you say about that? That's claim.
Okay. So the claim is that people.
And I've given an example in the chat, so you can like a physical one.
Hold on, relax. I'm not answering you. Listen, what I'm trying to first is mirror to tell you what I understood. Okay. And then you would confirm, and then everybody knows exactly what you spoke about, okay? And I'm not trying now to debate you on this. I'm trying to see that I understand what you are saying. Okay, Aziz?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you are saying, that there are international or like NGOs that made reports saying that the IDF is acting in ways that are unethical.
Yeah.
This is what you're saying, basically. This is the claim that we are now talking about.
Yeah. So we are addressing independent organizations that have audited the Israeli military and have come to the conclusion that they're dealing with it in an unethical way. And I'll put an example in the chat.
I just wanted to summarize for everybody, so everybody's in sync. Rodi, go ahead.
No one denies that. Like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, all of them, a lot of organizations are going against Israel. Is that the only claim that you are making of this?
No. Obviously, somebody said they reject the. It was not just Amnesty International, or loads of different audits.
I know, like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, some of the UN bodies. Yeah. Is that the only claim that you're making?
So my question was, just a question, but my question was, is that not an appropriate approach, or do you think that you just need to self-govern? Like, do you believe that self-governance?
What do you mean by appropriate approach?
Yeah, what's the
approach to what?
Govern ethics? Like,
to govern ethics?
Yeah,
right now, you have international law that some of those laws are binding, some of them are not.
I mean, yeah, we have like.
And you also have agreements between countries,
yeah, like Geneva
states.
And yeah.
No. I'm talking is just agreements. Like, for example, the peace agreement between Egypt and Israel, right? Or between Jordan and Israel. Those are agreements between countries. Those are the types of things that people should abide by. Sorry, countries should abide by. Is that it? Is that all?
I mean, it's also a silly argument to say that independent democratic countries don't have mechanisms to police themselves. Why is Israel so unique in their inability to police themselves? Every country does this.
There is a very crucial idea in democracies called the checks and balances, right? So a government can actually govern itself, where you have three different bodies. Usually, it's like the judiciary and what else?
Yeah, but that's how it works in Israel too.
And another one, and then yeah,
but there are that. Those things exist.
And within the IDF, the people investigating are independent from their officers. They report to the. It's just like again in the U.S. the Uniform Code of Military Justice. They operate independently. They cannot be fired from their job. They have a protocol of how they investigate that's independent of the people that they're investigating.
Say it even more. Let's underline that. The military courts have prosecutors who are whose job is to prosecute soldiers when they do wrong.
Right.
When they break the law.
The UK does the same thing.
I think
now we're getting somewhere.
what is
that mine?
Can't hear you.
You're in the matrix, dude.
Oh yeah. So what we're saying is, guys, because your guys are sort of repeating. You have the same opinion, so I don't need to keep hearing it. But what you're saying is that they have internal audits, internal entities within the Israeli government to audit and essentially review
the idea.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So my question is
essentially.
Okay, guys, we're looking to replace Aziz. So make sure you ping in your best pro-Palestine debaters because we want to have an actual conversation with someone that can actually make good statements. Until then,
spend too much time.
we're gonna talk to you.
No, you're staying.
You're staying. But I'm asking people to.
No, I'll show for Palestine. Shut him the fuck up.
Consider is the best person to put up front the Palestine argument.
Guys, I let 5 people speak.
Shut up! Shut up!
No, Malcolm, I will not ask you again, Malcolm.
Come on, bro. I haven't insulted
Aziz, what you're asking for the Israeli army, you know that it's like relevant for
I just want to get back because
all armies, right?
A lot of people responded to my claim.
Are you listening when I speak to you, or are you always like about the complaining?
No, but you keep trying. You keep trying.
Ish, bye.
1 second, let Daniel finish, man.
Aziz, when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you. Stop defending yourself. Like, try to listen. And if I'm talking to you, there's a reason, or anyone else, we're trying to have a conversation. You're always getting defended. Like,
5 people spoke. Like, I have to say
I understand, but you cannot always complain. You know what? You can always leave. We don't want to hear your bitching and whining. Enough with that. Half of the conversation of what you're saying is about complaining, and then we talk about complaining.
I wanted to.
Enough with this.
Responding. I just started responding. I wasn't complaining.
Again, listen to what you're talking. You're like a child. I'm sorry, Aziz. You're like a child.
Daniel, you spent more time criticizing me than the ethics of the military. Like, this is what we're talking about.
I give up.
How ironic. Okay,
that's a point that you finally made that I agree.
Okay, so I've been waiting for a while, like a very long time. About 45 minutes I've been waiting to be able to say something.
Please go ahead, Linda. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so firstly, seriously, this guy has been saying nothing, literally, because I've been having my eye on my watch for about 45 minutes. He's been saying zero and zip. So what a total disastrous waste of time. Seriously, guys. And as patient as you want to be, and you want him to get, he can't, he won't. Could we please move on? And could he please not be at the center? Thank you.
Okay, this is why Issa now made a call for everybody to pick the best debater.
Yeah, but Daniel,
but it just happened.
Rega, I've been trying to tell you this for over a half hour.
I understand. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I understand that you got upset, but it just it did happen already. Like it already happened once you said it.
Okay, Hala, let's go.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Okay, no more nothing burgers. Go ahead, Danny.
Daniel, I have a question. Why do you keep coddling him? And try to explain to him why do you keep coddling him?
to
Listen,
explain
guys,
and drive a
I
point.
wanna talk about topics.
Approach.
Listen.
Debate.
I'm not the
Daniel,
topics,
what
and
is
no one is
Daniel?
complaining. Listen, I
Daniel,
don't
what
want
is
anyone
this?
complaining
Is that not a
anymore.
complaint, Daniel? What is it?
Are you? Do you see me
Stay on
speaking?
topic, Daniel.
Do you see me speaking, Aziz? Shut the fuck up.
No, but
What I'm
stay on
saying
topic,
to
Daniel. I have to
Aziz,
stay on
okay,
topic. Why are
Aziz,
they
shut the.
rambling on?
So what I'm saying to everybody, I don't want to hear complaints and I don't want to hear instructions. We are here to talk about topics. If anyone wants to cry, there's a psychologist probably in a different room. Not here, enough. Like, guys, I don't know what's wrong today. Let's try to talk about things that people care about and not just like your personal like emotions.
I think the position was really simple, but he's not articulating it, which is that he feels that Israel should be held to a different standard than other democratic independent countries. And I think that's really the core of it, is that he feels that they should be treated differently, which is the core of anti-Semitism, which is the double standard. And do with what you will, but that's in essence what he said.
This is why I wanted to ask him if he wants if this affects only to the IDF or to any other army, but he was very defensive. So Aziz, I can ask you again. Do you think that the thing that you demand from the IDF is the same level that you demand from any other army in the world, that they will not be investigated with their own prosecution? Like which is like the army tribunal. Hold on, I didn't finish. Hold on, guys, please. There's one thing I can tell you about me. I don't do lectures, okay? But I am trying to be very accurate.
Right,
and when people interrupt me, then I cannot do.
Let's get to it.
Aziz, the last, you will not, again, I will tell again everybody, I don't want to hear complaints and I don't want to hear instructions, okay? It includes also Aziz. You are a guest here and we are talking to you. You are not here to set the rules. Thank you. Today, I'm a bit bossy. This is not how I act usually, but today I'm trying something else. Please, everybody, if you're interested, stay. If not, I don't want to hear complaints and I don't want to hear instructions. Today, tomorrow, yes, you can complain and curse on Aziz. Is what you're asking from the IDF is the same that you would ask any other army in the world, meaning everybody that's using currently army tribunal to prosecute soldiers everywhere in the world. You think that this should not be applicable to Israel? And if so,
Daniel, you're gonna mute. Daniel.
He dropped out.
No, I'm dropping him now.
I think I understand the question. I understand the question.
No, I will not let you speak now. I will not let you speak. When I ask you a question, and the last thing that I ask you is to not talk about what, like to address the topic, you're like on, listen, if you're gonna make fun, we're really like on the edge of our like patience.
You went on mute, Daniel, you just went on mute. We didn't have the last bit.
I don't care. The only thing that you will get out of your mouth is about the topic. Nothing else.
You didn't finish the question. You went
That's it. No, from starting right now.
But how do I know you have done, Daniel? Was that done?
Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't want to spend more time on this. So can we please talk about the ceasefire? Because I think that there's something going actually on right now that's very interesting. There's the USA coming and trying to do some type of negotiations. This guy, you said the name was Lincoln? I don't remember his name.
Lincoln.
Yeah, so he is, having meetings in Egypt and in Qatar, and he's mediating between Hamas and Israel. And there are different kind of like conditions in order to achieve this ceasefire. He is very confident that he's going to get it done in 1 week. So let's see. Neither Hamas nor Israel believe that he should be that optimistic, because it's like Israel knows that Hamas is not to be trusted and that they will not agree on the actual peaceful agreements. So I don't know. Maybe we can talk about that. I have only read one article, but I don't know if more people have more information about this, or what are the feelings or the views, or what could actually be achieved.
Well, there's a small update that from a senior official in Egypt that talked with the Americans, that he said that if there will be a deal, Sinwar specifically emphasizes that his own safety and life will be guaranteed, meaning that Israel will have to commit to not assassinate him at all from the point of the deals onwards.
But okay, if you don't want to kill him, that's fine. But
I'm not making an opinion.
They shouldn't allow him to just walk around, right?
I'm just kind of updating. I didn't make it's not my opinion. I'm not
No, I understand. But I understand if they say, okay, please don't kill me. But he's still a terrorist and he needs to pay, so he needs to be put in prison.
Listen, I think it's odd that he would put this because, he should be like either you are like a shaheed or like you put like your people before you.
He's
to
scared.
Put your name as a guarantee when your people are basically dying. I think it's like it's so ironic and like I don't know how to say it. It's not ironic. It's like twisted. I don't know.
It is ironic.
But I think that they will not see it like this, like the pro-parties. They're like, yeah.
Who is they?
The pro-parties, not the Gazans. The pro-parties and the... They would be happy because he's a freedom fighter. But okay, so this is just an update. But basically, if we talk about the ceasefire, I don't know like why Blinken is so... maybe it's more like wishful thinking.
The last reports last night were both sides had rejected it. So the fact that he's highly optimistic.
Both sides rejected it?
Yeah, there was one report on Fox News last night at around 10:35 or so during the convention. They broke into the convention why there was a lull in the convention.
I tell you what, with this denier framing, you need to basically look into the details because someone can say I accepted, but they also gave 20 rejections, or someone can say okay they agreed, but hold on, I'm just gonna share it. So we need to understand what exactly happened and who said what. I know that Hamas didn't even send the people, and not only this, they launched this explosion attempt, a huge explosion attack in Tel Aviv, launched rocket to Tel Aviv, and send a message to Hezbollah that now they're winning and the I don't remember the phrasing, the big jihad should start and they should escalate. So and I don't know from Israel, actually, I didn't hear that we rejected the deal. Do you have a source specifically about Israel that you rejected the deal?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I just repeat like you. I was
but each and every time. But each and every time a negotiation has been placed on the table, Blinken always comes up with he's optimistic and he's hopeful, and each and every time Hamas has rejected whatever deal that was proposed. So it's like, what makes this, in his delusional mind, any different from the other negotiations that they've come to the table? What really makes it all different?
I think it was kind of like threatening, saying also to Hamas, like, this is the last deal that you will get. Like, if it's not that, like, we're leaving. And then, good luck. So that Hamas also had, this was like the pressure that they put on Hamas. But I think that Hamas is just now trying to understand what is the best way for them to, I don't know, either to die or to, I don't know. But to accept the deal, it's like also the end of them. Either case.
But from the way I see it, Blinken is as complicit as they are, because if that's the case, then Daniel, he should have said that from the very first negotiation. Like, if you don't come to an agreement, that's it. So I don't understand.
No, it was said. It was said at the beginning.
Yeah.
If they will not come, you mean?
Yeah, yes.
Well, they didn't come. I don't remember exactly what happened in those. I was after Ania, right?
So, Times of Israel, 12:51 p.m. Report: hostage ceasefire talks on bringing up collapses. Hamas remains intransigent. I'll put the link.
12:51. What time zone?
I think it's UTC. I don't know their policy on time.
But you said
that's
both.
okay. We can figure it out with it.
That was Israel. Fox News last night. I couldn't. They said it on the air, but they don't have an accompanying article on their website. It said, I just searched everything on the current talks and came up with a TOI. article.
Because if anyone knows about Israel responding, because I don't know that Israel responded with a negative, so this is why I was kind of looking for where they're bringing it. I think I would also know because I think it will kind of create some.
I agree with you. I'm trying to find it. Anything.
Yeah,
I just don't think it Yeah, go ahead.
I seem to remember yesterday Blinken saying Israel agreed and Hamas did not, and they're still trying to work on it as of yesterday. I don't know if anything yet.
Yo, could you guys find the specifics of the terms and conditions of this agreement? Because that's what the same thing.
You will not see the specifics.
Yeah,
It's not
well,
published.
right now they're in the talks-ish, so they are not really saying much. But I mean, there are things that Hamas wants, that I don't think Israel would ever agree with, which is, for example, that Hamas gets to stay in Gaza. And they get to stay in government in Gaza. They cannot be trusted anymore. So Hamas needs to go.
So I read a Reuters article, and apparently they were saying that Netanyahu.
You read what?
Reuters.
Okay.
Pardon me. They were saying that Netanyahu was apparently happy with the deal because it considered Israel's long-term security interests. Right? So I already knew in some way, shape, or form, it entailed some sort of presence within the Gaza Strip. And, as I read on, you kind of picked up that some of the members participating in the talks were trying to get the Israelis to withdraw from the Egyptian side of the border. Because as a part of the negotiations, the Israelis are essentially trying to secure, post the peace, a situation where they now have control of that border and they can determine what comes in and what goes out. And Hamas disagrees with that.
I have some details. So the American agreement that presented on 16th of August is a hostage deal in 3 stages that will lead to the end of the war.
I read this.
I'm reading to everybody. A temporary ceasefire at phase 1, and then negotiation with a time limit between phase A and B. This has changed because at the beginning there was no time limit, which was a problem. So between phase A and between phase 1 and phase 2, there would be there was a limit. We don't know exactly how long it is. That they will still have ceasefire while they negotiate about the second stage. So if they either agree or disagree, if they agree on something, then anything can go. But if they disagree, then the war resumes. So in first stage, 30 hostages, according to a humanitarian criteria, meaning women, old men, sick people, wounded, and children. At phase 2, the men, and at step 3, the bodies. And during this, Israel will partially pull from the Philadelphia corridor, which is the one that also Ish was mentioning, basically the one between Gaza and Egypt. And there's another corridor. Basically, there are 3 corridors now in Gaza, or maybe 2, and 1 is almost going to complete. There's the Philadelphia corridor, which is between Gaza and Egypt. There's the Netzarim, which basically kind of divides south and west of Gaza, and north and south of Gaza. And now there is a new one. This is maybe what you hear in the last few days about a lot of activity around Hamad. I don't know if you know. So it's another one which is called the Kisufim corridor. So
I see why Hamas isn't agreeing though.
Right? Hold on, let me just finish. So I'm finishing. So in Netzarim, which is the one which is kind of cuts the north and south, Israel demands to put a checkpoint, so militants cannot go back to the north. I'm done.
Look at the article I found at the top. Last week there was a statement that from the Prime Minister's office that alluded to the U.S. accepting Israel's desire to have troops on the Philadelphia corridor to prevent the mass smuggling of weapons. And now this article, which is from today, You can read it saying the U.S. does not want any troops, any Israeli troops. Though I don't know if that but
changes things a bit.
It's against what the prime minister wants, which is troops in Gaza in the long term to prevent a situation unfolding again where Hamas just rearms.
But think about this: if you top brass within Gaza or Hamas, after 40,000 bodies, right? Your political leaders getting assassinated. It's like, what's the point? What's the point of agreeing to some shit that dishonors our cause? So, respectfully, I think they shouldn't agree. Fuck them. Y'all ain't die for nothing. Y'all ain't have 40,000 people get smoked for nothing. So
you think 60 is better?
Maybe they shouldn't have started a war. I'm just saying.
They should hold on tight.
What is your claim? Like 40,000 it's not worth it. So you think 60 will be? It will not be less. It will only be more.
Well, nature will take its course.
No.
Listen, acting as some sort of rogue.
If they will not surrender,
it's not really benefiting the state of Israel diplomatically speaking. Okay, so if you think producing 60,000 bodies plus, right, is gonna garner you any sort of,
it's not the goal.
Political leeway or support globally, it's not gonna happen.
You don't need to. This is not the goal to kill more people. This is the reality of war. We have objectives. Either we need to get them with force or with an agreement. Force will bring casualties
back.
Yeah. So either we fight for them or we do a deal for them.
And now we're destroying all the tunnels because we want to go after Hamas, as we agreed that we're going.
Look, you see, every neighbor in the region, right? I'm talking about every single neighbor. They all share the same position on what needs to happen. All the guys that are surrounding you share the same position. Cease fire.
No, but
you're such a fucking dumb shit.
Hold on. Okay, let's try again ish with you, okay? We tried with Aziz, we can try it with you until if anyone, by the way, let me do a commercial break. If anyone knows like a good, maybe it's like it doesn't exist, a good pro-Palestine or pro-Palestinian debater that is on Clubhouse and you can ping them in. We would love to have like a conversation on a topic that you would choose.
No.
I haven't met one yet.
So in the meantime, hold on. In the meantime,
do me a favor,
we tried it. I'm not. Hold on.
I would bring in Randy, but Randy gets too hyped up.
I pinged him already. He hasn't.
There's also ABB. I'm not sure if.
No, that's AA, not ABB.
No. In general,
ABB.
Yeah, BB. But I can't ping her because she doesn't follow me.
So Malcolm, we tried with Aziz. It didn't really turn out great. We can try it with you. You can choose a topic, whatever topic, but we will stick on that topic. Are you interested?
Maybe. Let's see how it goes.
You don't have to. Like, it's an offer.
I said maybe. Okay. Let's see how it goes.
You wanna? Okay, call me. Okay, I'm on my mobile. Let me know.
Let it happen.
I understand, Daniel. You have to.
Let's just let it happen organically. Come on.
You cannot do it as an experiment, but we can.
Daniel. I know why this experiment.
Do you still consider yourself a Zionist-ish?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what he says all the time.
I missed that.
Yeah, no.
Who is Mr.
Daniel? You
Mr.
He's in love with Daniel.
It's a Greek
group. But is he pro-Palestinian? He's probably pro-Palestinian.
What is a great group?
Oh, it's joke.
Hello?
Mr.
Yeah.
It's an old.
Oh, he just spoke. He just came off the mic. Say it again.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so until we have like a normal debate, let's have a shit show.
Yo, so Daniel, respectfully, I think that you gotta have these conversations
Hold on, Ish. Mister, do you have anything to say to
I
Daniel?
don't, Isa.
Okay, let me ask you then. Why are you wearing his photos? Do you love him?
It is better left unsaid, Isa. I don't want to talk about
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I took somebody's picture. Yeah, he wants to be in a leather
wants to
outfit.
serve you as his master.
Yeah,
Give him, you need to tell him.
You're fucking hooked.
You're hooked. Tell him to bark like a dog. He's pretending to have an Indian accent. This guy is an Indian guy.
All right.
You could
Are you trying to? Are you trying to run?
Mr.
Are you running from this intellectual sparring session?
Mr. Garg, what is it that you like the most about Daniel?
And I don't get like people that kind of come on stage but don't want to talk. Like, what's the difference? Like, why you don't?
Oh,
like, what's the
Jason's
point?
here.
Why are you being a coward, Daniel? I thought we were talking.
Coward? You know me as a coward?
I'll talk. Well, Ish, you said maybe, dude. Ish, you offered it. You didn't say yes, Ish.
No.
Wow.
Like an art museum. If you're in an art
So you guys find any excuse to bow out?
you can't like
That's crazy.
what what Issa does is a masterpiece, like daily masterpiece, guys. We have to.
Who?
What I observed is that we should be calling Ish a little bow out.
Andrew, why are you? Why are you? Why are you doing this? I already told you.
What?
Oh my God.
Did you just fluent? He's fluent in German.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No, gold.
Okay, so let me try to moderate this. Malcolm and between Malcolm and Daniel. Hold on. Why are you calling him a coward?
Enough with the complaints today.
What do you
Because you don't
want
want
to
to put the
fight
gloves
about,
on, right?
Malcolm?
He's like a boxer who has all these fucking clauses. Okay, you can't come in with this and that. No, let's just put on gloves and fight.
He
Right? You got all these special rules.
He offered it up to you. Baby. Pick a fucking topic.
Okay, so to make it fair, let's do something. Since you want to put on the gloves to punch Daniel in the face, maybe he agrees to put on his gloves. So let us try to moderate a quote-unquote fight between the two. What is it that you're calling him coward about, and what do you want to
I
talk
just
about?
answered that, and I also want to say that the game is rigged, the ref is compromised. So unless I knock him out,
What? The referee is compromised?
I'm not going to win by decision. I have to knock him out.
Mama said knock him out.
But
listen, okay, so
as
what
I was-
do you want to fight about?
As I was telling Daniel,
Okay, let's get this burning. What do you want to fight about, huh? Tell me.
as I was telling Daniel earlier, right? Some of the folks in that region are in disagreement, right? With the way that Israelis are behaving, okay? Turkey included, the second largest army in NATO, all right? And
Turkey is
he's
not in
sitting
that
telling
region.
people in his country, excuse me, rest your neck,
Turkey
rest
is
your
not
neck.
in that
You see?
region.
You are so intimidated.
You gotta get,
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm not intimidated.
I
I'm
can't speak without
correcting
getting
you.
interrupted.
You need to be more specific. What do you
I'm
mean
getting
by
jumped.
Israel?
The game is rigged.
Hold on, let me ask you. What do you mean by Israel is misbehaving? What is it that they're doing? Is it that they're not? I don't know. Like, are they not taking showers?
Isa, hold on. Ish, the way that he thinks, he doesn't know exactly. You're asking him a question. He's like a car, okay? He needs to kind of get it, like start talking. He will get there. He doesn't know exactly from the beginning where he's going. He's kind of going to the car.
I know.
And he goes.
I'm trying to take him there. So.
Okay.
So what do you mean by behaving? What exactly are you referring? And Daniel will answer to you, but just clarify.
Let's try food truck. workers. How about that?
Okay.
The food truck workers.
Tell me more.
And their deaths.
Tell me more.
Mistaking those individuals for Hamas fighters and, effectively killing them, right? That received international condemnation. Let me know if you need another
Israel
example.
agrees with that. That was a mistake. Israel condemns it as
Go
well.
ahead, Daniel.
But we're all
What
on
do you
the
have to
same
say
page.
about that, Daniel?
It was an example for, like, what is an example
Of
for
bad
what claim?
behavior. Of bad behavior.
Okay, it was bad behavior. Okay.
Oh, no doubt.
But it's not an example.
It's an example of Israel taking responsibility for a mistake.
Yeah.
Is what
There was a mistake.
Why do
and
you
we,
think it was bad behavior, Malcolm? You said it in your
just 3
sentence.
points.
You said they mistaken them for.
No, I just will say that yes, there was an investigation. Then they changed the protocols. They even how do you call it when you kick someone from military? What is the verb in English that you cannot discharge? Discharge. They discharged a few commander, including the I don't remember exactly, and wrote how do you call it? Like you write in their personal files. And they added changes. For example, one of the conclusions was to add like a thermal stickers on all the humanitarian cars, so it would be also visible by UAVs because sometimes it's at night, and all kinds of other things. So yes, it happened. It's not the first time that humanitarian workers die. It's the first time that people are talking about it, which is maybe it's a good thing.
Do you think?
I would actually leverage it to. Just one second. I would actually, instead of attacking this to the IDF, which actually was the first one to kind of announce it, to investigate it. No one's like found it, like we said it, to shine the light about humanitarian people that are dying, and not about the IDF. But yeah.
Okay, so
just one more thing about that.
When
Do you
folks
think
mention,
just
hold on, let me
one sec.
yes.
I thought it was a
about
squabble.
the same topic.
No, let hear me.
Hold on. It is between Malcolm and Daniel, but people can comment. So
Yeah, he wanted to add. He said he wanted to say something.
Go ahead,
Sure.
Yumi. Go ahead.
Just about the same topic. This is not unusual in war zones. And the United States has also had similar catastrophe where humanitarian aid workers have been killed from our bombing. And what happens is exactly this: an independent, or not even independent, but a self-governance of the country has done an investigation and taken action to try and prevent it in the future. But we couldn't have prevented these humanitarian workers from getting killed from a bomb or from a
No. This is something else. No. Hear me out. Okay, thank you. The last point was
that was extra.
It was extra. Malcolm, war is not surgical. It's not clean. There are like people die and bombs are flying, and people.
Daniel, do you hear me?
Can you imagine?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Because I was literally like speaking.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, it's A. He changed his name. It's a new account.
So it's war, and things happen at war. Mistakes. The question is, how do you deal with those mistakes? Not that mistakes happen. Do you cover them up or do you investigate? So in that aspect, you should basically praise the IDF for the way that they're conducting themselves. We're not perfect. I agree with this.
You did respond to that, and I appreciate the response, right? But here's the deal. There's such a thing as incompetence, right? And, it's one thing to be incompetent, but your negligence or incompetence could become so gross that it's deemed criminal, okay? So I can't speak to the intentions of all of the IDF, all right, or all of the people within government, but, it seems to be that there's a pattern of practice of incompetence, all right?
Malcolm, okay.
Hence, hold on.
No, I will shorten it. You are saying there's incompetence. I got it. You spoke now for a minute saying you feel incompetence. You will have to back it up with something more than just like titles.
No, it's been backed up. Killing workers,
you need to back it up.
Whether you acknowledge it or not.
No, it's not incompetence.
But
again, you don't acknowledge.
This is what?
With
the way
your
warfare is supposed to be
arguments,
conducted?
you need to try to make sense, because you cannot just say, oh, it's pure incompetence. You need to say, okay, this is the reason why I think that it is incompetent? Because
Issa,
I don't know, just give it a reason, because just name calling is not.
Issa, you have just been given an instance where people didn't intend to do something, right? But regardless
Why
of
do
the
you
fact,
say it's why
it
did you say
happened
it's
anyway.
incompetence?
This is a
They
form of
didn't intend
incompetence.
to do so, and
She
that's
asked,
why
no.
they corrected.
Everything bad that happens is always incompetence.
Listen, all of these kids that are dying, right? Whenever you hear some of you guys speak on the stage, hold on, Daniel. I said one fucking sentence. All right,
You're talking about kids.
Whenever
and
you
we're
hear
talking
these
about,
guys speak,
listen, there were no kids on this World Health Kitchen that you talked about.
And if they
okay?
were, that's a crime against humanity.
So let's try
For them
to
to be
stick to the point. Dude, why is it so hard? You brought up a thing.
What's hard? Like I
We can
said,
talk about
I
kids
just
now.
want to put on gloves and fight.
Are there any kids in this incident? Are any kids involved? So what
Now
was
you're
the
going
point?
back to the food truck workers.
No,
I thought you moved past it.
No, you are saying that it happened because of incompetence, and we are trying to ask you why do you think that this is showing for incompetence of the IDF?
Is this a rhetorical question, Daniel? So you're telling me they meant to kill the food truck workers? What are you asking?
No, he's asking it was a mistake. Not all mistakes are incompetence. Human beings make mistakes.
There's an
a mistake is incompetence. You were incompetent.
Some means you're not able to do your job.
It's called the fog
A
of war.
mistake is not incompetence. In war, there are sometimes failures, even when people are competent.
Do you guys know the definition of competent?
We do,
the
but you
definition of
don't.
competent does not involve perfect performance.
No.
Certainly not.
Do you know? No one's asking for perfection. All you have to do is do whatever you're striving to do.
No. So
hold on, Daniel, because I don't even think they understand the working definition of competence, and they sitting here trying to tell me what's competent and what's not. Tell me the definition of competent.
Do you think every mistake means
Tell me the definition of competent. Tell me the definition of.
Hold on. No. Okay. Ish. You ask now the same question for 20 times. If you ask a question, you need to mute up and then answer. You just asked what is incompetence like 25 times. That was insane, dude. While not letting anyone respond to you. That was crazy. So incompetence is the inability to do something, okay? The not having competence.
Competence. That is not incompetence, brother.
Listen, dude, we don't. I understand, but I will hand it over to a native English speaker.
How about this? How about this, brother? How about this?
Malcolm,
listen, dude, I know what it is, Malcolm, but go ahead.
Failure does not mean you're incompetent, and certainly not in war. Okay, competence has to do with your execution of the skills. If you execute the wrong mission because you have bad intelligence, which is what happened, that's not incompetence. Now, if every week you have the wrong intelligence, okay, then that's incompetence, okay? But if you have the wrong intelligence one time, that's not incompetence.
Do you hear yourself, Jason?
Malcolm, you're not responding.
The definition of
No. Hold on. So you're basically saying it's not incompetent.
I will give you the definition. I will give you the definition.
Hold on. I'm trying to talk with Malcolm here.
Jason, hold on. I'm sorry.
Well, we need a definition of competence. I don't feel this.
No. Daniel also
Let them speak for a second.
Okay, look, Jason, respectfully, you're saying that, okay, they made a mistake, but a mistake, we're not going to use the label competence for it until they keep making mistakes. If it happens every week, then we can use the label incompetence. No, that's basically what he just said.
No, he makes his point.
No more. He would make his point, not you. Please, Jason.
Exactly. I keep getting jumped. I thought this was a boxing match. The game is rigged.
Guys, 1 second. No more. Please let Jason and Malcolm speak just himself. And if he doesn't understand Jason will explain to him.
So, Jason, did I express your position about right?
No. The failure to achieve your goal is not incompetence. Okay, you can fail to achieve your goal this week and achieve it next week, all right, your level of competence did not change.
So, Jason, by default, you're essentially suggesting that their intent was malicious, okay? Because if they're persistent,
No, he's suggesting they made a mistake.
Normal, please rest your neck. Rest your neck. Exactly.
You're an ineffective interviewer.
I'm not interviewing. I'm getting
You're
to
an ineffective
the point.
talker. You're
I think I'm very effective.
No, you're ineffective. We all agree.
I asked you, Normal, please let Jason and Malcolm speak.
It's excruciating to see Malcolm make such a fool of himself.
I understand, but Normal, I'm asking you, please let Jason and Malcolm.
All right, now, Jason, respectfully, brother, the reason I use the word incompetence, right, is because, everyone likes to speak to the intentions of the IDF as though they're psychic, right? I'm not within the head of the IDF. I can tell you what the finance minister said, right? And how he suggested starving 2 million people. But, as far as the soldiers are concerned, I can't tell you what they're thinking. So when I see the IDF, right, make a mistake, like say killing perhaps innocent people. They could be children, they could be grown men, elderly, don't know. But innocent people, right? And then they say, look, Hamas is occupying institutions that weren't intended for the purposes of war, but due to the fact that they've militarized those institutions, we essentially come across certain casualties.
You are being too long. Please make it like shorter.
Yeah, it was just about to wrap up. Basically, to me, right, they're essentially saying, we don't intend to kill these kids when we bomb this building, okay? This is not our intention. This is not our goal. This is not our aim, right? But despite the fact that this isn't our aim, it seems to be our baseline in terms of the way in which we conduct war. If we bomb a building, the kids just kind of consistently happen to die, as well as the elderly, women, and soldiers fighting for Hamas. So if this isn't your aim, yet you persistently, secure what isn't your aim, at that point, I have to deem you incompetent. Okay.
Okay, I think the point. Hold on. I think the point is made.
Malcolm, I don't think this is a reasonable way to evaluate the performance of anyone in war. Pretty much everybody who engages in war has unintended consequences. They do have those consequences, like, repeatedly. No one who conducts a war is going to be competent according to the standard you're supplying. And this, I think, is where you are wandering, because it's one thing to talk about a very, just like a kind of absurd mistake where they have identified these trucks, which are full of humanitarian aid, incorrectly, and they attack them, right? That is something that is really avoidable. That's an intelligence error. But you transition from that to talking about attacking an urban area and there are civilian casualties. And you're like, well, they consistently have civilian casualties, and so they are incompetent. Well, I mean, everybody consistently has civilian casualties. So that can't be the standard. I mean, you've got to have something else that you're indexing off of when you say that Israel is incompetent. And I know what it is. Okay, it's Judaism. You are an anti-Semite. And that's why you take this position, Malcolm.
All right, hold on, real quick. Before the defamation of character continues, right? I'm actually in agreement with you, with the exception of the whole anti-Semite piece, right? It's not incompetence, actually, okay? The repeated mistakes that they make time after time after time, right? This isn't what you call incompetence. When you don't secure your military goals, which isn't to harm innocent civilians. Hold on, Daniel, please let me finish.
No, you're repeating yourself.
It'll be quick. Just let me finish. He repeated himself.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what is happening here, and you're right, Jason, it's this double standard. He's talking about the repeated, and we can resume the conversation, and let's try to compare it to other armies, okay? And then maybe you'll understand what Jason is talking about. When you put a standard
Daniel, why
on
you
the
hyper-controlling the
IDF or
conversation?
the
Why you can't let me
Israel,
finish?
Malcolm, let Daniel talk.
try to understand, and don't feel like you're coming from ego, and I don't care, but what I'm talking to you is not to attack you or to demonize you or to humiliate you. But when Jason was telling you about the anti-Semitism and you were saying defamation, yes, I don't think that you go and you look at Jews and you spit on them. That is not, it's not always like from 0 to 100. But the fact that you put Israel on a different standard that you would put any other army and country in the world is showing your basically that you be, maybe you're not anti-Semitic, but your talking points are coming from anti-Semitic brainwashing.
So let me ask you a question. Show me the president that quoted the Bible.
Malcolm, I would like to thank you. I need to sign off here. Malcolm, thank you for going back and forth with me. Daniel, thank you for modding. I'll come back. Hopefully we can continue this conversation sometime.
Okay. I want to jump in at this point. I want to jump in at this point. Wait. Number one, the definition of competence. Unlike you, I looked it up. It is the ability to accomplish a goal successfully and or efficiently.
And that's what the Israelis are doing?
Just listen and you will learn. So let's talk about what the goals are, and then we'll see if they're doing them efficiently or successfully.
It's one of the goals.
Just listen to the goals. Just listen to the goals and you will understand.
Every time you interrupt him, he will address what you're saying and you just make it longer. So if you want to answer, I would suggest you keep on mute.
He's got nothing else to do.
Hold on.
I speak so I can help.
If you let El finish, it will be faster, believe.
Okay. So these are Israel's goals. Number one, to wipe out Hamas. Number two, to obtain the release of the hostages. Number three, to do so by minimizing the loss of civilian life. How do we measure this? Well, we have metrics. Let's talk about the third goal first, because you brought that up, Ish. The loss of civilian life. The loss of civilian life in this urban war is less proportionally, that means per capita, than any other urban war. So check. Israel's doing it successfully. Releasing the hostages. Israel's gotten half of the hostages out.
Hold on.
Norm is speaking the truth to an American audience. American audience haven't heard
Andrew, hold on a second. El was still speaking. I want to ask El. I have no problem you staying with Ish, but can you do like 1 point at a time? Otherwise, you will speak like 7 points, and they will.
I'll give 3 points, and then we can take them one at a time.
So hold on. No. I'm saying that I will leave the mic on you and Ish, so you don't need to kind of do all of them together. Choose one, like 1 point, and then do back and forth with him.
I'm gonna do 3 at a time, and then we can break them down one by one. So the third one is to minimize the.
He's just gonna do what he wants.
I understand that, but that's just how I choose to do it. I'm the one who's speaking.
I understand. No. Please, can you have a look at the title, the room that you came into? Okay.
Yeah. It is. There's a war going on. No propaganda, one topic.
So I'm asking you, please choose, and I'm saying I will keep the mic on you and Ish, so you can go back and forth.
All right, you insisting. I'll defer to Kitover. Okay, so minimize the loss of non-combatant life. According to every metric, and I can give you those metrics, and I can tell you the source, Israel is killing fewer non-combatants than any other army in urban warfare in the military history. It's not just a success. It's not just competence. It is excellence. It is perhaps the most successful at minimizing civilian loss than any army in military history. I'll rest it there. You feel free to respond.
Okay. That's actually, a lovely response. That last little bit there that you just inserted, right? Masterclass in gaslighting.
It has the additional virtue of being true. It's not gaslighting. I stated facts. There is no fact that you can contest in that. But I want to correct you because you called me a liar, and I'm correcting you. I stated a fact.
Gaslighter. Okay.
A gaslighter is a liar. A gaslighter is a liar.
Stop.
I stated a fact.
Stop, please, everybody. I will interfere, when there's a fact. So, please, no ad hominem. Please address the claim. This is why I also asked Normo to talk about the claim, not about El Normo. So please address what he was talking. We are talking about the ratio of civilians. No personal attack, And please be concise.
All right,
Well,
thank you.
let me
Thank
give
so
you,
much.
I'm going to give you the metric. The usual metric.
Hold on. You spoke. And again, you will get to speak after him, but let's have a conversation. You spoke. Now I want you to address your point, and then you will address him back.
Okay, fine.
Right. You keep spewing shit. Let's talk about, this is regular.
No, I have to stop you there. I'm not spewing shit. We're talking facts.
Okay, listen. Listen, guys. I'm not gonna be a kindergarten teacher or whatever. If you don't want to respect, then I'm giving up, and I will not also more than whatever. Malcolm, I asked one thing, and the first thing that you did was the opposite of what I asked. If you don't want to accept the rules, that is fine. But say you don't want to accept the rules, and the rules are: you will talk about the topic only, not personal attacks and not ad hominem and nothing of this, and you will be concise. That's it. Go ahead and don't talk about what happened. Talk just to the point. I don't even want you to address what I just said. Just address Nombo's points. And we're talking about the ratio of civilians and militants.
So, addressing all that was said, right? Let's deal with Israeli excellence, okay? When excellence backfires, pardon me. So if you look at the chat, right, there's a link that I posted. Apparently, three hostages. Excuse me. Why the fuck am I being interrupted 2 sentences?
I will interrupt. No. Listen, I already explained to you the rules again. I will interfere.
You're intimidated.
I'm not participating. I'm letting you and Noble, but I will be here just to kind of keep the conversation flowing. So if I need to stop you, you need to stop and not fight me. Okay? And I asked you also that you will only talk about the topic and don't say, no, enough of this. Grow the fuck up. Norma was talking about the ratio of civilian casualties compared to militants based on what you said. Please address this topic. Thank you.
My
because
God,
otherwise Norma had two more points that he wanted to say. I asked him to choose one that we will first talk about that topic. If you say you don't want to, if you don't want to, listen. If you don't want to,
he said so much more than that. So now I have to be limited to addressing exclusively this point.
Okay, listen. I have enough with the complaining and the bitching. Okay, enough with this, Malcolm. I'm not your teacher. Stop complaining. He was literally talking about the ratio of civilian in this war. If you don't want to address it, say I don't want to address it, and he will go to his second point. If you do want to address his point, go ahead.
Well, how many sentences can I get away with before I'm interrupted? One.
I have enough.
No doubt.
Thank you. Anyone wants to replace him?
No.
No. I asked you, and you're like, I had enough. Is anyone here that is willing to have a conversation without bringing his ego and without just bitching and complaining about that he doesn't go?
Hi, Daniel.
What?
Hi, everyone. Am I in Matrix again?
No, you have a very bad connection. Is there someone that can speak for the pro-Palestinians, that can actually not be emotional and a bitch and talk to the topic and stay focused on one topic at a time? Is that such a big ask?
It's not an ask. I just want to make something. He went on for 20 minutes saying that Israel was killing civilians, and he mentioned the aid workers. As soon as I addressed that topic, he changed the topic. This is an example.
So this is why I'm trying. I don't understand. This is why I'm trying to stay on topic. Exactly because of that.
Apparently, he doesn't care about that topic. He just wants to criticize Jews, which goes back to your point that he's trying to hold Israel to some non-existent standard. They'll never tell you what the standard is. All they want to do is criticize.
I will ask you, Noam, are you interested to give it another try with him? Because I'm kind of on the end of my patience to kind of try to make people stay on the topic. Maybe I just need to let go. It was an experiment. Today. Maybe it's not the
You have a lot of patience, and so do I. I've tried this before. I think what we will see is that he is absolutely unwilling and incapable of pursuing one single logical thought or making a point. We can try him again.
So no personal attacks?
Okay, no personal attacks. Israeli competence, minimizing civilian casualties. Go. Ish, you're on stage. Israeli competence, minimizing civilian casualties. Go, Ish.
I don't want Daniel to break my heart and show me that he'll suck your dick some more. So I'm
He and I don't kick it that way, but I understand it's very big in your mind guys like you often bring up gay sex. Maybe this happened to you in prison, but that's not really on point. So let's just focus on Israeli competence and the minimization of civilian casualties, which is, by the way, the greatest in human history, the greatest in military history. The ratio of combatants to non-combatants being affected by this war is lower, even in the United States. It was about 1 to 4, between 1 to 4, 1 to 9 in, say, Fallujah in Mosul. And this is according to the War College at West Point. And in this war, it is closer to 1 to 1 or 1 to 1.5, say, or something. Israel is killing fewer combatants proportionally per capita than any other army in military history. So this is not just competence. This is extraordinary competence. I can go to the next point. Killing Hamas. I think Israel has reached a point now where it has largely wiped out Hamas. Thank you. Israel has largely wiped out Hamas, and we're really kind of in a mop-up situation. We're almost ready, I think, to say that the only thing we really need to focus on is taking out terrorist sites and surgical strikes. And I'm sure you guys are getting your updates from the IDF, as I am. And, take out a terrorist site here or there in Gaza, here or there in Judea and Samaria, and maintaining control of the Philadelphia corridor. That's the border with Egypt, where all of these arms have been smuggled in. I believe Israel will retain control of that for as long as necessary. Definitely, I would say likely through the end of this presidential term, Biden's so-called presidency, into the next administration, I believe. So that's the goal of wiping out Hamas.
So you said all that, right? And I love that you said all of that. So can I feel free to say all of what's on my mind?
1 second.
Well, this is not what's on my mind. I made 3 specific points, so you have to address them, not just go in a rambling gish gallop. If you wish, you brought up civilian casualties a lot.
Let's discuss a set of civilian casualties, please, and Israeli excellence. If you could mute your mic, respectfully.
Yeah.
So you won't mute your mic.
I think you better make your point while you can. You better make your point while you can. Well, you have no intelligence, so we're a good match.
Are you serious? You don't believe
I'm
that.
serious. Make your point. Yeah, I do believe that.
Okay. There's some Israelis, right, who were being held hostage by Hamas, and they were getting released to none other than your excellent IDF, and all 3 of them were shot fucking dead. All right? They had white flags, that they were waving.
It was a bad mistake. What's your point?
To the IDF.
It was a bad mistake. What is your point, Ish?
Okay.
It was a horrible
and they shot
mistake.
all 3 of those civilians that were Israeli.
We know this.
Dead. All right?
This
so that's
is not
your
news.
excellence. That's
a horrible mistake.
Superior.
You disagree that was a mistake?
No, it's excellence.
No, well, I think that you don't know what excellence is, so you're going to have a hard time with this conversation.
No, it's the IDF. It's the IDF excellence. They're the best army in the world.
I see. So what you're left with is, having lost the argument, you're now falling back on sarcasm. You're not good at it. I recommend a different rhetorical choice.
What are you talking about?
I think what you're showing is that
all right.
I think what you're showing is that you're incapable of having this conversation.
And there are 3 fucking Israeli civilians that just died. Okay, and they died returning to the IDF. I don't know what they thought was intimidating about a white flag to the point where they had to shoot.
Do you know what a metric is?
Reference from
do you understand the meaning of the word
Amalekite reference from Netanyahu? Hold on, no, you hang on. Shut the fuck up. Do you know the Amalekite reference from Netanyahu?
Stop being rude. So do you know what a metric is? A metric is how you measure something. So the measurement that we want to use is minimization of civilian casualties. Is that an acceptable metric to you for Israeli excellence?
Right. That's why you kill people waving white flags. No doubt.
Is it an acceptable metric for you? I'm asking you a question. Are you accepting this as a metric? Or not?
No, I want to just kill the Amalekites. Yeah, get out of here. Scram.
Guys, do you hear me?
I just want you to know, I know you're trying to learn here, but you're failing because you're not able to really have a conversation.
Honestly,
so would you like to measure? You don't have enough humility. Do you know what a metric is? Ish, yes or no?
Didn't you just explain it? Look, you see,
listen again. Listen again.
Jello, wear your diaper. Okay, retire.
Again, that's a personal attack. Ish, So do you know what a metric is? Ish.
Is he talking to himself? Didn't he just explain what a metric
I'm
was?
going to
And he's
answer
asking
for
you what a
you.
metric is. You're not talking
I'm going to answer
You're
for
talking
you.
to somebody else.
No, you're right. I'm going to answer for it. Yeah, I know what a metric is. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know what a metric is. Why you try to be racist? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know what a metric is.
Relax,
Okay, that was for
relax.
you. All right, so Ish knows what a metric is. Ish is here in my apartment answering for me. So let's use a metric to see if Israel is competent in minimizing civilian casualties. Is that okay with you, Ish? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's fine. At the end of the day, yeah, it's okay to use a metric. Let's measure how many civilian casualties compared to the deaths of combatants. Yeah, that's okay. All right,
Bro,
good. Now we're having a good dialogue.
I can show you a source.
Yeah,
that will say,
we're having a good dialogue
this
now.
is
Don't
the
interrupt.
fastest rate of death in conflict in this century.
Don't interrupt.
Okay?
Well, the death of who? The death of combatants or non-combatants?
Death in a conflict. It is the
Of
fastest
combatants or non-combatants? That's the point of the conflict is to kill the combatant.
Listen.
Metric will be.
We can refer to the Hamas Ministry of
Listen,
right?
no, Malcolm. Wait a second. Stay on topic.
As far
We're
as
going to
the
talk.
rate in which people
Slow
are
down.
dying,
Slow
it's
down,
saying
Malcolm.
that in
Slow
this
down,
century,
Malcolm.
it's the fastest
Malcolm,
rate.
the metric is. The metric is how the ratio of civilians to combatants. How many dead combatants? How many dead civilians? So if there's a lot of civilians compared to combatants, that's bad. And if there's few civilians to combatants, that's good. Where do you think Israel is on that metric, Ish? Do you accept that as a metric? Or would you like a different metric? Do you know what a metric is? Yeah, I know what a metric is. Wait till I say I'm stupid. Don't be racist. At the end of the day.
Okay, don't make fun of me.
I don't think you don't even know when I'm making a point, do you?
Yes,
That's
please
amazing.
make fun of him. It's entertaining, Norma. Continue with the
It is?
voiceover. I like it.
Okay. Okay, good. I'm trying. Thank you. You're my people here. You're my constituency. So if we use that metric, which I think is the way we decide if you're competent or not, right? You need key performance indicators. This is something you should write down. KPIs, they call them in business, key performance indicators. So if we have few civilian to combatants in the ratio, that's a success at minimizing the loss of civilians. Now, what's the obstacle to this? Good question. I'm glad you asked that, Ish. Yo, at the end of the day, what's the obstacle to this? I will tell you. The obstacle is that Hamas deliberately embed military installations in civilian areas. So that means Israel has to go into those civilian areas in order to kill the combatant. That is Hamas's choice, not Israel's choice. So it's a kind of a trick in a way. Hamas has stated that they want to maximize the loss of their own civilians. Now, what kind of a nation does that? Who wants to maximize the loss of their own women and children?
Norma, is that their KPI? Their KPI is how many innocent civilians die, and the more the better, right?
That's very well said. That's very well said.
That's a very interesting point, that their KPI is how many dead civilians they can have. So one of their tactics or their strategies is to use the tunnels to hide the fighters and to put the quote unquote non-combatants on top.
It's compounded by that every Israeli citizen is considered a combatant. Israel does not consider every Palestinian non-combatant to be a combatant. I know that sounds a little awkward to say, but there's one set of rules for Hamas, and there's a different set of rules on the other side of the equation. Everyone's fair game for Hamas.
Well, it didn't seem that way when those Israelis were waving white flags. I think that was December.
So do you think that was a mistake, Malcolm, or deliberate?
Who shoots their own troops on purpose, or their own civilians on purpose?
Nobody that I know of. You don't think it was an accident? You think it was deliberate?
So if it was an accident, then you're saying they were incompetent. What happened?
No, I said they made a mistake. We're going to have to do a little bit of a review.
Incompetence.
I will explain it to you.
Hold on. They assumed they were combatants using a flag to get to within a safe distance of the enemy troops. So yeah, it was an accident. It wasn't incompetent.
But I think what he highlighted here, what's been highlighted here, is that any mistake would be considered incompetence to acknowledge.
Correct.
Which is a double standard. Which is a double standard because normal people are allowed to make mistakes, but the idea the Jewish soldier is not allowed to make a mistake or he's incompetent.
Right. Using language of Ish, Ish, help me. I think I speak your language well. Israel has to be 100% error-free. There has to only be Hamas death and not a single civilian casualty. That's the only goal that Israel can be held to. Is that correct, Ish?
Hell no. That's unrealistic.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, accidents happen.
Yes, but the thing is, right? Here's the deal. Somehow, you guys have managed to fool a part of the international community into thinking that the mistake is actually the policy. Okay? Somehow. All right? I'm not sure.
What does that even mean? Can you expand upon it? The mistake is the policy?
Right. In other words, the mistake of innocent children dying, right? You guys have somehow fooled the entire international world into thinking, no, that's not a mistake. That's the policy.
No, the last thing we want is a policy. It's the last thing we want is a policy.
It's called moral blame.
It's the opposite.
I mean, you're conflating moral blame. If you attack my nation, okay, if you initiate force and then I go and defend myself by trying to kill the people who are trying to kill me, and in me doing so, there's civilians who die, the moral blame is not put on me, it's put on the people who initiated force. Like you're conflating, like you're like the moral blame is on the Palestinians.
Yeah, let me use a simple criminal example. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
No, go.
Okay. Let's say 3 people rob a bank. One person is driving the car, never goes into the bank. And one of the 2 others, so there's 2 in the bank. One of the 2 shoots and kills the guard. Per person, guess how many people have first or second degree, depending on the circumstances, first or second degree murder indictments. How many of the 3?
Hold on, oh no, I was rolling
all
the blunt,
3.
bro. You
all
said
3.
Somebody shot at a car. What happened?
Someone stays in the car. There's 3 bank robbers. Someone stays in the car. 2 go inside. One of the 2 shoots and kills somebody inside the bank during the commission of the robbery. How many putting aside bank robbery indictments, how many of the 3 are put with murder indictments on them? Get indicted for murder. Better way to say it. How many of the 3?
All 3.
Yeah, including the guy who had nothing to. He was sitting in the car. Okay, so the blame rests on everyone who initiated the use of force. The same logic applies to international law. Hamas, all of the deaths are on Hamas because they initiated the incursion into Israel. Israel is fighting back. All of the deaths are on their shoulders.
The wars are not with October 7th. That's the first mistake you're making. This is an ongoing war. Therefore, you can't say that Hamas suddenly initiated this war, ignoring past history.
Well, first of all, war is between 2 armies. War is between 2 armies.
Let me add to that real quick.
They're not a national actor.
Alan, I agree with you, right? The way I see Israel and Palestine is no different from North and South Korea, who haven't officially signed a peace treaty, which means, though you don't see missiles flying, right? Technically, their war never ended. It's a frozen conflict. Okay, so that's essentially what the Israelis and the people of Gaza were engaged in, a frozen conflict. Okay, and there was a bit of a political tug of war going on. And right? But someone in history said by other means. So as far as I'm concerned, they tried the diplomatic thing, right? Hey guys, we think you should leave, get up out of here, remove yourself from Gaza. And it didn't seem to be working. So they, tried diplomacy in another form. All right. They tried to advance their interests through militarism.
And Israel left in 2005. That logic doesn't hold.
Okay. See, here's the problem, Yaakov. You're talking about Gaza, right? Yes, they left
we're talking
the
about
Gaza
the war
Strip.
in Gaza. We're not talking
but the
about
Gaza Strip, right, isn't all of Palestine. Okay, that place that they occupied, all right, or pardon me, that place that they attacked on October 7th, all right, according to that international body that a bunch of nations are signatories to called the UN, all right, that place was apparently occupied territory. So those people were dancing in Palestine.
Israel is occupied territory.
You are insane. There was no border dispute of that area. That area had no border dispute.
The only border dispute is those areas reclaimed from the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank. Okay? Jordan annexed through war the West Bank from 1947 to 1967. Okay, 1948 to 1967. No one said a word. Jordan annexed it, gave them citizenship, withdrew it in the early 90s or late 80s. Can't remember. I think it's early 90s. So we're talking about there's contested borders subject to final negotiation. It's contested, and then there's Israel proper. So to say that Israel is occupying Palestine in the area surrounding Gaza, you have just moved the goalpost really far.
Let me ask you a question. The 1948 frontiers of Israel, are they the same today?
No, because of the Arab invasion. First, there was the 48 invasion. I'm happy to put up the demarcation between the so-called Jewish state and the so-called Arab state west of the Jordan River. Now, 78% of the mandate was given to create the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan in 1946. The British did it unilaterally. What was left was the other 22%. 55% to the Jews, 45% to the Arab state. I can put the map up if you want at the top. Happy to show it to you. Now, is that what the Jewish state looks like today? No, because 5 armies, actually 6, with under 5 commands, 5 armies invaded. And, Jordan occupied a huge portion of the West Bank in areas that they were not allocated to the Arab states. The Jews said, yeah, we accept this. The Arabs said, no, we want 100% of it. We want everything west of the Jordan River. And then that status quo held until 1967 when the Arabs then tried to, destroy the Jewish state. And guess what? The 6-Day War, Israel occupied, we don't have to go into supreme detail, but reconquered those lands. Now these lands lands are disputed territory subject to final negotiations.
Right. And the Hamas organization, right, participated in, a form of dispute on October 7th, okay? They showed you that they disagreed with the presence of certain individuals. Now, did they do that?
And they are being dealt with accordingly.
And we are showing them that we are not okay with this.
Yeah,
by the way, just to be clear about
their disagreement, and therefore they're a non-state actor, they are a militia that broke through the borders of a sovereign state, and the minimum definition of sovereignty is ensuring your borders and making sure your people are safe. Prior to October 7th, they were sending hundreds, if not thousands, of missiles, depending on your time frame, across the border in random places. They weren't targeting anything. They didn't have targeting capabilities. So the ultimate form of terrorism is to just unleash a bunch of rockets that, who knows where they go.
All right, well, I just wanted to say, Daniel, you was getting me tight earlier. That's why I told you about the whole dick thing and all that, but my bad. And outside of that, bro, like, you can say whatever you want, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with nobody going out to pick up guns and go shoot Israelis. But again, there's a territorial dispute. So as long as that remains the case, right? The fact of the matter is, you know, the whole argument that quote unquote Israel, right, was attacked is questionable. Okay, because was that land actually the land of Israel?
Yeah.
Right? Is it even proper to say that it's Israel that was attacked? Because look, whilst Trump, okay, may have recognized.
Guys,
Malcolm, it is. Wait, one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it is. So the first thing is that states are recognized. The territory of a country is recognized in the Security Council, and proper in the Security Council, they did invade Israel. One quick notice, Alan, the quote on your PTR is a fake quote. That never happened with Menachem Begin, for people that don't know. And by the way, I saw so many fake quotes like that, I have to say it every single time. Yaakov, the interesting thing about the 6-Day War is that the Israelis said to King Hussein,
Don't do anything or you'll lose big time.
Yeah, well, they said it not only once, they said it twice. They said it one time in 8 o'clock and the other time in 11 o'clock. After the shelling already began, and they said, stop the shelling, we don't want to fight you. So, yeah, that also thing that happened between Jordan and Israel. And Malcolm, if you want to say that was a dispute, you can say that, not under international law. It has nothing to do with disputes. But if you want to say morally it's like the dispute, then people would say that it would be fine for Israel to, in quotation marks, occupy the West Bank and Gaza. The reason for that is that, well, if it is in dispute, then we will try to take as much land as possible, and they will try to take as much land as possible, and may the best man win. I don't think anyone wants to go that route.
No, that's the route. That's the route. Okay, the mainstream media is not gonna express that position. Okay, but that's the unofficial story. All right, and Netanyahu, he basically helped us understand what the mindset was. All right. The Amalekites of the Bible. Okay? We need to get rid of the Amalek. The Amalek, they are the problem. All of that sensationalism shit that he did, he should have just told them, look, go in there, get the job done. Nope. He snitched on himself. Okay? He referenced the story of the Bible that essentially provided a framework for the mindset that they were to have when they engaged in combat.
Hold on one second. Hold on. Malcolm is like if someone wants to react, go ahead. I was just it's bullshit. Is there anyone that knows pro-palis on the app that can actually hold a debate? Please, if so, please ping them in. We will have a nice debate. But people that actually
I'm pro-Palestine, but
but that's not what I'm asking. Actually, people that actually know what they're talking about and can hold a debate that is not emotional or crying or
so Netanyahu didn't say that, Daniel. He didn't say that.
Michael, hold on. Yeah, someone will address you. Whatever. I'm bored with your bullshit. Okay. Maybe if someone wants to entertain you, go ahead. So if anyone, please ping them, and meanwhile you can continue. If anyone wants to address this,
I can play one.
Bullshit.
I can play one.
Yeah, me too. I can play a pro-Palestinian. Fuck Israel. Fuck you, Zionist
No. I mean, with their
fuck
logic.
you and fuck your mother. You fucking fuck you. How was that?
Essentially,
I can do
Israel has
I can do
no.
what Arafat does, who used to do. Oh, the occupation. All right, what do you say to that?
Oh, the funny thing about that, you remind me of this meme. You fucking.
Israel was a country created by the Security Council at the expense of the native Arab population. It has no right to be there.
No one is.
No, I'm just saying. If you want to
I like that.
Palestinian,
I
I
like
can play
that.
one.
That's good.
That
That
was
was
a
a very
No.
good one.
I know that's what
I
they
can,
say. That's
I
what
can
they
do
start
even a
with.
better job. Zionism was a settler colonialist project. It was imperialist by white Europeans.
That's what I just said.
By white Europeans that tried to displace the native innocent population that welcomed them with open hearts when they were genocided by the Germans. And
Why don't you go and ask Europe? Why don't you go and ask the EU for your country?
That's a good one. That's a good one, Simon. American Jews are better Palestinians than Israeli Jews, Rody. I'm sorry. Yaakov wins.
You are not real Jews.
I'm sorry.
What is a Jew? What is a Jew? Tell me. What is a Jew?
Israel not only stole lands, they also stole hummus.
Rody,
their whole culture is based on appropriation.
Rody, where your
Nakba are fake Palestinians. We are
Rody, where your
original
grandparents
people
from?
of the land.
My grandparents, they're from Azerbaijan.
They're from Haiti.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, but the majority of Israelis, their grandparents are from Eastern Europe. Why don't they go back to Eastern Europe? That's where they're from. They have no ties to the land of Israel. Who was the Security Council to impose this?
Rudy, do you speak like Turkish, Azerbaijani?
I wish. No, I'm not. I only know like
you don't understand.
And
I only know like Nan Salisi
European Jews oppressed you guys, Rody. They thought you were second-class citizens in Israel. The Sephardic, and even though they're the majority, the European Jews.
I'm Azerbaijani too, also.
Look, nobody's saying that it's not diversity among the Jews in Israel, right? And I'm sure y'all even got a Muslim population.
20%, 1 in 5.
Okay, nonetheless, all right. Some of the accusations that are levied against y'all, they deserved. Okay, y'all can say whatever y'all want, and then you're trying to act like he's tired of my bullshit. Like I'm not saying anything that's consistent with the truth. But Netanyahu literally stood in front of soldiers and said, "Amalek, killed the Amalek."
It wasn't in front of soldiers. It wasn't the international media.
Do you know the story of Amalek, Malcolm?
Yeah, is it ethnic cleansing?
No,
it was a genocide. But okay.
Yes, ethnic cleansing. They killed 8 people.
There is a group of people from generation to generation that come to destroy Israel. He was referring to Hamas, not the Palestinians in whole. Hamas. Could he have chose his words better? Probably. To be honest, when I first heard it, I'll be completely honest with you. I was like, wow, that's interesting. I would have just said we need, they did really terrible things. They invaded, they killed, they raped.
So you agree with me?
Yeah, but I'm not agreeing in the broader sense that it was implied to include 2 million people who were not. No, I'm just saying the 30,000 people who were the tail wagging the dog. That's the Amalek. That's the people that need to be destroyed.
Yeah, Yaakov, when Malcolm talked about Amalek, he said, and don't correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not. He said that he referred to Amalek as Hamas. He referred to Hamas when he said Amalek.
Yeah, so then we should have no problem with that because their stated goal is the destruction of the state of Israel.
Yeah,
and the destruction of all Jews.
To be honest, kill all of those dogs. I don't care.
Yeah, when he called them dogs or whatever, animals, I to be honest, I did have a problem with that because that was sort of the language. What?
Yeah. I also had a problem with that. They're like less than dogs.
When you take...
They're less than dogs, to be honest.
I understand, but that's sort of the... I just had a problem with that language. Like, they're humans. They made huge, stupid mistakes, and they were very... they had no compassion. They had nothing. But at the end of the day, they're still humans. They're just not the type of humans that we want to be like.
I'm sorry, like immaterial entities that butchered and burned people alive? Nah, I would say that those are like subhuman garbage.
Okay,
You
whatever.
guys,
We
you
can
guys are
call them
failing to see
different
the
things,
pattern.
but they still
All
need to
right?
be eradicated. We agree
America
on that,
did not
right,
start
Brody?
as 50 states. America started as 13 colonies, and now today we are the U.S. of A. All right, 50 states and territories included. All right. So that being said, you guys are taking a similar course. A young, ambitious nation. You care to grow, you care to develop, and whenever Netanyahu comes to the U.S., he's always referencing the size of Israel. He said it takes 3 minutes to fly over Israel by helicopter. 3 fucking minutes.
Yeah, that's
Okay?
the problem.
So he said the map of Israel is essentially so tiny, all right? And, they exist in this hostile ass environment. He is providing all of the grounds for expansion without saying that we need to expand.
That's not what he's saying. No,
You
180
realize every
degrees
time they're
different.
attacked, they take like every time they've been attacked. Okay, they take not even that they take land. They have to protect
No, say
themselves
it.
from these.
He's saying we need a strong military because of our vulnerabilities, not
Correct.
we need to increase our land areas so we don't have vulnerability. No single prime minister of Israel has said we want to expand the borders.
Yes, they know to refrain from using the language of expansion, but they give you all of the criteria for precisely
Okay,
why
now this is a
Ish,
conspiracy theory.
answer this
Now you're
question.
talking
Answer this one
conspiracy
question.
theory.
Answer this one question. If nobody attacked Israel, if there were no nations that would attack Israel, what do you think would have happened? Do you think they would have still had the same borders as 1948?
Or said another way, in all of the times where Israel wasn't at war, just take all of the years where Israel wasn't at war, 48 to 67, after 67
Well, I mean,
to
that's what I'm
90 to
implying.
Yom Kippur, was there any offensive action by Israel to expand the borders?
Well, I
I
mean,
don't
Zero.
want to deal
that's
with.
basically the
I don't
implication.
want to deal with
If you're not
fantasy. Can we
attacked,
deal
No,
with
no,
history?
you're dealing with fantasy. You're saying,
No, can we deal with history?
yeah, I'm using history.
All right, so
You
let's
said
deal with
that
the 67 war, right, with Syria and how the Golan Heights was
who
acquired.
initiated it?
Okay, it was
Who initiated
acquired
it?
through
Who
in a
expansion.
initiated it?
defensive war. It
Who
was acquired in a
initiated
defensive
the
war. That's what
conquest?
happens when you go to
Listen.
war.
Who
The
initiated?
the existence
Okay,
of the
Ish,
state of
Ish,
Israel. I'm
Ish,
telling you
shut the
right now
fuck
who
up.
initiated it. I'm
Shut the
telling you,
fuck up.
brother. You
Every
asked the
time you
question.
bring
It's
up a
not
war,
rhetorical. I heard your question.
every time you bring up a war, I want you to tell me exactly who initiated it. The first thing, this person initiated it, and then you start. Go ahead.
Okay, so the state of Israel created 1948 was the source of instability in the Middle East. They initiated war by way of establishing their state.
Okay.
No, I think
That's
there was
not
a
how
source
you
of
initiate a
stability.
war.
The source
That's
Not
not how you
instability.
initiate a war.
The UN
source
gave
of
them a
stability.
mandate to.
Basically,
in that area, and they
Jews
gave
being
the
alive
Arabs
is
a
a reason
mandate.
to fight us.
Daniel, I love what you're
Daniel,
doing.
it's
This is
even
how
worse.
you loosely
It's even worse.
interpret what I just said
created a
in the
state.
name of politicizing my statement, right? So that you can rally
Malcolm,
support
you
amongst your
literally
people.
said that the existence of Israel is actually a declaration of all the wars that the fact that we exist is a war declaration.
Yes, absolutely. If all of your neighbors disagree,
So I was very accurate. Why are you arguing? I said exactly what you said.
Neighbors think.
No, because Daniel, you did this little nuance of a spin that
Yeah, it wasn't a
just
spin.
adds
It wasn't a
this
spin. It
extra
was
salt.
very accurate. No, it wasn't an assault.
Okay,
It was
nonetheless,
mirroring.
though, hold on.
It was mirroring.
Hold on, nonetheless, all of your neighbors.
Jews being alive is the problem.
With your
Because if we
existence
were Arabs,
as a state.
listen,
It's
no,
not like Jews weren't living in
as
Palestine.
Jews,
There were a
as
bunch of
Jews,
Sephardic
as
Jews in the Middle
Malcolm,
East.
Malcolm, wake the fuck up, okay? The only problem that Israel is instability is because Jews live there, not because of the name, okay? Wake the fuck up. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Why are we
open
such
up
a
the
problem?
link
Why
at
are we
the
such a
top.
problem then?
Open the link at the top, Malcolm.
Okay.
Now, do you see the sort of muted orange? That's the so-called Arab, and the blue is Jewish state. Now, notice they don't say Islamic state; they say Arab state. All right, they take religion out of this on one side, and for the Jewish people, it's the Jewish state. Now, you see, Gaza is not part of Israel, right? And look at the craziness of the border in the north, where the two blue parts barely come together and the two yellow parts touch.
It's so, and then the squeeze right northeast of Gaza, where the two orange parts come together so that they can be contiguous, and and the blue parts are cut off. It is such an unmanageable country, but the Israelis, the Jews said, we accept it. And guess what? All of the surrounding Arab countries says, no, we want 100% of what's to the west of the border, the river. We do not accept that.
So in effect, you essentially declared war.
No, we didn't.
Right?
We
What the
accepted
fuck
the
are you
international
talking about, Yaakov?
partition.
Look, Yaakov.
Israel did not declare war. They said we declare country in the partition that we were given. In the blue area, we declare a country.
And all of your neighbors were not in agreement.
That's not our problem.
They
will defend ourselves.
It was, all right? Because they tried to kill Jewish people. I don't know if you don't see that as a problem. What the fuck?
Created this solution, and the countries attacked us. They attacked us. By the way, they outnumber us 600 to 1. They got 22 countries. We got one tiny country, but they thought we didn't have a right to exist. So they attacked us, and they lost. And we exist.
And they lost
and they're
again.
Still warring with
and they
each
lost
other.
again.
That's what happened. And
Let me ask you a
again.
question. Wait. What was their reason for war when they attacked you? Can you remind me?
Because they hate Jews.
The reason was
zero land.
The Jews should have zero land to the west of the Jordan River. That's it. Simple.
No.
Not complex.
It's not about land. Jews owned land before in the Ottoman Empire.
They didn't want.
Jews lived as Sephardi's.
Yes. They said what their reason was. They wanted to
within that region.
Hold on. Even the head of the Muslim community, who's a Jordanian, or essentially would be considered a Jordanian, in the Peel Commission, 1937, that all of the land that the Jews have in modern day Israel at that time, 1937, was purchased legally. So let's not get into the whole land versus whatever.
Right. So you're misrepresenting the situation. It's not that they didn't want them to have land. You just said they didn't want them to have land.
They didn't want Jews
land,
there.
It couldn't be that they didn't want them to have land. They didn't want them to have a state. That's
correct.
The accurate way
they
to
could have said, well, yeah, we could have buy it, but no, we're just going to invade you and take over the entire place. Yeah, they didn't want us to have land. They didn't want a single inch. They didn't want anything to be called Israel. They're like, yeah, you can live within our context, but guess what? Jews have not fared well when they live as a minority in the Arab world. Doesn't work out well. So yeah, their whole notion was, there's just no Israel. You can still live here, God forbid, but you're going to report to us. That doesn't work. So yeah, we fought back.
Okay, so that's stability. Israel declares we're a state. Every single neighbor gets to attack it, and that's stability. Got you.
No, it was stupid on the Arabs' part because they look what all they lost over the years with all the wars they start. They're net negative.
So you agree with me that it was a bad real estate choice?
No, I don't agree with you. Not in the least.
What are you talking about?
Not in the least.
Like, where do you get this?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're a Zionist. You say, I'm a Zionist. I'm a Zionist. So if you're a Zionist, put your fucking Zionist ass in a chair and shout out for Zionism. Because if you believe in a two-state solution,
he doesn't understand what it is to be a Zionist. It wasn't a bad choice. It was a miraculous choice. It's a modern miracle. Much the same way that the Israeli army is a modern miracle, the creation and development of the state of Israel is literally a modern miracle. It's almost unparalleled and unprecedented in human history. It's amazing. It's the opposite.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt you'll be honest. Just make your point, but don't say you're being honest.
I just put a link to the top of the room. I suggest you watch this video, okay? And if you're still curious about like the in-depth information, and like this is like a very in-depth book, I highly recommend you read the book that's mentioned in the video.
This is almost the same Mac, except they're showing they made the white gaps between the blue gaps a little bit larger, but it's essentially the same Mac.
Yeah, well, I mean, like they purposely did that.
Yeah, because you could see and notice there's the third portion. There is the international city of Jerusalem, which was to be essentially no man's land if in terms of who controls it. A third party, the UN, was going to control it.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
yellow spot in the middle.
For
It's
anybody
not
who
really no
hasn't read the
man's
book.
land. No man's land is.
I meant no man's land, and neither the Arabs nor the Jews controlled it.
Right.
It's to be a universal city that
Which is a buffer zone.
Correct.
Meaning no one allowed or you'll be shot.
Yeah, that's what we call no man's land.
Yeah, Yaakov, look, I don't know why this is taken as some sort of anti-Semitic position, because Jason earlier called me an anti-Semite, and
I
Daniel,
didn't call you an anti-Semite.
No, I said Jason, not Yaakov.
Okay.
But in
No,
any case,
I actually said that maybe you're not anti-Semitic, but the claims that you are bringing coming from anti-Semitism in the sense that when you hold Israel to a different standard than you do anyone else, that is the definition of anti-Semitism. So before you make a claim, just ask yourself, do I apply the same standard that I now kind of say about Israel to any other country in the world, and which one? For any statement that you make about Israel.
No problem.
Wait, but is that the
if I'm
actual
moving to-
characteristic of
It's one of the characteristics. It's one of the actual characteristics, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if I agree with that, but
wait, what do you don't agree with?
About holding Israel to a different standard that you hold any other country in the world?
Yeah.
What other reason would you have it?
I mean, I don't know if I would call that anti-Semitism. Like, I mean,
How would you call it?
It's rooted in anti-Semitism because it's not a logical argument. Because
well, what if you had such a belief in the Jewish people's, ability that you said, I just hold you guys to a higher standard. You're better than that. Is that
But you don't.
well, because like the equivalent of me saying like like a person can say like, yeah, I believe in individual rights, but I also believe that like we have the right to healthcare. I'm not going to tell that person like you're anti-right. I would say like maybe like you have a misconception.
But you're making a false equivalence, Simon. We are talking about the case. Give me any other reason why would people hold, and it's happening only with Israel and many people. Tell me what is the reason that people hold Israel to a different standard on almost any topic. You know what? Choose a topic and I will show you how they're talking about Israel and how it's flipped when they talk about others.
Well, because people
all the time.
But the thing is, like, if you're saying it's rooted in anti-Semitism, I could understand. But to say that it is anti-Semitism,
it's an expression
wouldn't fully agree.
It's one of the expressions that demonstrate anti-Semitism. So, for example, if you want to accept in your organization anti-Semitic standards, so let's say you're a publication, you should ask yourself in the publication before, like you print like a story. Would this be a story if it would be a different country and not Israel, for example? Otherwise, you are promoting anti-Semitism in your organization. Or allowing it, or like let it kind of, because as you said yourself, it's not like an obvious case. It's not like I hate Jews. That is easy.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess I see what you're saying.
Yo, imagine, right? I'm in the U.S. government, and
Hey, well, one second. For example, Simon, the story about the rape. I mean, the fact that the investigation, prosecution, like exactly what you would expect. That Israel was the one that finding it, and like everything by the book. But they hold us to a standard that the fact that it even happened, that a soldier did it, it's like outrageous. Like it never happened anywhere in the world. And it's like, it's dishonest. It's just, yes, something was bad, but they always use it to kind of paint Israel bad. And it comes from being the only Jewish state, not any other reason, unfortunately. And I would love to be proven wrong. Sorry.
Well, I mean, like, I think you could say it's another false equivalency. I mean, I don't know if this is comparable, but like the whole thing with George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. I mean, like, to me, you had a police officer who did literally almost everything by the book and got like, and because of like the whole racism stuff, like he basically went to jail.
Yes, but it's not coming from anti-Semitism, or like you need to define one of those cases. I think it's this victim mentality. I don't know exactly where it comes from. The defaming the police. It's also used by the same way, but specifically,
Well, he was a he was a guinea pig for. I mean, not even a guinea. He was a scapegoat for like racism. He was like the poster child for like
being a
in
racist police. Yes,
Yeah.
and then the police department had to kind of use them as we're not hiding it. It became political.
Yeah.
All right. So imagine we in America, right? And say we living in Baltimore, right? Yes, that's like a majority black place. Okay. And I decided to declare Baltimore a state. Like, yo, we black, you know, you guys made us slaves in this country. We feel like it's too much
It's
racism.
unconstitutional first what you proposed. So this is, you said you didn't want to deal in fantasy. This is fantasy. So don't use.
Hold on.
No. When I said something, you said we're not going to talk about fantasy. So this is fantasy. So we're not going to talk about it. Okay?
Let me ask you.
No.
Okay, you know what? You want to assume that Baltimore is not part of a sovereign, independent country, but like a place that it's just an area, not a sovereign country. Not a state. No one actually governs it, right? This is what you mean. Okay,
let's just assume that Baltimore, right,
is a non-sovereign, non-independent.
Why the fuck you put words in my mouth? Let me finish my sentence.
No, I'm just trying to understand because Yaakov said not to fantasize. But if we want to fantasize, are you talking about Baltimore as we know it, that is under United States, the sovereign country, or like
the Baltimore in Mars? Yes, exactly. Like what the fuck? Just let me finish. All right. So Baltimore, okay, it's a majority black place. We declare secession. You know, somehow the people in that environment are just so uniform in their political position that, maybe you have like a local mayor in that area and they say, you know what, now I went from president to mayor, suck my dick, United States, we're a state now. Okay. So imagine if the state, right, of Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Virginia, Richmond. Okay. Imagine if those states right next to fucking Baltimore decided to say, listen, this secession stuff that this population is doing over here, right? We don't recognize it. We're not in agreement with it. And if you continue with this behavior,
you just described the U.S. Civil War.
Why not?
You just described the U.S. Civil War.
Hold on. If you continue with this behavior, right? Talking about you're going to create some black nation state. This is the United States of America. We will fucking come and step on you.
Guess
Are
what
you
happened
telling
last
me?
time that was tried?
Okay, hold on. Are you telling me that my continuation of secession, despite government protests, the government put out an official statement? Are you telling me that's not a declaration of war?
Let me. Interesting. So let's say it was like the slaves that did it, and they said, "Okay, it's enough for us to be slaves. We are taking this part of the United States, which is not like yet, not sovereign, and we're gonna be independent. We're gonna do a black nation. We don't gonna be a slave. You want us back? Fuck you. You want us to turn into like second-class citizens? Here, we will determine our legislation, and we already have a black president from day one." And then everybody around us that are a bit like maybe hating the fact that they don't have slaves anymore will start attacking us. So yes, they will not like it. We will say, we are the blacks, the slave. Fuck you guys. We will now control our own destiny. We will develop our own country. And I understand that it bugs you. Fuck you.
This is fantasy land. I don't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm at it fantasy land. But if you
how's it fantasy? This literally happened in Haiti. Like the whole country went through this.
That was the revolution against colonialism. 1804. Yeah, I'm very familiar with
it. That was white people's fucking territory. Okay, black people did not.
Yeah, the blacks said no. We're gonna govern ourselves. Now we're gonna create a new country. Haitian borders didn't change in 1804.
Hold on. What? So you think they didn't have an intention of creating a country? They just wanted to be free, stateless people?
No, they wanted to be free people within the borders of Haiti. They wanted to rule themselves, and guess what? They achieved that goal.
Right. They wanted a country. Okay?
No, they had a country. It was ruled just like the 13 colonies, it was land controlled by the British. We said, no, we want to control it ourselves. That's the same thing. The U.S. The Haitian Revolution was just a few years after ours. Ours is 1776. You guys were 1804. Good job. You did it.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Okay, good.
What's going on, Danny? What's the war going on? What war?
I just think that,
Just really quickly, it was French who were governing Haiti.
Yes, that's what I just said. It was the colonial power. It was the French. Yeah, they all speak French in Haiti.
Yeah.
I just think that, anyone who declares themselves a state, right, whilst another authority is under the impression that they have control over your territory. This happened in Corsica, okay? They were being governed by Genoa, and the Corsicans under Pascal Paoli said, yo, you know what? Fuck the Genoans. We're self-sufficient. We do everything we want to do by ourselves. We don't need your king. Fuck you. I'm the king now, okay? You know what happened? All right? The king put out an official statement. He said, hey, you Corsicans, if you secede, okay, or think you're seceding, we will be bringing down this illegal activity. We don't recognize your secession.
We understand history. What's the parallel to the creation of the state of Israel? I don't understand what
you guys declared war by making a state.
No, we didn't. We declared a state. We didn't declare war. What do you mean? We were going to invade you guys? No, we're just that these are our borders as defined by the UN, who gave us the privilege of declaring a state. We said we accept these borders as defined by the ruling, I don't want to say government because UN isn't the government, but all of the partners in the UN said, yeah, here you go. This is yours. We agree to this. The map that was there before the YouTube video. And Israel.
So the UN's a credible organization when they're giving you a state, but not when they're calling you out for war crimes. This shit is amazing.
Well, because they're a little bit biased. If you look at all of the General Assembly resolutions, like over half of them are towards Israel. Like it's not completely an unbiased organization.
What about a group of people coming together, consenting on organizing themselves with an institution, saying that this is a government? It's a declaration of war, exactly.
Brothers, you guys are just, come on,
bro.
Don't insult yourself.
I just asked you a very straightforward question. Just answer the question.
It's just like
I don't need. Listen. I don't need brothers. Don't insult. Just answer the question. What about a group of people organizing themselves and creating an institution called a government is a declaration of war?
Like I said, you insulted yourself, man. I'm not doing
okay,
why don't you just answer
room.
the question?
Just
answer the question or get the fuck out. Like, I don't get. Either answer the question.
What did I just
or leave,
explain?
bro.
What was that whole Baltimore analogy about? Like, what the fuck don't you get?
That was absolutely
but
nothing.
Baltimore didn't declare war on the rest of the states surrounding it. They just said, in your analogy, they're like, we want to govern ourselves. We want to just be Baltimore. Right? They didn't say, we want to be Baltimore and we're going to take over the rest of Maryland and make Maryland part of Baltimore. That's declaring war. Declaring independence is one thing.
Once you declare yourself a state, that means that a country now has to consider a new border. This is the fact. Okay? The facts, pardon me. So, do you think America would just, hear of a state in an attempt to secede?
The countries surrounding it have
Why did you just avoid the
border.
question?
They recreated the border through invasion, and guess what? They were taught the fuck out over successive wars.
Ish, why don't you just answer the fucking question?
Bro, the question's been answered, bro. You just failing to comprehend.
No, it
That's
hasn't.
not my problem.
No, it hasn't. You completely evaded the question and you gave some sort of analogy.
We're gonna move on.
No bearing.
Another speaker needs to take over because we're centering around someone who's giving specious arguments. It doesn't make sense. I can't deal with this.
You're justifying a group of people organizing themselves and consenting to a government as a declaration of war on who? No idea. I don't know.
The surrounding countries who don't even recognize them as even being allowed to live there.
No, not live. You see, this is your propaganda bullshit. They were living there. They were buying property there. You acknowledged that earlier. Now you're talking about they weren't even allowed
Yeah,
to live
and
there.
they were.
This is bullshit.
When it comes to look, because they were living there under the Ottomans, all of a sudden, when they're living there independently,
Under the Jews.
changes the rules, right? So yeah, they were living there. They were living there under their own land, but they weren't self-governing. Now all of a sudden, the only thing that changes, because Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria didn't invade prior to that because they were okay with it because the Ottomans were ruling it, and then the British under a mandate. No one was invading it. Then all of a sudden, the Jews say, we're going to have self-determination. We are going to live within these borders, and that's what changed the rules. All of a sudden, my goodness, the same people who were living there before are the same people there afterwards, but now all of a sudden, we can't deal with that, so we're going to invade. So the argument doesn't work that way, Malcolm.
Yaakov, I hear you, but again, if the United States government put out a statement, they put out an official statement, look, you guys over there, we understand that you guys are black people and that, you know, the United States government has done a bunch of crimes to you, but this whole concept of a black state, you know, just a country for black people, it's not going to be one of the 50 states, okay? Go to Jamaica, go to fucking Haiti, but, you know, as far as a black state being carved out of America, if they put out a statement saying you are not allowed to have that here, then their government is essentially suggesting they recognize this act of secession as criminal, okay? And what's going to happen as soon as
Fantasyland, we're not playing Fantasyland games. I will throw you the fuck out of this room. I really respect you, but I've reached my limit.
You're cold. It's the same shit with Palestine.
No, it's not.
Look,
the Arabs.
No, it's not, Malcolm. Can you actually learn? Learn. Try learning something.
No, look. He keeps asking a question. All right. How are the people declaring? No.
You bring the question up.
No. Simon said, how are the people declaring themselves, right, a self-governing people? It's another way of saying a country, right? How is that a declaration of war? All right. And I'm answering for you without using the framework of Israel and Palestine, but we could deal with that framework.
Yeah, but your framework,
every single country put out a statement saying that they do not recognize this new, you know, territorial setup that you're trying to do.
Right. So who the fuck cares? If they want to then use military force to...
What do you mean? Who cares? Listen, remember the question.
I'm saying Israelis
their government see it as criminal. So if their government see it as criminal...
Quiet. Listen, okay, the surrounding countries, I'm going to use your logic, the surrounding countries didn't buy into it, and they're like, we don't agree. Okay, that's fine. They can have that position without attacking, and then the moment they put that position into play through force, they have to deal with the consequences of losing. Yeah, so I agree with you. Yeah, they didn't like it. They really violently didn't like it. They violently didn't like it to the extent they were willing to risk life and limb to attack Israel and get what they couldn't through diplomacy. Yes, they didn't like it. But guess what? You have to deal with the consequences of invasion.
Thank you. So you are agreeing that the Israelis disregarded the demands of their neighbors?
No, I am not. No, I am not.
How did they not disregard the demands of their neighbors? They still have a state today. They still have a state, Yaakov.
What would we say? Okay, neighbors, we're just going to give up all the land and you get it and we're going to live underneath you? That's fucking unrealistic. Okay?
Exactly. So, in other words, they proceeded from the perspective of the neighbors in their criminality. All right? Which means, what the fuck? Yo, I'm done.
Yeah, you are being removed from the room. Removed from room. Cancel. Goodbye-ish. Okay? You do not understand it. Done.
I also wonder why the peculiar preoccupation with this situation in Israel. I mean, they have people here who got knocked over when the United States was formed. It seems like if you wanted to deal with something you could actually do something about, you might go crusading for Native American rights or something like.
Wait, can you repeat that?
I said, okay, I just came in and out of this room several times today, and the guy Malcolm has like a obsession with these events in Israel in this tiny little land that's the size of a dinner plate. Okay, and so it's like if you wanted to worry about some people who got knocked over and who lost some land at some point, he could worry about Native American sovereignty if he wanted to. Also, like the western half of the United States used to be part of the Mexican Empire, so I mean he could worry about that if he wanted to. You know, but I mean, at least that's something that's like that you live within 1,000 miles of. I mean, the state of Israel and all of that is like 6,000 miles away from the United States. That shouldn't even be on his top 50 list of things to worry about. I might also mention too that, okay, when people talk about territorial conflicts, I don't know why everybody keeps talking about this in terms of morality, this procedure, that if you have territory and you want to defend it, okay, if you want to keep it, then you'll defend it. And if you didn't learn how to defend it, then you won't keep it. Okay, so like these Arabs, they were under so many different people, you know, like British people, Ottoman people, and so on for like a period of 20 centuries because they could not get it together to manage a state themselves. Okay, so now you have Jews, and they take up care of the business of managing the state successfully, by the way, and now all of a sudden it's a problem. It's like if you wanted this to be some type of Arab territory, you had like 20 centuries to get it right. Well, actually, I'm sorry, 14 centuries to get it right, because that's from the time of Islam. But you had some very long amount of time to get it right, and you didn't. And now that Jewish people are setting up their own government, now all of a sudden it's a problem.
Actually, it's just propaganda that's being pushed by Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, the IRGC, and North Korea, as well as South Africa and other BRICS nations. And people should wake up to this. This is why smaller intellects gravitate towards this information and run with it. It's propaganda.
Well, possibly, but you know, I guess so if they gravitate toward it. So maybe that's telling me if I'm not worried about like the events in Israel, not so much, then maybe that means I have a better intellect.
I would say that a lot of people are looking at like the conflicts, Ukraine and Russia and Israel and Hamas as being separate. But we all share the same planet, and these conflicts for sure are not separate.
My blood pressure needs to come down. I need to wait.
Did you say your blood pressure has to come down?
Yeah, it's so freaking out. Wife was checking in on me.
That's hilarious.
God, is it me or like he was all over the place, logic-wise?
I mean, look. When I ask you a direct question, okay, and you reply, "Oh, you're embarrassing yourself." It's like why don't you just answer the question? If you ask me a question, I'll directly answer you. I don't have to jump around. But we're asking someone who believes in conspiracy theories. We're asking someone who has no grasp of history, no understanding on like causal relations in terms of how events unfold. Like
I mean, I lost.
This is just cherry picked history.
Yeah, he didn't even understand the Haitian Revolution. Like, and he's from Haiti. Like, look, I know there's a lot of people that are ignorant in this country about our own history, but if you can at least use logical theory, and then if someone gives you some new fact, if you're going to incorporate that and come to a reason and explain in a logical ABCD method, then I'd support you all day long. But to just randomly throw darts or spaghetti and see what sticks to the wall is just, I have little patience for it. I will be back in a few moments. Okay.
Fucking ChatGPT, bro. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Who's trying to speak? Who was that trying to speak before?
Hey, it wasn't me who was trying to. I think it was Elle, but looks like she's on the phone. Looks like she's on the horn there. But I was gonna ask: has anyone figured the fuck out how to get those notifications from stopping from dropping down? Dude,
Yeah, you can't.
what the look? Like everyone went apeshit when the whole app design changed. But they make one requirement where you have to pick 3 fucking topics, and I'm about to lose my shit. I'm about to lose my shit, Simon. Okay? And look, and that goes for every one of you. I'm a loose cannon right now because all these drop downs. Okay, so whoever's gonna set me off, that's between you and God. Okay?
I'm here for it.
All right. Well, you want to participate?
Oh yeah, man. Let's do it.
All right. So
rip some shit.
Okay, so let's start a cult. Number one, you got to start a cult with me, and that cult's going to be about cult, like something like super cultish, and we got to proselytize and call. I don't know. I'm bad at this. I'm fucking bad at this.
Well, you know who we should get in here, who I feel like be a very good leader, because
the internet company?
Ish. Have you met Ish? Have you ever met Ish? He would be a great cult leader. Actually, be a great cult follower. Scratch that.
I actually didn't hear. I didn't hear the name because you broke out. Now you're back. But who?
Yeah, I'm in a dude named Ish.
Well, I think. Oh.
But I scratched that. Though. He's a better proselytizer. Use him as a proselytizer. It could be, maybe a reverend. But
well,
yeah,
he's
you
quite
could be the
reverent.
cult leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I'll be
I
like
think
high priestess. You'd be like a grand dragon. I don't know.
Grand Dragon. Wait, why? Why do you get some normal ass title and I get something like Red Dragon or
I don't
something?
know.
Why am I
You seem
in?
extra angry.
Why
so
am I
like,
in?
well, you
Why am
seem
I
angrier.
in the Mortal Kombat cult and like you're just in,
Well,
you know, like a
because-
royalty
Well,
cult?
I'm in it.
Because once we need to somebody to blame, Tommy, you're gonna be it, and you need
Right,
like
right.
a name like that is scary enough that we
So,
can
okay.
market it.
So you're gonna escape dragon me now?
Yeah.
You're gonna escape dragon me?
Well, the supreme leader should be a little scarier, right?
That's another normal title. Why don't I get that one? Why
You
can't I have
are.
that one?
You are. You're the grand dragon. Like you
Well,
bring literal fire.
Well, that sounds, you know, kind of like, you know, doesn't sound very real. Yours
The
sounds
red
pretty real.
cat, the red cat sandwich. That's what it's gonna be.
You want to be something more
What is
real.
the problem
like
with not sending the
granddaddy? The granddaddy.
Yeah, I mean, like
you
everyone's
want all
out
the ladies
there.
call you daddy.
Everyone's, well, see, I was just going to say, because everyone's out there wanting to be called daddy. What if you double down and go for trying to get someone to call you granddaddy?
Right. See?
Whoa, that's the kind of cult game we're looking for there. You're in.
Okay.
You're in. You pass.
I knew we could brainstorm this shit.
I don't know. I feel like I'm still stuck with. I mean, I only had one shot of getting named. I'm still stuck with the Grand Dragon. But you know, after the
Granddaddy drag.
Dragon Daddy.
Andre, are you in the cult?
I mean, I might as well be. Can I do the?
Yeah.
Can I do the finance?
I mean,
You know we have to
somebody's gotta
take
do
people's
it.
money.
It's a thankless job, but somebody's got to.
You know, I think this last time between Ish and what's his face, I think that was just straight up two guys going, just like actually trying to speak to one another, and
It was homoerotic for sure.
Well, it somehow ended in like a massive migraine for one of them, and then the other one's dead. But they tried, and you can't, you know, at least they tried. Today, tomorrow might be different.
Can we say they finished?
So Simon, it's actually Simone, right?
It's actually Simone.
Oh, wow, like you have a little nah at the end, huh? Simone? What are you trying to be over there? Who are you trying to be?
I'm Italian.
You trying to spice it up like Joe Dirte?
Joe Dirte.
Joe Dirte.
I fucking love this guy. Holy
Joe
Christ.
Dirte.
Hey guys,
Dude.
my blood pressure has come back to normal.
Okay.
Do
you have one of those?
It's a post-ish blood pressure drop.
Holy Christ, that's hilarious.
You don't even want me to say what I'm thinking right now, but you.
Were you list? Were you? Oh,
I
yeah,
was
it was
working
like, yeah,
listening to that shit.
Was I making any kind of sense? But I don't know.
That was actually a pretty fast pressure drop. That's pretty good.
Yeah, my refractory period isn't long. If that's what you were working on. In a joke, Al.
Wait. Okay, well, I mean, like, you're in a safe space of the cult. You might as well just say it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Jakob, we're starting a cult.
Who's the leader?
Well, I don't know.
We need a charismatic
It's Tommy's
leader.
idea, so I think we should be the granddaddy.
Oh, wow. You're just giving away. You're just giving.
Are you charismatic, Tommy?
I don't know. One might say I can, you know, that I know my way around a conversation.
Okay, let me hear your Bible thump.
Okay. Well, actually, no, because last time I did that, I happened to also have a Joel Osteen PTR, and that account got clipped. And I don't see.
Okay, you don't have one now, and
Yeah,
there's no
but
one
I
who's
don't.
going to report you in the audience.
Yeah,
Maybe the.
yeah, but I don't see. Look, I saw a whole lot of people coming to Kelly's aid. Like, oh, like everyone, please sign this petition. I got no petitions when I was trying to be Joel Osteen. I got none. Okay, and did I write a full page essay to Clubhouse and it got ignored? Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Figure out your bona fide of being a character.
Well, here's the thing about God. God never leaves your side, okay? At your lowest moments, you might think that the world's coming against you. You might think that your finances aren't in place.
Oh, you
might
are
think that
good, Joel Osteen. Oh, holy shit! Yeah,
you might think that the world's out to get you, but let me tell you, God's doing the work the whole time. He's the one that's going to do that thankless work. He's the one that's going to be working silently when everyone else is out there.
Amen, Jesus.
Okay, man, I didn't have to work too hard for that one.
No. I'm just going with it. Keep on going. I'm just amening.
Man, I feel like I'm going to get got at any moment right now.
Thunderbolt's going to come down. What's his wife's name?
Because
not Tammy.
It's not. Look, it is not a game of luck to be blessed. You have to decide to be blessed. You have to wake up and choose to be blessed. Okay, you have to show up and keep showing up, even when it's at the darkest hour. Even when that's when God's working for you. That's when you know that the sun is about to shine because it's the darkest right before the dawn.
Holy moly!
Wow.
I like.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Hell, I can tell this one.
Yeah, see, he's a good leader.
So
He's in.
I may not be Mr. Charisma, but I can do a sermon just off the cuff. Okay.
Hallelujah.
I like it. We just need uniforms. So everybody needs to look uniform.
Oh, uniforms! Yay!
Uniforms. Okay. What sort of like we're gonna go with the robe thing? I feel like the robe thing is safe.
Yeah,
It's safe.
Wait, the white robe thing with eye cut out?
No, it could be.
That's very passé, Tommy. We need.
It could be taupe. It could be taupe robes. It could be off white.
White we're over white.
It could be. It could be bone colored robes. It could be beige.
Even Chartreuse isn't gonna cut it for me.
We need something non-binary. Something
Something non-binary.
Asexual.
What's the best
Red
non-binary
robe.
color you can think of?
Yep.
I was saying maybe the robe should be like red or something. We're trying to be like edgy, right? And not, I mean,
This is actually a great idea because also like the blood from the lashes that we're gonna give.
The lashes?
There's gonna be lashings. Oh shit.
Oh,
lashing. Of course. I mean, how are you gonna punish people who are not?
There's a punishing aspect here.
Of course. I mean, there's what is it called? The sin, the primal sin.
Well, we need to get creative with the punishment. Maybe you have to sit and listen to Ish monologue for.
Or you gotta sit and listen to someone fucking wailing on a keyboard for an hour.
Right.
No, this is great. Locking somebody in a room with Ish or a certain period of time, and so, but red still works because the blood from the ears is not going to be.
No doubt.
Oh my god.
So to summarize what's been going on here, no one's figured out the drop-down notifications every 2 seconds. Nobody's figured that out.
Nope.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think it's time to move to Cheddar.
Yeah, the drop-down notification thing is on my last nerve.
Granddaddy of them all. So what have you been using that the GPT for there, Simonette? Fuck you.
What the fuck?
Sorry, man. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it.
Ignore his Tourette.
Sorry, man. Look, I just had a moment of weakness. I had a moment of weakness there.
Hey, buddy. So what are you using ChatGPT for? Fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah. Okay, we're back.
Sorry.
We're back. It's okay. We're back.
Yeah, I wasn't using ChatGPT for anything.
I could have sworn you just said something about ChatGPT there.
Did I?
Oh, now we're gonna gaslight in this cult? I mean, we might as well.
We all heard it, Simone.
Simone, God, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude.
No, I mean,
I could tell like there's like actual feeling behind that.
Dude, there is. You could hear it. It was palpable.
I could hear it.
It was real.
It's the exhaustion in your voice.
It was real.
Fuck you, man.
It was
I'm being
real.
so real.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that. I mean, it was more just letting go, but it was real, man.
Oh my god.
It's like, fuck you and...
Fuck you and fuck your couch. Man, fuck your couch.
Charlie Murphy.
I'm Charlie Murphy.
I didn't even know Charlie Murphy existed before that bit.
Shout out to Cat.
Charlie Murphy. Have you ever seen the film Blue Streak? It was like a, I don't know, early mid 2000s film, and it was Orlando. I don't know. It was like kind of a black film. Like you know those.
That's pretty racist.
Those films that are like kind of black films, but you're not sure just because like the main characters are all black, but it's still kind of like a, like a normal film. Come on, you had to have seen Blue Streak, like where they steal a diamond, and like Dave Chappelle's in there. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, dude.
I feel like he's super disappointed in us that we don't.
How are these? I mean, I don't want to have to think about it, but every time I see one of these drop downs, it's literally just a single person who's deciding, yeah, I'm just gonna open a random room that's just called U.S. politics. I got this one drop down right here. It's by someone named MM. No idea who that is. Started a room for U.S. politics. Who's going in that room? Who's going in that room? I'll ask it again. Who's going in that room?
What room?
That's right. That's exactly right. What room? Because we're going to pretend it's not real. No doubt. No doubt.
Dr. Jordan, can you come out? I have a question for you. Hey, how are you? Matt, in the chat in the room that we were in, you said Yaakov is, I can't remember what the word is, but it wasn't wasn't very nice. I was trying to figure out what you meant by it.
A jack off?
No. It was a medical diagnosis.
A covert narcissist?
No, it was one single word. It was something we were talking about a few days that I think we shared the same qualities, but it was just this randomly thrown out thing in a room like 2 or 3 days ago, maybe. Could have been 4 days ago. But the problem is...
I know what you mean. Cognitive
Were you talking about cognitive empathy versus
No,
emotional empathy?
no. Oh, you just said, I remember, you said Yaakov is autistic. Like,
Right, I'm autistic, so I don't mind it when I see it. I mean, if it
I
offends
didn't
you, I'm
understand
sorry.
your point. Like, no, what, do you remember?
Well, maybe that was the cult he was trying to form that day.
Maybe. I was just trying to, if you remembered, I was just trying to understand the statement you were trying to make. Or was it just that you just think I'm autistic, so nothing
No,
more?
I mean, I just when people describe, like, if someone presents a certain way and then they describe certain behaviors, I'm not in a position to diagnose anyone. It's just that I'm very familiar with I used to sit on the board of an autism foundation, and I'm just familiar with people who are diagnosed late in life as I was. Now, I mean, it would be wrong, inappropriate for me to suggest that I know for a fact, but
that was my point, is you said is autistic, which is I diagnose him and I'm stating he's such, but you just said you're not in a position to make a clinical diagnosis. So I was confused by the statement and your previous, because you said that previously, I'm not in a position to make diagnoses, but yet you threw out a diagnosis, so I couldn't.
I mean, you can sue me. I mean, the thing
No,
is
no,
that
it's not. It's not that. I'm just trying to understand the
no,
motivation.
I was actually trying to be helpful because I know a lot of people who present with certain things, and this is how I found out, because someone who is not a diagnostician mentioned it to me about myself, and then I explored it, and I learned. So when I hear, go ahead.
So is it safe to say, since you didn't use the word you just wrote Yaakov is autistic, as opposed to Yaakov, comma, you are autistic, you were trying to explain to other people my behavior in the room, or did you just forget out the comma?
Oh, no, I see what you say. So what you had said, I think what you had said was that you said something to the effect of, I forgot how you prefaced it, but I was responding, I was trying to confirm for you that yes, I think, maybe I should have said, I think you are. I should have said, I think you are, rather than you are.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Fair enough. End of discussion.
There's a lot of autism going on just right here. Just right here.
Let's join the club. Hey, Daniel, how are you?
You don't even have to ask.
Yeah, we got off the war topic temporarily.
Talking about commas and such.
Commas?
Yeah.
Comma. C-O-M-A, comma.
Was it an Oxford comma?
Well, yeah, the lack of it was awkward, I'll be honest with you. Lack of the comma in the word you, yeah.
I saw like a joke that kind of compared like comma and comma. I don't remember how it goes.
Comma and comma?
Like, yeah, like the punctuation part and the one that you were unconscious.
Yeah.
I don't remember how the joke goes.
Yeah, I don't. Can't help you there. I would love to help you out.
Me too.
So I can, if this is like a bit quiet, I can give you a bit of updates if you're interested in like what's going on. Like,
okay.
On the wider, so basically the Israeli Defense Force is now basically in the last few days taking control of the port of Khan Yunis, which is, if you kind of look at the map of Gaza, it's like where is the narrowest point of between Israel and the sea. And they basically made a line cutting from like an Israeli settlement called Kisufim all the way to the Mediterranean Sea, basically cutting it, like basically creating a corridor there. That will be, I think, like 2 kilometers long, like wide, and in there will be nothing. And this is along also the Rafah corridor, which is called the Philadelphia corridor. That basically this cuts Hamas completely from bringing stuff from Egypt. And there's like another like 5-6 wide kilometer corridor, which is in Netzarim, okay, which is basically cutting Gaza City, which is the northest point of Gaza Strip, to the camps in the middle, to Rafah City, which is the southeast. So basically, we now have like 3 parts of Gaza Strip that are each separated with a corridor. Okay, so far. So the first corridor, basically the one between Gaza City and the center, has already like they're basically creating bases there, like army bases. So it will probably, we could expect that the same will happen also on the Netzarim corridor, the one that they are kind of completing right now, from east to west.
So Israel is proceeding as though there will not be a ceasefire, but this is the best military plan in the short, medium, and long term is to.
As you said, Yaakov, for a few days, until there is a ceasefire, there is no ceasefire.
Exactly. So they're proceeding ahead. They're proceeding ahead.
Yeah.
With the objectives, and we're putting in place the infrastructure necessary to achieve the goals.
Yes, and part of it is also part of it, and I will touch it in a minute. Is about the day after. So it's part of it's like it's a. There are 3 kind of things that are being taken into account. One is the strategic progress into kind of cornering Hamas. Second is how how to kind of prevent the movement, and the third is like the day after. But before I get to this, just kind of to complete like the description, and also along the border between Israel and Gaza, which is basically the north side of Gaza City, and along basically the line between Gaza and Israel. What?
The east side of the strip.
Yeah, exactly. There is like a 1 kilometer wide buffer zone.
Before the actual wall. So there's gonna, because you used to be able to walk up to the border fence on the Gaza side, like they were throwing rocks.
So now
at
they are
the cameras.
basically, so now they are clearing a kilometer from the border inside to Gaza. Okay, 1 kilometer.
And the average width is what, 12 kilometers, would you think, approximately?
Maybe 20. It's average. Well, the Rafah is kind of wide and the stream is kind of narrow. I can check. I don't know.
I have a question. I have a question about the names, because I was curious, and I had Googled that the names. Well, I'm sure there's a lot that have cool like etymologies, but I mean, the Philadelphia corridor was named after like a military operation, but it didn't answer for me why that military operation was named Philadelphia. So I was curious if you knew why it's called the Philadelphia corridor.
Actually, I don't remember.
It predates any military battle. I mean,
it's got to be ancient Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's ancient. I mean,
it's not like this isn't Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, this is not in the past 100 years. So hold on. I'll look it up.
It's arbitrary. It was the name that was on the. It was basically a code name that was on the maps of the IDF. It has nothing to do with anything. Also, not to Philadelphia. Really? Just like a code name. Yes.
Hold on.
Unfortunately, not really a story. But regarding the other ones, Netzarim and Kisufim, basically, so if you go along the border of Gaza on the east, so basically you will see a place called Kisufim in Israel, and basically that is the point that you would just cut Gaza. And another one is a village called Netzarim, and that is basically the part that you cut Gaza. So that they are kind of like longitudes along the strip to see where it's happening exactly. So basically, from Netzarim, I will do a line all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. This is the line that we now created a corridor. Make sense?
Yeah, I know. It's as they could. Yeah, like
so.
Look at that picture of the Israeli Humvee driving out of a tunnel in the Philadelphia corridor. The tunnel was that wide and that tall. Oh my!
Yeah, this is for
some serious stuff.
So basically, a lot of the destruction that people see, and they think like, oh, the entire Gaza Strip is destroyed, it's actually those corridors. It's clearing the areas around the border with Israel and in those 2 corridors. So when you see like those big shots, you see everything is destroyed. Yes, everything is destroyed, but not the entire Gaza Strip, but those corridors. And part of it, done and what already was accomplished. But it kind of looks like they will, since the Gazans are more like Hamul or families and not necessarily go along, it looks like they would divide them. Maybe they will do another corridor basically between Khan Yunis and Rafah. It's also a possibility. Maybe there's another one that they can do in Gaza City. But let's say even if we stay with those three parts, you can basically have three different bodies governing like independently almost. So that could be an option. And the humanitarian zone is now basically also a bit cut and moved to west of Khan Yunis, west south of Khan Yunis. That is now the humanitarian so-called safe zone. So basically now they're also trying, by cutting those corridors, it's also to suffocate Hamas and kind of to corner them. And they already took the IDF completely controls the first part, the Gaza City part, and about, I would say, like half of the second part. And like half of the third part, or maybe less, third of the Rafah. So yeah, that's the progress. And what else?
Where did they find the 6 bodies that they...
In Khan Yunis.
Oh,
basically around the area where they are operating right now.
Mm. And it was through intelligence that they found the bodies, or they stumbled upon them randomly?
No. It was they knew, they planned, they got like information from people that they arrested, and also people they arrested like fresh. So it was based on this. So I guess in the next few days we will, if this is like correct, then in the next few days we will hear the words Dir el-Balach and Nusayrat, because those were, I think, the urban areas that the IDF didn't really enter in force. Yes, we were there. For example, we rescued our hostages from the Sarayat, but we didn't really operate it. This is why there were so many people there. And another thing is that now whenever the Hamas is launching rockets to Israel, so within an hour or so, the population there gets like an eviction notice and they need to move somewhere else. And with time, people are getting also frustrated with this. So that was the
time to move.
Yeah, and again, and they also know because the eviction notice said because there are rockets being launched.
I get it. Just ask rockets.
I know.
Play by the same rules. I'm just.
No. So this is the kind of like situation update of like what is going on in the war. If anyone has questions or whatever. Otherwise, don't have any more. So what happened that you killed the room? What were you talking about? Kill the room. Okay.
That's the room, of course.
Alright, so we wanna kill it?
I'm just asking about the room, of course.
I don't know, because I came back and it was kinda...
Yeah, it's kind of dying.
Okay, so alright. We can always open it again if you want.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye-bye. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye-bye.